Chapter 418. On the way, emissary Li Qing and the others continued to talk to Zhou Xuanji, causing the cultivators who passed by to look over. They did not recognize Zhou Xuanji, so they guessed that he was a new disciple. A new disciple who could be personally led by emissary Li Qing was definitely of extraordinary status. Many people remembered Zhou Xuanji's face. If they met him in the future, they would definitely try to rope him in. After traveling for an hour, emissary Li Qing and the others stopped in front of the stone steps at the foot of the towering peak. This stone staircase was tens of thousands of steps long, and it led halfway up the mountain. There was a huge palace there, and in front of the gate was a furnace that was dozens of feet tall. There were 3 incense sticks that looked like pillars, and the smell of sandalwood filled the air. You go up. It's not convenient for us to enter the hall. Zhou Xuanji nodded and walked up the stairs with Baisuan. This distance was nothing to him. However, he did not walk very fast. He was neither fast nor slow, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. Baisuan looked around, still very excited. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Hey, will your elders come to pick you up later?" The 9 Heaven Divine Snake Clan had a wide network of connections. The disciples of the clan went to the mortal world under the influence of the 9 Heaven Divine Snake Clan, so that after they ascended, they would be taken care of. Baisuan scoffed. "I'm not going back. I want to follow you. You've just arrived here and you've offended so many enemies. I have to protect you." Zhou Xuanji was quite amused. How could a great tribulation scattered immortal protect him? However, he was still a little touched. "I didn't teach you for a year in vain." When he reached the top of the stone steps, the palace gate opened. 3 men and 2 women walked out. They looked very young. The men were handsome, and the women were fairy-like. They talked and laughed as they walked over. They noticed Zhou Xuanji and came over to greet him. "Are you the new core disciple?" A bald young man said with a smile as he sized up Zhou Xuanji. The other 4 had different expressions. Some were curious, some were disdainful, and some were judging. Zhou Xuanji could not see through their cultivation and was shocked in his heart. Their cultivation level was definitely above 5th Revolution Golden Immortal. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "I just ascended. I don't know what the Divine Cliff has arranged for me." Hearing this, the crowd was shocked. The lady in the blue dress muttered, "To be able to meet the Cliffmaster right after ascending, he must have the aptitude of a great emperor, and he must have reached the 3rd grade. The other 4 were even more curious. In the Great Thousand Worlds, the difficulty of becoming a martial emperor was much greater than in the mortal world. It wasn't because of the difficulty of the heavenly Tao, but because there were too many experts. It was easy to be ambushed when undergoing the tribulation. Furthermore, those who became martial emperors from the mortal world were practically all unrivaled existences. They had gone through countless battles. This was something that the disciples of many sects and clans in the Great Thousand World couldn't compare to. Zhou Xuanji gave off an elegant aura, and he did not look like a 3rd-class great emperor. "Let's talk again next time." After saying this, Zhou Xuanji left. These 5 people evidently had their own intentions, and they might not have good intentions. He quickly led Baisuan into the gate. The 5 core disciples of the Divine Cliff looked at each other. The bald young man said meaningfully, "It seems like an extraordinary person has come to the Divine Cliff." With that, he laughed and left. The other 4 also disappeared from where they stood. After entering the hall, the door slammed shut. Zhou Xuanji looked ahead and saw 3 golden statues in front of the wall. The entire palace was resplendent and majestic. A man stood in front of the 3 golden statues with his back facing Zhou Xuanji. He had a medium build and wore a black robe. There was a hideous and strange beast diagram on his back, and his long white hair casually draped over his back. Just by looking at his back, Zhou Xuanji could sense an immense might. This was definitely the most powerful person he had ever seen in his life. "The world calls me Han Shuzi. I'm the 16th Cliff Lord of the Divine Cliff," the Cliff Lord said as he turned around. The Divine Cliff's Cliffmaster turned around and said. His face could be considered handsome, and he looked to be in his early 40s. His eyes were golden and extremely strange. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Thank you for taking me in. You are not my enemy." Along the way, he thought about many things. He decided to stay in the Divine Cliff. Since the Divine Cliff was willing to protect him, why should he take the risk? To him, the most important thing was to become more powerful. He must become more powerful before the true gods found the northern wilderness region, so that he would not fear them. Han Shuzi smiled and said, "Your sect? From today onwards, you are a core disciple of the Divine Cliff. You will receive the same treatment as my personal disciple. Why are you still so distant?" Zhou Xuanji was a little stunned. He immediately cupped his fist and bowed. Han Shuzi waved his hand and said, "There is no need for such formalities. You have the talent of a first-class great emperor and might surpass me in the future. I hope that you can acknowledge the Divine Cliff and become a true member of the Divine Cliff. Of course, if you have other ambitions in the future, don't abandon the Divine Cliff and continue to protect it." Although the Divine Cliff was powerful, it only had one first-class great emperor, and that was the previous Cliff Lord. Zhou Xuanji said, "Repaying kindness with kindness has always been my principle." Han Shuzi looked at him intently before waving his hand and gesturing for him to come forward. After that, Han Shuzi began to tell Zhou Xuanji about the long history of the Divine Cliff. The Divine Cliff had existed for more than 500,000 years, even longer than the northern wilderness humans. Countless geniuses had been born, and dozens of them were listed on the Great Emperor Stele. Zhou Xuanji also learned that he was ranked 12th on the Great Emperor Stele. In the past 100,000 years, no new Great Emperor could be ranked in the top 20. This showed how devilish Zhou Xuanji was. However, Zhou Xuanji was not satisfied with this. This meant that there were 11 others who were more talented than him. Han Shuzi also talked about the structure of the Great Thousand World. The Great Thousand World, which was the upper realm, was incredibly vast. Even if all the mortal realms were added together, they would not be as big as it. The number of living beings was also incalculable. The Center God Province was the center of the Great Thousand World, and the Divine Cliff was also in the Center God Province. Currently, there were more than 10 factions in the Center God Province that were not inferior to the Divine Cliff, while the Heavenly Hall was only a second-rate faction in the Center God Province. Zhou Xuanji was shocked by what he heard. The upper realm was bigger and more exciting than he had imagined. There was always someone more powerful than you out there. According to Han Shuzi, the God Provinces outside the Center God Province were also very powerful. However, the relationships between the God Provinces were tense and hostile toward each other. He advised Zhou Xuanji not to leave the Center God Province when he went out in the future, in case he encountered any mishaps. The Center God Province was only on land, but there were factions in the sky as well. Each of the 33 heavens was equivalent to a Great Thousand World, and the Great Emperor Stele was above the 33 heavens. Further up, it was the residences of the powerhouses who were on equal footing with the heavenly law. After chatting with Han Shuzi for an hour, he finally let Zhou Xuanji go. Before he left, he passed a medallion to Zhou Xuanji. It was a golden medallion with the image of 3 gods carved on it. Behind it was the image of a cliff, which was incredibly exquisite. Finally, Han Shuzi instructed, "Stay here for 3 months. I will send someone to take care of you. If you have any questions, you can ask him for help." Half a year later, the Center God Province's Ascender examination will be held. At that time, you must bring glory to the Divine Cliff. If you can emerge victorious, you will receive great rewards that can help you reach 10th Revolution Golden Immortal within 10 years. You must not miss this opportunity. From today onwards, you will be called Ji Xian. Chapter 419. Ji Xian. Zhou Xuanji walked out of the palace with the Divine Cliff Core token in his hand as he thought about his new name. Outside the hall, a burly man was waiting. He was wearing cotton clothes and his muscles bulged out his clothes. His face was ferocious, and facing Zhou Xuanji, he immediately gave a simple and honest smile. He cupped his fists and said, "My name is Fei Hai, and I am a disciple of the Divine Cliff. From today onwards, I will be your servant. If you need anything, just leave it to me. The Divine Cliff has already arranged a residence for you. I will take you there now." He quietly sized up Zhou Xuanji. This was the first time he had seen someone who was already a core disciple upon entering the sect. News about Zhou Xuanji had already spread in the Divine Cliff. Fei Hai was quite happy to be chosen as Zhou Xuanji's servant. To him, this was a great opportunity. Zhou Xuanji nodded and left quickly under Fei Hai's lead. The two of them stepped into the air. Along the way, Fei Hai did not speak much and led the way obediently. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, the two arrived in front of a mansion. This residence was located on a small mountain, and immortal energy pervaded the air. There were 3 courtyards inside, and many spirit flowers and spirit herbs were planted there. In the courtyard, there were 2 old servants and 3 maidservants cleaning. Seeing Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Chun arrive, they immediately knelt down and paid their respects. "Greetings, master." Zhou Xuanji scanned with his divine sense and found that the disciples living in the nearby hills were all very powerful. The weakest was a 3rd revolution golden immortal. It seemed like this was the residence of the Divine Cliff's geniuses. Fei Hai cupped his fists and said respectfully, "Senior, please stay here for now. I have to go back and pack my things. I will stay in one of the guest rooms here so that you can summon me at any time. At the same time, I will help you collect your stipend and disciple robes. Please give me the Divine Cliff Core token." Zhou Xuanji threw the Divine Cliff Core token to him and entered the residence with Bai Suwen. Fei Hai left quickly. He was very excited and did not want to waste any more time, lest he displease Zhou Xuanji. "The spiritual qi here is abundant." Bai Suwen cried out in shock, which made Zhou Xuanji roll his eyes at her. "Could it be that the spiritual qi of your 9 heavens divine snake clan is inferior to this place?" Soon he found a nice courtyard to stay in. There were many seeds of natural treasures in the supreme storage, including the 5-colored immortal fruit. However, this place was too conspicuous, and he was afraid of being stolen, so he didn't plant them for the time being. On that day, Fei Hai returned. He brought back a set of core disciple uniforms and 500 pure spirit pills for Zhou Xuanji. The Great Thousand World used mortal pills as currency. Pure spirit pills were the upgraded version of mortal pills. 1 pure spirit pill was equivalent to 1,000 mortal pills. Core disciples could receive 500 pure spirit pills every month, which could be used for cultivation or as money. Zhou Xuanji could also go to the Enchanted Artifact Pavilion to get a suitable enchanted artifact. In addition, core disciples could enter the Cultivation Technique Pavilion once a month for free. However, this opportunity could not be accumulated. If they did not go this month, they could only enter the Cultivation Technique Pavilion once next month, and they could only stay for 3 days at a time. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Zhou Xuanji did not leave his house and tried to comprehend the cultivation of a 5th revolution golden immortal. After he got used to it, he left with Fei Hai. He left Bai Suwen in the mansion because he wanted to go to the technique chamber, and it was not suitable for him to bring her along. On the way, Fei Hai introduced the situation of the Divine Cliff to him. There were over 1 million disciples in the Divine Cliff, and they were divided into outer disciples, inner disciples, elite disciples, core disciples, and direct disciples. After becoming an elite disciple, they could leave the Divine Cliff and work in various places. They could even supervise a mortal realm. However, the minimum requirement to become an elite disciple was 5th revolution golden immortal. To most disciples it was beyond their reach, including Fei Hai. During this period, Fei Hai mentioned the major events that happened recently. Core disciple Long Kuan went out to train and was hunted down by the Blood Devil Palace. He almost died, and this caused a huge commotion in the Divine Cliff. The Blood Devil Palace was an overlord-level faction that was not inferior to the Divine Cliff. The daughter of the palace lord, Xiao Hongjun, disappeared mysteriously, which caused the Blood Devil Palace to become more irritable and create trouble everywhere. Zhou Xuanji looked calm, but he had some doubts in his heart. It turned out that Xiao Hongjun had descended to the mortal realm secretly. She deserved it. Now that she was trapped in the northern wilderness region, there was no help for her. Zhou Xuanji was very rich and did not need to go out on missions to increase his wealth. Wealth was very important because it could be used to exchange for more cultivation resources. Soon they came to the Energy Technique Pavilion. Zhou Xuanji asked Fei Hai to find out the whereabouts of the 18 divine swords. Fei Hai had a strange expression, but he still agreed. After entering the pavilion, Zhou Xuanji flashed his Divine Cliff Core token, and the disciples on duty let him in. His target was the sword techniques and some sealing spells. The Energy Technique Pavilion was huge. It was decorated in an antique manner, and many disciples stood before the bookshelves to read. Zhou Xuanji found a random bookshelf and began reading. On the other side, In the Cliff Lord Palace, Han Shuzi sat on the main seat. Dozens of people stood in the palace, and each of them had a powerful aura. He looked around and asked, Jixian's incident was not exposed, right? Emissary Li Qing replied, No, those who know about this have been cursed. If they leak it, they will be punished by heaven and earth. Han Shuzi nodded. A handsome man with an elegant temperament stepped forward. He wore a white robe and was very eye-catching in the crowd. His name was Yang Yutian, the eldest disciple of Han Shuzi. He was a true god and extremely powerful. Revered teacher, I found out that Divine Lord Ji is also searching for the northern wilderness region secretly. His target is most likely Jixian. Should we be careful? Divine Lord Ji's foresight is miraculous and can always predict the future. We must be careful, Yang Yutian said with a solemn expression as he cupped his fist. As for Han Shuzi taking in Zhou Xuanji, he neither objected nor agreed to it because the pros and cons were too complicated. Han Shuzi squinted his eyes and said, Although Divine Lord Ji is powerful, he acts strangely and never attacks openly. Let's pretend that we don't know about this and stop investigating him, lest we alert the enemy. Yang Yutian nodded. Investigating Divine Lord Ji was extremely stressful, and he wanted to give up a long time ago. He thought of something else and said, Shi Shenzong is about to become a great emperor. Although the Hegemon sword sect is a new force that rose 10,000 years ago, Shi Shenzong is extremely talented, and is the revered teacher of the Hegemon sword emperor. We must stop him. The Divine Cliff and the Hegemon sword emperor had always been on bad terms. Back then, Han Shuzi tried to recruit the Hegemon sword emperor, but was rejected rudely. Han Shuzi did not take it out on him, but after that, the Hegemon sword emperor would teach the Divine Cliff disciples a lesson. Although he did not kill them, it was a slap to the Divine Cliff's face. An old man said with a frown, The Cliff Lord can't go personally. Who should we send? The Hegemon sword emperor is not weak. Not only Han Shuzi but Yang Yutian was also not suitable. If they were to go, they would be bullying the weak. Han Shuzi smiled and said, Let Jixian go and make a name for himself before the Ascender examination. When the time comes, it will be harder for him to be exposed. Moreover, Jixian defeated Shi Shenzong in the northern wilderness region. Even the Hegemon sword emperor was defeated by him. Mentioning this, everyone's expression changed. Every time they thought of Zhou Xuanji's accomplishments, they felt mixed emotions. If they were at Zhou Xuanji's cultivation level, they would not have been able to defeat the Heavenly Law Army. Come! Wonderful Book House. Chapter 420. 3 days later, Zhou Xuanji walked out of the Energy Technique Pavilion. Fei Hai was already waiting for him at the door. Senior, how was it? Fei Hai asked with a silly smile. His eyes were filled with envy. He wanted to enter the Energy Technique Pavilion too, but it required too many pure spirit pills. Almost all of his pure spirit pills were spent on cultivation. For disciples like them, who were not very talented, pure spirit pills were a necessity for cultivation. Zhou Xuanji nodded lightly and said, Not bad. He memorized all the sword techniques in the Energy Technique Pavilion. In the Great Thousand World, energy techniques, spells and divine abilities were not differentiated by grades. But after a glance, he felt that these sword techniques were more powerful than most sword techniques in the northern wilderness region. The Divine Cliff lived up to its name indeed. The Divine Cliff was not a sword sect, so there were not many sword techniques. But there were still quite a few. He memorized about 400 sword techniques. He planned to record these sword techniques after he returned and put them in Skyfall Xuanji Sword Pavilion. This was somewhat shameless. He could only apologize to the Divine Cliff and help them as much as he could in the future. The two returned to the residence. There was a guest in the courtyard. It was Emissary Li Qing. He was one of the 36 emissaries of the Divine Cliff. He had a high status and powerful cultivation, so the servants naturally invited him into the residence. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, he got up with a smile and said, Brother Zhou, how have you been? The Divine Cliff has a mission for you to do. He went straight to the point and did not beat around the bush. What mission? Zhou Xuanji asked. He was shocked in his heart. He thought that the Divine Cliff would protect him tightly and not allow him to go out before he became powerful enough. He did not expect a mission so soon. Emissary Li Qing told him about the mission. It was about Shi Shenzong becoming a great emperor, which made Zhou Xuanji laugh. He did not expect this guy to become a great emperor. Zhou Xuanji said directly, "Does Shi Shenzong have enmity with the divine cliff? To be honest, I admire him." He comprehended his sword soul from Shi Shenzong. In Shi Shenzong he saw the true spirit of a sword saint. Emissary Li Qing was a little stunned. He has no enmity with the divine cliff, but the hegemon sword emperor does. Zhou Xuanji understood and said, "Then I will do my best." Each of them had their own masters, so there was nothing much to say. Actually, it's fine to let him become a great emperor. However, if you can deal a heavy blow to the hegemon sword sex spirit, you will have completed your mission, Emissary Li Qing said with a meaningful smile. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and accepted the mission. He then asked when they would depart. Emissary Li Qing replied, "Tomorrow you will go with another core disciple, Lan Shanging. She will lead the way." Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked, "What if I accidentally expose my identity? If he was in a life-or-death situation, he might have to use all his trump cards. Even if he didn't, he might be recognized." Emissary Li Qing smiled and said, "You have already become a great emperor and have nothing to do with the mortal realm. If anyone doesn't believe that you are Ji Xian, they can come to the divine cliff to demand an explanation." Domineering. Zhou Xuanji was almost convinced. Zhou Xuanji had already become a great emperor, and was not in the northern wilderness region. He was no longer the biggest obstacle to the plan to exterminate the northern wilderness humans. At least not on the surface. Emissary Li Qing exchanged a few more pleasantries and left. Fei Hai asked curiously, "Senior, is your identity very special?" Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said with a smile that did not seem like a smile, "That's a secret. If you know, you will die." Fei Hai was so frightened that his body trembled and he hurriedly covered his mouth. Time passed quickly for the two of them. Lan Shanging came to find Zhou Xuanji when the sun had just risen. Bai Suwen insisted on following him, and he had no choice but to put her in his bosom. After walking out of the residence, he saw Lan Shanging. This woman was wearing a blue dress and had a slim figure. Her facial features were exquisite, but her expression was very cold. She gave off the aura of a fairy, holy and inviolable. Before, Zhou Xuanji had seen her when he had visited Han Shuzi. Lan Shanging nodded slightly and said, "Let's go." After saying this, she gripped her scabbard and flew away on her sword. Zhou Xuanji followed closely behind her. The two of them flew through the clouds and did not speak. She did not speak, and Zhou Xuanji did not bother to talk to her. However, Bai Suwen was very excited. She stuck out her snake head and continuously chattered. The first time Zhou Xuanji heard her voice, he had thought that she was an introverted female demon. After getting to know her, he realized that it was all a lie. The two of them flew faster and faster. Lan Shanging was testing Zhou Xuanji and found that no matter how fast she flew, Zhou Xuanji could keep up. Fifth Revolution Golden Immortal. Did he really just ascend? She was shocked in her heart and became even more curious about Zhou Xuanji. After passing through the dense fog, Zhou Xuanji could finally see the outline of the land. Below him the mountains rose and fell, and birds flew in circles. Looking up, he could see many towns and villages. The Great Thousand World was similar to the northern wilderness region, just that it was much larger and had denser spiritual qi. In a wasteland, Shi Shenzong sat on a giant rock, internalizing qi with his legs crossed. 1,000 meters away, there were sword cultivators standing guard in all directions. They looked around warily. The hegemon sword emperor was there too. He had a muscular figure and sat on a golden throne. His hands were on the hilt of his sword, and the blade was stabbed into the rock beneath him. He wore a brown fur robe with black armor underneath. His black hair danced in the wind, and he gave off a wild aura. He did not look like a sword emperor but a shocking demon king. He looked at Shi Shenzong expectantly. He had never doubted Shi Shenzong's talent. After all, Shi Shenzong was the person he respected the most. Although they had conflicts before, their relationship had never deteriorated. A sword cultivator appeared beside him and half knelt. Sect Lord, according to reliable news, Nangong Lai is coming with 100 golden immortals," he said with a deep voice. The Hegemon Sword Emperor heard him, and his eyes sparkled. "As expected, the news was leaked," he mumbled. He could not help but feel a headache. He was powerful, but he could not rule the Center God province unhindered. After all, he had only ascended for 10,000 years, and the Hegemon Sword sect he established was not powerful enough. As such, he had to help Shi Shenzong become a great emperor. "Scout again," the Hegemon Sword Emperor said, and the sword cultivator immediately left. He looked at Shi Shenzong again. As long as Shi Shenzong became a great emperor, any sacrifice would be worth it. He suddenly thought of Zhou Xuanji. Compared to that brat's talent, Shi Shenzong would seem mediocre. It could even be said that Zhou Xuanji was the most talented person in the history of the Northern Wilderness region. It was a pity that he insisted on protecting the Northern Wilderness region. If he did not think things through, he would be finished sooner or later. As for Zhou Xuanji, he greatly admired him. Back in the inheritance world, Zhou Xuanji's words had allowed him to break through in his way of the sword and greatly increase his strength. He had wanted to recruit Zhou Xuanji. It was a pity that this fellow was too monstrous. Before he had ascended, everyone in the Center God province had heard of his name. Every time he thought of this, the Hegemon Sword Emperor would feel very angry. He felt a kind of annoyance that someone could not live up to his expectations. Of course, it was not that this person could not live up to his expectations, but that he was too tough. Boom! At that moment, an explosion sounded out, breaking the Hegemon Sword Emperor's thoughts and causing him to look. Shi Shenzong exploded out with magic energy, and traces of wind wrapped around his body, causing the ground to tremble. Thunderclouds gathered. He was preparing to become a great emperor. Before, Shi Shenzong had already defeated 10 great emperor candidates, and everything was going smoothly. Before becoming a great emperor, he wanted to comprehend his way of the sword. It seemed that he had gained an even higher level of comprehension. TXT. I have countless legendary swords. Chapter 421. When Shi Shenzong began to become a great emperor, Zhou Xuanji and Lan Xiangying were still moving forward. Lan Xiangying had extraordinary talent, but she had never become a great emperor before. To become a great emperor, not only talent was needed, but fate was also needed. Lan Xiangying had lived in the Divine Cliff since she was young. She would go out to train occasionally, but she had never obtained heavenly law fate. So, she was very interested in becoming a great emperor. Especially a third-class great emperor like Zhou Xuanji. Third-class great emperor was the identity given to Zhou Xuanji by the Divine Cliff. After all, a first-class great emperor was too eye-catching and would easily attract the attention of the Center God province. If Shi Shenzong can become a great emperor, then he will not need to undergo the tribulation. When we arrive, he might have already become a great emperor, Zhou Xuanji reminded. Zhou Xuanji reminded. This woman was simply too cold. They had been out for a few days, but she had not spoken a single word. But she kept sizing him up secretly, and he could not take it anymore. Lan Xiangying didn't even turn her head as she said, "Then kill him." Such arrogance. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and asked, "Are you a match for the Hegemon Sword Emperor?" Lan Xiangying replied, "I have the power to fight." She was a core disciple of the Divine Cliff and was naturally powerful. Zhou Xuanji fell silent. He had accidentally given her a chance to act cool, and he was a little unhappy. The two continued forward quickly. They were getting closer to the place where Shi Shenzong was becoming a great emperor, and they could already sense the heavenly might. Lan Xiangying's eyes squinted, and she suddenly increased her speed, flying over. Zhou Xuanji followed closely behind. Such a powerful aura. It must be the Hegemon Sword Emperor. Who is he fighting with? Zhou Xuanji thought to himself curiously. He had yet to fight with his full power after reaching 5th Revolution Golden Immortal. He was looking forward to seeing how powerful he was. The Hegemon Sword Emperor should have already surpassed Golden Immortal. The Hegemon Sword Emperor must have participated in the Ascender examination that Han Shuzi mentioned. With his fame, how could he not be the final victor? At the same time, in the barren land, Shi Shenzong stood in the air and enjoyed the heavenly grace. His cultivation grew tremendously. 2 powerful beams of light clashed violently around the heavenly grace pillar. It was the Hegemon Sword Emperor and Nangong Lai. More precisely, Nangong Lai wanted to stop Shi Shunzong from becoming a great emperor. But the Hegemon Sword Emperor had been stopping him. Nangong Lai wore a blue robe with a phoenix embroidered with golden threads. He held a circular fan in his hands and fought in ten with the Hegemon. Silhouettes of cultivators could be seen fighting in every direction. Explosions rang out one after another, shattering the land within a radius of 500 kilometers. The Hegemon Sword Emperor wielded the gigantic sword in his hand and danced about wildly. Sword chi wreaked havoc and even the thunderclouds were scattered. However, no matter how powerful he was, Nangong Lai could easily receive his attacks. Hegemon Sword Emperor, you are still too young. I advise you to give up. Nangong Lai coldly mocked, his gaze never leaving Shi Shunzong. Shi Shunzong must die. With his talent, he would definitely become a second-grade great sovereign. The Hegemon Sword Emperor did not reply. He continuously executed all sorts of sword arts, but he still did not allow Nangong Lai to get close to the heavenly grace light pillar. Even his magic power could not be used. Shi Shunzong's cultivation had already reached the first revolution golden immortal realm. Previously, he had already ascended and his cultivation had reached the 8th tribulation scattered immortal realm. Furthermore, he had received the Hegemon Sword Emperor's nurturing, so he had already reached the peak of the 9th tribulation scattered immortal realm before becoming a martial emperor. After breaking through to the first revolution golden immortal realm, he slowly opened his eyes and a sword soul condensed behind him. So powerful. Is this a heavenly revolution golden immortal? He stared at his hands and muttered to himself, ignoring the fighting around him. Zhou Xuanji, I still surpassed you. He laughed in high spirits, insufferably arrogant. When he had found out that Zhou Xuanji had become a first-class great emperor, he had not come back to his senses for a few days. Now that Zhou Xuanji was trapped in the northern wilderness region and could not break through to Heavenly Revolution Golden Immortal, he had done it first. He suddenly wanted to fight Zhou Xuanji again. It was a pity that he had lost contact with the northern wilderness region. Xiao! An air-piercing sound was heard as Lan Xiangying charged over with her sword. She was extremely fast. The Hegemon Sword Emperor widened his eyes and bellowed furiously. You're courting death. Another huge sword appeared in his left hand, and he slashed at Lan Xiangying. The sword chi turned into mountains and rivers, and it was majestic and unstoppable. Lan Xiangying's expression changed slightly. She shook her right hand, and sword flowers shot out in all directions. Sword chi turned into a storm and crashed into the sword chi mountain river. Bang, the ground shook, and Shi Shunzong was almost sent flying. He gritted his teeth and stared at Lan Xiangying. This woman's cultivation level is so high. Lan Xiangying didn't attack him. Instead, she charged towards the Hegemon Sword Emperor. Nangong Lai, let's fight him together. Lan Xiangying said coldly. Hearing this, Nangong Lai laughed heartily. The core disciples of the Divine Cliff are indeed ruthless. He sighed in admiration, and his gaze turned to the Hegemon Sword Emperor. His gaze became ruthless. Once Lan Xiangying joined in, the Hegemon Sword Emperor became passive. This is going to be troublesome. The Hegemon Sword Emperor groaned inwardly. If the Divine Cliff sent another core disciple, then it would really be over. He subconsciously looked in the direction that Lan Xiangying had come from, and his expression changed drastically. A black-robed swordsman walked over with a sword in hand. He wore a bamboo hat and an iron mask. It was Zhou Xuanji. He held the Ghost Emperor Extreme Abyss and walked towards Shi Shunzong step by step. Shi Shunzong also noticed him and couldn't help but feel shocked. Such a powerful sword chi. Shi Shunzong narrowed his eyes, and seeing Zhou Xuanji's eyes, his heart trembled. Could it be him? Impossible. As if struck by lightning, he froze on the spot. Shouldn't Zhou Xuanji be in the northern wilderness region? Be careful. This kid is a 5th revolution golden immortal. The Hegemon Sword Emperor fought 1 against 2. But he didn't forget to remind Shi Shunzong. 5th revolution golden immortal. Shi Shunzong deeply breathed in. This person most likely wasn't Zhou Xuanji. No matter how talented Zhou Xuanji was, it was impossible for him to have 5th revolution golden immortal cultivation right now. Moreover, it was the first time he had seen the sword in Zhou Xuanji's hand. Zhou Xuanji did not have such a sword. Zhou Xuanji walked at a moderate pace, as if he was not in a hurry to act. Shi Shenzong immediately understood. His opponent was waiting for him to become a great emperor. This was not out of goodwill. Instead, it was an extreme battle intent. Shi Shenzong's gaze became sharp, and he took out his two swords. After the heavenly grace disappeared, he would rush at Zhou Xuanji. Even though there was a difference of 4 revolutions in cultivation, he was going to fight. He was the sword saint, and in terms of the way of the sword, he would not lose to others. Moreover, they were both golden immortals, and with his talent, he could make up for the difference in cultivation levels. Zhou Xuanji closely looked at Shi Shenzong and inwardly praised. You're already a first revolution golden immortal. Not bad. Not too long ago, Shi Shenzong's cultivation had been higher than his. He swept out his divine sense towards the hegemon sword emperor, Nangong Lai and Lan Shangying. The battle between the 3 of them was incredibly grand, and it could be described as apocalyptic. They definitely surpassed 10th Revolution Golden Immortals. Void Extreme Immortal. He learned from the Divine Cliffs Technique Pavilion that the Void Extreme Immortal was above the 10th Revolution Golden Immortal, and above that was the True God. Void Extreme Immortals could already do as they pleased in the Center God province. Of course, they were still far from being comparable to True Gods. Looks like if I want to challenge the hegemon sword emperor, I'll have to climb even higher. Zhou Xuanji thought. Although he had received the hegemon sword emperor's inheritance, it did not stop him from challenging the hegemon sword emperor. Since he wanted to be the only sword emperor, the other sword emperors had to be defeated by his sword. Chapter 422. Bai Suwen popped her head out from Zhou Xuanji's bosom and looked at the battle in the sky. Wow, so strong. Are we really going there? Little Ji Xian, are you as strong as them? Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji felt a headache. He ignored it and continued to look at Shi Shenzong. This fellow was about to succeed in becoming a great emperor. He had already become a 5th-grade great sovereign. From the looks of it, he should be a 2nd-grade great martial emperor. After all, he was once the most outstanding genius in the way of the sword in the history of the northern wilderness region. Even the hegemon sword emperor was inferior to him. Seeing Zhou Xuanji come closer and closer to Shi Shenzong, the hegemon sword emperor felt incredibly worried. However, he could only barely hold on against 2 Void Extreme Immortals, and he was unable to help Shi Shenzong. In the distance, the hegemon sword sect's sword cultivators were still fighting bitterly. 6 of them had already died. The 100 Heavenly Revolution Golden Immortals that Nangong Lai brought were clearly stronger. Who is that guy? Why does it give me a familiar feeling? The hegemon sword emperor thought to himself as he fought. Zhou Xuanji did not immediately act, evidently not because he feared him but because he wanted to wait until Shi Shenzong became a great emperor before acting. The reason was very simple, because his footsteps did not stop. Zhou Xuanji looked down at his Ghost Emperor Extreme Abyss and mumbled, "Today, you will reveal your brilliance." Ghost Emperor Extreme Abyss. He spoke in a deliberately hoarse voice. Shi Shenzong, who was within the Pillar of Divine Grace, frowned. The name Ghost Emperor Extreme Abyss did not sound like a good thing. Ghost Sword. Zhou Xuanji slowly walked forwards, waiting for Shi Shenzong to finish becoming a great emperor. Ding! The legendary swords level has been successfully updated. From low to high they are ordinary stone, iron, bronze, silver, gold, purple crystal, glorious gold, heavenly soul, intimidating spirit, celestial shaking, god slaying, apocalyptic, ancient gazing, disaster releasing, cosmos essence, overturning heaven, heavenly connection, 9 extremities, and primordial chaos. The sword spirit's voice suddenly sounded out in Zhou Xuanji's mind, which stunned him. A new divine sword level. Ancient gazing, disaster releasing, universe essence, overturning heavens, heaven span, 9 extremities, primordial chaos. A total of 7 major realms. His breathing quickened. As expected, the supreme legendary sword system did not disappoint him. Even if he came to the boundless world, he could still rely on the divine sword to rise. However, just the Armageddon sword required the cultivation of a 7th Revolution Golden Immortal, so what realm did the ancient gazing sword require? Where is the disaster-releasing divine sword? Where was the divine sword of Qian Yuan? The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. Of course, he was even more excited. 100 miles away, an old beggar sat on the peak of a 2,000 feet tall mountain. He held a roasted leg in his hand, and his hand was covered in grease. His body was thin and short, and his hair was as white as withered grass. His face was covered in freckles and dirt. While munching on the roasted leg, he clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "3 void extreme immortals are fighting here, and one of them is becoming a great emperor. It seems like he has the potential of a second-grade great emperor. How interesting." Behind him, a valiant man dressed in luxurious clothes walked over. This person had a handsome face and a strong physique. The purple robe he wore resembled a dragon's robe. He frowned slightly and looked at the old beggar impatiently. "Master, are we still on our way?" the purple-robed man asked in a deep voice. He was the most helpless when it came to his master. The old beggar looked at the battle in the distance and snorted. "Little four, don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you have the title of Crown Dragon Dark Saber. Back then Di Guanlong felt like his head was about to explode. Every time he urged the old beggar, the beggar would start boasting. Because they were master and disciple, he had to listen. Helplessly, he could only look into the distance. Second-grade great emperor? Humph! Di Guanlong snorted coldly in disdain. A while later, Shi Shenzong finally became a great emperor and reached second-grade great emperor. The light pillar of divine grace dissipated. He held both swords in his hands and turned to look at Zhou Xuanji. His eyes were burning with battle intent. "I'm the Sword Saint Shi Shenzong. Who are you? Tell me your name." Shi Shenzong cried out proudly. With both swords in his hands, he feared nothing in the world. Zhou Xuanji hastened his steps and dashed over. "I'm the Divine Cliff's core disciple Ji Xian." After he spoke, Zhou Xuanji came up to Shi Shenzong with the 8-step sword lunge and slashed at him. So fast. Shi Shenzong's pupils contracted as he thought to himself in shock. He knew about the Divine Cliff's core disciples. All of them were elites among men. How could a 5th Revolution Golden Immortal become a core disciple? He did not have time to think and instinctively blocked with his swords. Clang! Zhou Xuanji sent Shi Shenzong flying back with a single slash. The horrifying power almost caused Shi Shenzong's swords to fly out of his hands. After flying out for 1,000 meters, he stabbed both swords into the ground and slid dozens of meters before he stopped. His eyes turned cold and fearless. Instead, he unleashed his aura and charged at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji did not use his signature sword technique. Instead, he used a sword technique that he had just learned. Wind Breath Wave Sword. He quickly swung the Ghost Emperor Extreme Abyss, and ghostly howls could be heard. Clang! 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 The two of them fought intensely. Both of their swords were extremely fast, and afterimages of their swords appeared one after another. Their movements were gorgeous and pleasing to the eye. A violent gale blew and isolated the battlefield. Zhou Xuanji used his absolute advantage in cultivation to suppress Shi Shenzong. Shi Shenzong could only barely deal with Zhou Xuanji's attacks and could not retaliate. Damn! Shi Shenzong gritted his teeth and wanted to use his sword soul. However, Zhou Xuanji's swords were extremely cunning and difficult to defend against. He could not find an opportunity to activate his sword soul. Zhou Xuanji suddenly laughed with a hoarse voice. "I've just ascended for less than a month. You are inferior to me." Shi Shenzong's pupils contracted. Just ascended? The cultivation level of those who ascended from the mortal world did not exceed that of a 5th Tribulation Scattered Immortal. How did he become a 5th Revolution Golden Immortal? Shi Shenzong's heart trembled. At that moment, Zhou Xuanji suddenly unleashed the Wind Breath Wave Sword Will. In the blink of an eye, Shi Shenzong's body was covered with wounds, and his swords flew out of his hands. Zhou Xuanji's attainments in the way of the sword surpassed his, and adding on his great emperor rank, cultivation and legendary swords, how could Shi Shenzong not lose? Xiao! The tip of the sword landed on his throat, and Shi Shenzong's body froze. His face turned red and he gritted his teeth. He felt so aggrieved that he was about to explode. He was defeated before he even used his ultimate skill. It was really vexing. Zhou Xuanji suddenly sent a telepathic message to him, causing him to open his eyes wide as if he had seen a ghost. "I'm Zhou Xuanji. Follow me and become my sword slave." I'll definitely help you surpass the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword. Shi Shenzong was not humiliated by his words. He was still in shock and was unable to pull himself out of it. How could this be? He was Zhou Xuanji? Why was he here? And he was a 5th Revolution Golden Immortal? At that moment, Shi Shenzong suddenly felt an urge to explode with vulgarities, but the Sword Saint's self-restraint made it so that he could not say a single word. Shameless brat, if you dare to kill him, I won't let you off for the rest of my life. The Hegemon Sword Emperor furiously roared, sounding like thunder. Zhou Xuanji ignored him and looked at Shi Shenzong with a burning gaze. Shi Shenzong's talent in the Way of the Sword was simply too shocking, and it was best to use him for himself. It was just like the Heavenly Palace's Xianyuan Shunhao, who was still being brainwashed at Skyfall. Shi Shenzong gritted his teeth and sent a telepathic message. Are you humiliating me? Zhou Xuanji calmly replied, among my sword slaves, there are 2 10,000-year princes, 1 descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline, 1 exquisite sword mind, and 1 overseas as #1 genius in the Way of the Sword. Their talent is not inferior to yours, so how is taking me as their master humiliating you? I have the talent of a first-class great emperor, and before I ascended, I killed a 1st Revolution Golden Immortal and destroyed all those who became great emperors. In the current world, apart from me, who has the qualifications to make you submit? Do you want to go through today's situation again? You'd rather follow your disciple and become a joke than follow me? The Hegemon Sword Emperor cannot protect you, but I can. Chapter 423. Shi Shenzong fell silent. Zhou Xuanji's words caused him to feel shocked, and he also felt a stabbing pain in his heart. That was right. He was a sword saint, but after ascending, he had to rely on his disciple to protect him. Wasn't this a joke? He also wanted to be independent. However, he had offended the Xianyuan clan of the Heavenly Palace, and the other forces were also drooling over his talent. If he did not have anyone to protect him, it would be very difficult for him to survive. In the Great Thousand World there were countless capable people. Even if he hid deep in the mountains, there would still be people who could find him. Zhou Xuanji saw that it was difficult for him to accept and sent a telepathic message again. How about becoming a sword attendant instead of a sword slave? Shi Shenzong was speechless and couldn't help but reply. Is there a difference? Zhou Xuanji replied. To make you feel better. Shi Shenzong fell silent. The Hegemon Sword Emperor, who was currently fighting, felt incredibly anxious. Zhou Xuanji's sword was already at Shi Shenzong's throat, and he could take Shi Shenzong's life at any moment. Nangong Lai asked as he cast the spell. Why isn't the little friend of the Divine Cliff making a move? Could it be that the Divine Cliff was not here to help him? Was it just an act? Lan Xiangying didn't reply, but she frowned slightly. Zhou Xuanji had just arrived and did not know the rules, but she understood. After all, Shi Shenzong was a 3rd-class great emperor. Seeing someone with greater talent, he would probably feel unbalanced and want to bully Shi Shenzong. The battle continued. Zhou Xuanji and Yi Zichen seemed to be in another world. They did not move and communicated telepathically. Shi Shenzong found it a bit difficult to endure Su Chen's words, and his heart started to soften. After a while, Shi Shenzong looked up at the Hegemon Sword Emperor and faintly sighed as he sent a voice transmission. Forget it, I will follow you. I can be used by you, but I cannot be a sword slave. Zhou Xuanji smiled. I was afraid that you wouldn't be worried. He would first trick Shi Shenzong over, then slowly make him submit. And so Zhou Xuanji sheathed his sword and left. Shi Shenzong followed closely behind. The Hegemon Sword Emperor widened his eyes and hurriedly shouted. Shi Shenzong, where are you going? Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji was delighted. No wonder Shi Shenzong had been moved. That fellow didn't even call him master anymore. He was simply too disgraceful. Shi Shenzong turned around and said, Apologies, from today onwards I will follow him. His name is Ji Xian, and his talent in the Way of the Sword is greater than mine. The Hegemon Sword Emperor nearly vomited blood. What the hell? He had not expected this turn of events at all. If you are in trouble in the future, I will definitely do my best to repay you for your decades of support. Shi Shenzong said calmly. After thinking about it, he and the Hegemon Sword Emperor did not owe each other anything. Back in the northern wilderness region, if not for him, the Hegemon Sword Emperor would have died long ago. Now, because of the difference in their realms, the Hegemon Sword Emperor treated him as an equal, and he already had a knot in his heart. The Hegemon Sword Emperor's face instantly darkened. Lan Xiangying and Nangong Lai also looked at Zhou Xuanji in confusion. What did this brat say to change Shi Shenzong's attitude? They had some understanding of Shi Shenzong. He would rather die than submit. Back then, if it wasn't for the Hegemon Sword Emperor saving him, he most likely would have died outside the Heavenly Palace. Zhou Xuanji brought Shi Shenzong and quickly left. Lan Xiangying also left the battlefield and turned into a ray of sword light, as she chased after Zhou Xuanji. Nangong Lai and the Hegemon Sword Emperor stopped as well. The Hegemon Sword Emperor's face was dark and he did not say anything, nor did he chase after Zhou Xuanji and Shi Shenzong. His heart was filled with unprecedented grievance. He really wanted to explode, but he didn't know who to explode at. To Zhou Xuanji? Lan Xiangying would definitely help. Ask Shi Shenzong? Then he would really be branded as a traitor. Nangong Lai smiled and said, Hegemon Sword Emperor, this is truly a cause for celebration. See you next time. He turned around and left quickly. The golden immortals he brought with him also retreated. The Hegemon Sword Emperor floated in the air and forcefully suppressed his anger. He was thinking. He racked his brains to think. Why had Shi Shenzong betrayed him? Was it because the Divine Cliff was too strong? Or was he bewitched by that disciple of the Divine Cliff? Dozens of sword shio flew over from all directions. Every one of them was covered in blood and looked very dispirited. In this battle, they had lost miserably and had even become a laughingstock. They hated Shi Shenzong to the core, but they didn't dare to say anything. The other side, Zhou Xuanji and Shi Shenzong flew at full speed, and Lan Xiangying quickly caught up to them. She flew over to Zhou Xuanji and asked, How did you convince him? Zhou Xuanji chuckled and said, He and I are old friends. Lan Xiangying suddenly understood. Shi Shenzong came from the Northern Wilderness region. Didn't that mean that Zhou Xuanji was also from the Northern Wilderness region? The Sword Dao Great Emperor of the Northern Wilderness region. Her pupils shrank as if she had thought of something. Her body trembled slightly, but she didn't say anything. Zhou Xuanji. Jixian. Waves of shock surged in her heart. Zhou Xuanji's name shook the Center God province, and he was known as the most powerful genius in the mortal realm. He was ranked 12th on the Great Emperor Stele. In terms of talent, he was definitely the most talented cultivator in the past 100,000 years. No wonder Shi Shenzong became his disciple. Zhou Xuanji turned to look at Shi Shenzong and said, From today onwards, you will follow me to the Divine Cliff. You will stay in my residence, and we can exchange insights in the Sword's Way anytime. To intimidate Shi Shenzong, he condensed 9 sword souls straight away. Shi Shenzong was tongue-tied, and he looked as if he had seen a ghost. He could only condense 1 sword soul, and he had to accumulate power. Zhou Xuanji could condense 9 sword souls at will. How could he not be shocked? His eyes were burning with passion. He wanted to learn such a skill. Lan Xiangying did not speak, but she was also stunned by Zhou Xuanji. She knew about sword souls because she also cultivated sword techniques. Her impression of Zhou Xuanji changed completely, and she was filled with interest in him. A day passed. The Hegemon Sword Emperor did not catch up to them. He had most likely given up. However, they were stopped by another person. It was the old beggar and Di Guanlong. The old beggar looked at Zhou Xuanji and chuckled as he said, Brat, I like you. Take me as your teacher. Di Guanlong frowned and looked at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji asked with narrowed eyes, Who are you, sir? Lan Xiangying drew her sword and was prepared to fight. Before they set off for the mission, Han Shuzi had instructed her to bring Zhou Xuanji back alive. Who I am is not important. What's important is that by following me, you can reach the heights of the Divine Cliffs. Han Shuzi, the old beggar said proudly. He placed his hands on his waist, looking as cocky as he could be. Before Zhou Xuanji could speak, Lan Xiangying was already furious. She said coldly, Sir, why are you looking down on the Divine Cliff? Di Guanlong snorted and said, So what if it's the Divine Cliff? We're going to the Divine Cliff to kill Han Shuzi. I advise you not to go back. The Divine Cliff will be destroyed by me. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji and the others' expressions changed. Who was Han Shuzi? He was the lord of the Divine Cliff, a powerhouse of the Center God province. Back then, even Devil Emperor Dugu was not a match for him. This person's tone was arrogant. He said that he was going to kill Han Shuzi? Di Guanlong grabbed the old beggar's shoulder and snorted. Don't waste your breath with them. Kill Han Shuzi first. You only know how to waste time. As he spoke, he pulled the old beggar away. The old beggar could not resist at all and said to Zhou Xuanji, Brat, wait for me. I'm the destined master. If you miss me, you will regret it. His voice became more and more distant and soon, he and Di Guanlong disappeared over the horizon. They were heading towards the Divine Cliff. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 424. After the old beggar and Di Guanlong left, Zhou Xuanji and the others fell silent. Bai Suwen popped her head out from Zhou Xuanji's chest and said, Little Ji Xian, let's not go back. The two people just now were very powerful. They gave me goosebumps. They are much more powerful than the big sister beside you. The 9 heavens divine snake senses were extremely sharp. Back then, with his 7th rank cultivation, he could already sense that Zhou Xuanji came from another world. Zhou Xuanji looked at Lan Xiangying. Lan Xiangying sighed and said, That person is indeed very powerful. I feel as if I am facing the Cliff Master. However, it will be very difficult for us to return. Why? Zhou Xuanji asked. With their speed, they would be able to reach the Divine Cliff in less than 2 days. Because we've been ambushed. Lan Xiangying said faintly as she looked around. Zhou Xuanji and Shi Shenzong were stunned and took out their swords, preparing to fight. There were undulating mountains and forests in all directions, and there were no signs of people in sight. The sound of the wind rustling the leaves could be heard clearly. After a while, a sneer rang out. Lan Xiangying, right? You are truly sharp. You managed to detect even this. Nangong Lai's voice rang out. His laughter was filled with killing intent. Following this, a powerful gale descended from the sky and turned into Nangong Lai's figure. Over 100 golden immortals rushed over from all directions, surrounding Zhou Xuanji and the others. Lan Xiangying said coldly, Nangong Lai, do you really want to oppose the Divine Cliff? Nangong Lai was only a rank 1 roving bandit. Was he worthy of becoming enemies with the Divine Cliff? Previously, she did not take Nangong Lai seriously at all. Nangong Lai smiled contemptuously and said, Do you know who that person was? Lan Xiangying frowned. Although she felt that Di Guanlong was very strong, she didn't know his name. Have you heard of the Crown Dragon Netherblade? It's an existence that can fight against the Buddha. Nangong Lai laughed, taking pleasure in the misfortune of others. Crown Dragon Dark Blade. Lan Xiangying and Shi Shenzong's expressions changed drastically. Zhou Xuanji had just arrived and had not heard of this name. Lan Xiangying's face quickly turned deathly pale, and fear appeared in her eyes. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Could it be that the Crown Dragon Netherblade really had the strength to kill Han Shuzi? I'm a jinx? He had just ascended and he had to drag him to the death cliff? He didn't want to be the enemy of the whole world and need the Divine Cliff to protect him from the wind and rain. Kill. Today these 3 can forget about leaving. Nangong Lai said with a cruel smile. After he finished speaking, he charged towards Lan Xiangying. 100 golden immortals shot over like sharp arrows, and Bai Suwen was so frightened that she hid in Zhou Xuanji's arms. Zhou Xuanji immediately unleashed the primordial chaos sword shadow. Millions of sword shadows appeared and surrounded the 3 of them, forming a primordial mountains and rivers. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Even Nangong Lai couldn't help but widen his eyes. The primordial sword shadow was unstoppable as it charged towards them. Shi Shenzong sighed and said, Are you already this strong? The primordial chaos sword shadow was extremely majestic. It was not much weaker than the Emperor's Wei Thousand Hand Sword Buddha and the ancestral dragon sword. Boom! 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 The 100 heavenly revolution golden immortals were stopped, but Nangong Lai's aura was unstoppable as he charged straight at Lan Xiangying. Lan Xiangying wasn't afraid, and she charged forward. The 2 void extreme immortals soared into the sky and started fighting. The might of their battle made Zhou Xuanji and the others feel quite uncomfortable, but they had no choice but to fight with their full strength. Zhou Xuanji drew close to Shi Shenzong and unleashed all sorts of sword techniques, blocking all of the golden immortals. However, their attacks were simply too ferocious, and they quickly reached him. He used world reincarnation to reflect all of the attacks, causing the Golden Immortals' chi and blood to roil, making them feel quite uncomfortable. What kind of evil divine ability is this? Everyone be careful. Is there something strange about his fleshly body? Kill Shunzong first. The 100 or so Golden Immortals discussed in fear, and their gazes locked onto Shunzong's body. Shunzong had just become a great emperor, so how could he be a match for them? Zhou Xuanji couldn't let them get close to Shunzong. He directly sent his magic energy into the Ghost Emperor Extreme Abyss, summoning the Extreme Abyss. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless eerie winds started to blow, and a dark space suddenly appeared behind Zhou Xuanji. There was a blood moon in the sky, and it was the only source of light. This dark space quickly expanded, devouring all of them. The surrounding 100 kilometers became an extreme abyss, and even Nangong Lai and Lan Shongying could not dodge in time. Countless evil spirits flew out from the depths of the darkness, looking like an army of locusts. There were countless of them, and they were dazzling. The 100 or so Golden Immortals were quickly surrounded and attacked by the evil spirits, and an evil aura filled the heavens and earth. The evil spirits wanted to devour Nangong Lai, but Nangong Lai's magic energy was powerful, and the evil spirits were unable to get close at all. What sword is this? Shunzong's eyes widened. It was the first time he had seen a sword that could summon a world barrier. So powerful. As a sword cultivator, he felt incredibly envious. It was the first time Zhou Xuanji had summoned the Extreme Abyss. Looking out, countless evil spirits roared, and the scene was incredibly oppressive. The 100 or so Golden Immortals all unleashed divine abilities, destroying the evil spirits. The evil spirit army could only tie them down and could not deal any substantial damage to them. Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji condensed 9 sword souls, and the 9 flame chimera demon sword appeared in his left hand. The divine energy from the 2 god-slaying legendary swords entered his body, and a 9-sword violet Tai Chi diagram appeared on his forehead as his aura exploded out. He became serious. His body blurred as he directly unleashed 10,000 ultimate steps. A massacre officially unfolded. Shunzong's eyes widened, and cold sweat poured down his forehead like rain. So powerful. He suddenly thought of Zhou Xuanji's past accomplishments. This brat could always fight those with higher cultivation stages. Now that he was a 5th Revolution Golden Immortal, would he be invincible among Golden Immortals? Soon Zhou Xuanji's performance proved his guess. With 10,000 ultimate steps, 9 sword souls, universal attraction, and world reincarnation, Zhou Xuanji killed 3 Golden Immortals in less than 5 breaths. The most powerful was a 6th Revolution Golden Immortal, but they could not stop him at all. The other Golden Immortals were furious and surrounded him. Under the iron mask, Zhou Xuanji's eyes were filled with condescension. He did not take them seriously at all. High up in the sky, Nangong Lai had the upper hand. He noticed Zhou Xuanji's performance and frowned. This brat's talent might not be any weaker than Shunzong's. Since it's so, I must kill him. After the thought, he waved his fan ferociously, and 2 waves of intense flames inundated Lan Shongying. He turned and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. A void extreme immortal was incredibly fast. Zhou Xuanji sensed danger and instinctively raised his swords and slashed upward. The 9 sword souls turned into sword light and shot towards Nangong Lai. In the blink of an eye, Nangong Lai held the fan in his right hand and pressed down, forcefully dissipating the sword chi. However, because of this, he also stopped. Lan Shongying's body spun as she slashed out with her sword. Sword light flashed out of the extreme abyss, and a clang sounded out as Nangong Lai used his other fan to block the sword. Zhou Xuanji felt furious. This old fellow dared to sneak attack him. He immediately took out all of his legendary swords, and over 100 swords appeared around him. With a thought, he used the 10,000 sword dragon incantation, and all of the swords were wrapped with dragon-shaped sword chi. Kill! He gave a low cry, and all of the swords exploded out with incredible speed, shooting out in all directions. Come! Wonderful Book House. Chapter 425. All of the legendary swords shot out, and Zhou Xuanji fought 100 Golden Immortals by himself. The sword souls behind him attacked one after another. Every time they attacked, they would injure the enemy, causing them to scream in pain. So many swords. Could it be that these swords have spirits? Damn it, he's just a 5th revolution golden immortal, but he's able to stop all of us. This is a great humiliation, I can't tolerate it. Didn't you guys eat? Use your full strength. As the golden immortals defended against the attacks of the divine swords, wraiths and sword shadows, they suddenly began to criticize and curse. With Nangong Lai watching from above, how could they not panic? They all unleashed their trump cards and swore to kill Zhou Xuanji. Unfortunately, it was of no use. One gold immortal after another was slain. The speed and strength of the divine swords were gradually increasing, because Zhou Xuanji was drawing on the power of the heavens and the earth. After coming to the boundless world, he could not freely display his overlord of the world, but he had been working hard. After all, the power of heaven and earth in the Great Thousand World could not be compared to the northern wilderness region. Even if he only comprehended a small portion of it, it was enough to crush these golden immortals. Nangong Lai's cultivation level was slightly higher than Lan Xiangying's. Unfortunately, his spirit powers were not as strong as Lan Xiangying's, and he could not shake her off. This was the power of the Divine Cliff's core disciples. They were the cornerstones of the Divine Cliff and could hold their own. One golden immortal after another died tragically. But Zhou Xuanji's magic energy was increasing. He was using world internalization, relying on the god swords to absorb the enemy's cultivation. How could 100 golden immortals be so easily killed? Shi Shenzong sighed in amazement, and he was completely convinced by Zhou Xuanji. In terms of talent, he was really inferior to this guy. Nangong Lai panicked. These golden immortals were his blood, sweat, and tears. How could he tolerate them dying one after another? He did his best to break away from Lan Xiangying and kill Zhou Xuanji, but it was a pity that he could not do so. Only now did he realize how terrifying the core disciples of the Divine Cliff were. Previously, he had looked down on the other party because she was a woman, and now he had to pay a heavy price. Stop. Let's end it here. Nangong Lai couldn't bear the pressure and shouted. Lan Xiangying said coldly, "Tell your subordinates to retreat first." Just when she spoke, the golden immortals quickly retreated, distancing themselves from Zhou Xuanji's attack. They really couldn't hold on any longer. Nangong Lai finally relented. Lan Xiangying and Nangong Lai retreated at the same time. The two of them pulled apart, and Lan Xiangying quickly came before Zhou Xuanji and Shi Shenzong to prevent Nangong Lai from playing any tricks. All of the legendary swords returned to Zhou Xuanji's side, ready to strike. Nangong Lai stared at him fiercely, gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, tell me your name." "Ji Xian," Zhou Xuanji said calmly. "Remember this name and find a master to read your fortune." "Very good," Nangong Lai said fiercely. With that, he left with his subordinates. He did not intend to stop here. He wanted to bring his subordinates back first before coming here alone. He must kill Zhou Xuanji before he matured. Otherwise, if he met Zhou Xuanji and Shi Shenzong again in the future, how could he survive? Lan Xiangying turned and looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Come back to the Divine Cliff with me." Her heart had already flown to the Divine Cliff. Zhou Xuanji had no objections, and the three of them quickly headed towards the Divine Cliff. After passing through the dense fog, Zhou Xuanji and the others returned to the Divine Cliff. The Divine Cliff was located at the top of a high plateau. It was known as the cliff where immortals and gods looked down on the mortal world. The three of them were shocked to find that the Divine Cliff had not been destroyed. The disciples were still coming and going. They did not panic when they encountered a strong enemy. They flew directly toward the Cliffmaster Hall. After they landed in front of the gate, Lan Xiangying bowed with cupped fists and said, "Cliffmaster, we have returned." The core disciples were not the Cliffmaster's disciples, only the direct disciples were. Their status was above the core disciples, and they had the qualifications to fight for the position of Cliffmaster. "Come in." Han Shuzi's voice sounded and the door opened. Zhou Xuanji and Lan Xiangying let out sighs of relief. From his tone, it was obvious that he was not seriously injured. He was as calm and unfathomable as ever. After entering the hall, the three of them saw Han Shuzi standing before the statue with a smile on his face. "Ji Xian, you indeed didn't disappoint me. Even though you didn't stop Shi Shenzong from becoming a great emperor, You brought Shi Shenzong back to the divine cliff. Han Shuzi lightly laughed, as if he was not afraid of Shi Shenzong at all. Shi Shenzong's talent was indeed incredible, but it was not to the point where the divine cliff absolutely needed him. If they dared to have evil intentions, he would just have to kill them. Zhou Xuanji replied. It's all thanks to Fairy Lan. Lan Xiangying did not say anything. Seeing that Han Shuzi was fine, she felt at ease. Shi Shenzong silently sized up Han Shuzi. In the Center God Province, Han Shuzi was an immortal-like existence who reigned above all creatures. There were not many existences who could compare to him. After Zhou Xuanji and Han Shuzi exchanged pleasantries, Lan Xiangying asked if Di Guanlong had come to attack them. Han Shuzi stroked his beard and smiled as he said, he indeed came, but he left. Lan Xiangying felt quite confused and asked, why? Di Guanlong was an existence who could fight against the Buddha, so he most likely would not lose to Han Shuzi. Even if he could not defeat him, they should have fought for a while. Han Shuzi gave a mysterious smile and looked at Shi Shenzong as he said, Second-class Great Emperor, from today onwards, you will enjoy the treatment of an elite disciple, and will follow by Ji Xian's side. Shi Shenzong nodded. This was the best arrangement. He was not interested in the divine cliff and had only come for Zhou Xuanji. Following this, Han Shuzi waved his hand, signaling for the three of them to leave. Even though Lan Xiangying felt quite confused, she did not dare to ask too much and left. After they walked out of the palace and the doors closed, Han Shuzi coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his face became incredibly pale. He muttered to himself, Di Guanlong is truly powerful. Behind him, the god statue in the center suddenly opened its eyes and said, Di Guanlong's target is you. You do not have any enmity with him, so I'm afraid there's a deeper scheme behind this. Han Shuzi looked back and said, Thank you for your help. The god statue said in a deep voice, You might not be able to protect this first-class great emperor. If you insist on protecting him, you will have to pay a great price. The 12th on the great emperor stele. The top 10 were all undying legends who had not appeared for a long time. If Zhou Xuanji's identity was exposed, the entire Center God province would fall into chaos. Han Shuzi sighed and said, If the divine cliff wants to rise again, we must rely on him. Without him, the divine cliff might fall. Back then we were used to fight against the demonic emperor, and now the demonic emperor is about to make a comeback. He did not finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. He wanted to take a gamble. The god statue's gaze became deep, making it impossible to see through him. After leaving the palace, Zhou Xuanji said goodbye to Lan Xiangying and brought Shi Shenzong back to his residence. Seeing Shi Shenzong, Fei Hai immediately became wary, thinking that a disciple had come to steal his business. When he found out that this person was Shi Shenzong, his attitude instantly changed, becoming fervent. Shi Shenzong was the most famous ascender in the past 100 years. He continuously pestered Shi Shenzong and asked him questions, making Shi Shenzong feel quite helpless but also quite pleased. Zhou Xuanji smirked. He suddenly realized that Shi Shenzong was still quite arrogant. Chapter 426. After Zhou Xuanji brought Shi Shenzong back, they did not go out anymore. Fei Hai helped Shi Shenzong register as an elite disciple. In less than 10 days, Ji Xian's name had become the talk of the entire divine cliff. It turned out that Nangong Lai bore a grudge against Zhou Xuanji, so he spread the news of Shi Shenzong being kidnapped by Ji Xian, to let the world know of Ji Xian's existence. After all, the divine cliff had many enemies. How could those enemies allow a prodigy to rise? They would definitely think of a way to kill him. At that moment, all the disciples of the divine cliff were searching for Ji Xian's residence. Zhou Xuanji lived in the core disciple region, which ordinary disciples were not allowed to enter. But the core disciples came to visit one by one. There were a total of 69 core disciples in the divine cliff. Excluding him, there were 69 void extreme immortals. This was a conservative estimate. This was because most of the divine cliff's 36 envoys had surpassed golden immortals. Other than that, there were also the leaders of the divine cliff. The divine cliff's power made Zhou Xuanji sigh in amazement. This was the Great Thousand World. Among the core disciples, the one who left the deepest impression on Zhou Xuanji was the bald youth he met when he first entered the divine cliff. His name was Wu Qiu. and it was said that he was one of the top core disciples and had the potential to compete for the position of Cliffmaster. Han Shuzi had high hopes for him, and it would not be long before he became a personal disciple. However, Han Shuzi's first disciple Yang Yutian loathed him somewhat. The enmity between the two of them was widespread in the Divine Cliff. Wu Qiu had a warm personality, and after chatting with Zhou Xuanji for a while, they started to call each other brother, which made Fei Hai dumbfounded. In Fei Hai's eyes, the gap between Zhou Xuanji and Wu Qiu was insurmountable. He did not expect Wu Qiu to be so enthusiastic. Those who did not know would think that he was trying to curry favor with Zhou Xuanji. 1 month later, Zhou Xuanji was finally free and could focus on cultivation, and he would occasionally give pointers to Shi Shenzong. His understanding of sword souls far surpassed Shi Shenzong's, and with just a few words, he was able to make Shi Shenzong fall into deep thought. Fei Hai really wanted Zhou Xuanji's guidance, but he did not practice the sword, so he was too embarrassed to ask. Time flew by. There were less than 7 days left until the Ascender assessment. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 92 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations sword owner for drawing. Intimidating Spirit Light Execution Water Dragon. Peerless Beast Taming Bag. The sword spirit's voice sounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind, and he opened his eyes. At this moment he was comprehending the power of heaven and earth in the courtyard. Shi Shenzong and Fei Hai were in another courtyard and did not disturb him. Information about the divine sword appeared before his eyes. Sword name: Light Execution Water Dragon Grade. Intimidating Spirit Description: the Light Execution Water Dragon was a mutated bloodline of the Dragon Clan. It possessed great power, but it fell unexpectedly and was refined into a divine sword by the heavenly thunder. Zhou Xuanji took a look and was not interested. Once upon a time, the intimidating spirit sword could make him wild with joy. Right now, his heart was filled with worries about the world annihilation, yin-yang annihilation, not to mention a world-destroying existence. Ancient gazing, disaster releasing, universe essence, overturning heavens, heaven span, 9 extremities, primordial chaos. He had an inexplicable feeling that the primordial world might not be the end. His strength was limitless. He shook his head and smiled. Then he took out the beast taming pouch. This bag looked very ordinary, and there were many red threads on its surface. There was an independent space inside the beast taming bag, which could allow demonic beasts to survive. He called Bai Suwen over to give it a try. Bai Suwen bit his wrist and shouted, "Don't even think about it." After cursing, he ran and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji was infuriated and mumbled, "I will find a chance to boil you into snake soup." Half a day later, near dusk, Emissary Li Qing came to visit. He said that it was time to participate in the Ascendant examination. The Ascendant examination was held in the Mysterious Tribulation Crater. The Mysterious Tribulation Crater was the Dao Heaven Sect's territory. It connected to the underground world and had existed for millions of years. The Dao Heaven Sect's Mount Divine Cliff had a longer history, and so did their foundation. In the Divine Province, the Dao Heaven Sect was definitely one of the top 3 Overlord-level factions. All the ascendants in the past 100 years would gather in the Mysterious Tribulation Crater. Most of the newly ascended would not participate and would wait for the next round. But there were some geniuses who were more daring. It was said that the Hegemon Sword Emperor was like this. A newborn calf was not afraid of a tiger. But he lost miserably. Each ascendant could only participate in the Ascendant examination once, and the maximum time limit was 500 years. In other words, if one did not participate within 500 years, it would be equivalent to giving up. The Ascendant examination was held jointly by all the major factions. Other than allowing their disciples to shine, it also allowed independent ascendants to have a chance to be chosen by the major factions. Of course, there was another explanation. That was the internal strife of the major factions. In the Ascendant examination, life and death were up to fate. Under Emissary Li Qing's lead, Zhou Xuanji came to the Divine Cliff City's gate. He did not bring Bai Suwen. The Ascendant examination did not allow external help after all. Shi Shenzong was still too weak, so Emissary Li Qing did not recommend him to participate. Shi Shenzong did not force him either. In front of the city gate, 33 ascendants were waiting. They were not all human cultivators. There were also other races. It had to be said that the northern wilderness region had really declined. Looking at these ascendants, they were all beyond great tribulation scattered immortals. Zhou Xuanji attracted everyone's attention. He was the only one who ascended to become a core disciple. How could the other ascendants not care? Wu Mingyi felt the most complicated. He ascended with Zhou Xuanji, and they even became a joke. Emissary Li Qing took out a gourd-shaped fan, which quickly grew in size and carried everyone away. Along the way, Emissary Li Qing began to explain the rules of the ascendant examination. Only the top 10 would be rewarded. In the examination, they could work together or fight alone. They could use any means. When the time came, everyone would have an identity medallion. After crushing the medallion, the Tao Heaven Sect's powerhouses would teleport them out. The specific rules of the examination would be announced by the Tao Heaven Sect. The Ascendant examination this time is different from the past. Many geniuses are disciples of top-tier factions in the Divine Province, and were purposely sent to the mortal realm to be nurtured. You must be careful. The most powerful one is called Mo Yuha. He's the son of the Sovereign Demon Sect's Sect Lord. He's already a 10th Revolution Golden Immortal, and is half a step into Void Extreme Immortal. Just as Emissary Li Qing spoke, the disciples became restless. They had all killed their way here from the mortal realm and felt that people like Mo Yuha were shameless. Those mortals who fought with him were truly tragic. Zhou Xuanji silently remembered Mo Yuha. He had heard of the Sovereign Demon Sect. The #1 demonic faction in the Divine Province, the Divine Cliff, was no match for them. 200,000 years ago, the Sovereign Demon Sect had almost destroyed the Divine Cliff. Back then, the Sovereign Demon Sect had been extremely powerful and had almost unified the Divine Province. This was similar to the Northern Wilderness region's Tanhua Sect. However, the Sovereign Demon Sect was still an overlord-level faction, and no one dared to offend them. Emissary Li Qing seemed to remember something and continued to say, "Apart from Mo Yuha, there's another person you must be careful of. His name is Gu Moyuan, and he's a descendant of the Demonic Emperor bloodline. You all should know the origins of the Demonic Emperor bloodline." Chapter 427. Top 10? The Divine Cliff's Ascenders were in an uproar. There were at least 1,000 Ascenders in this Ascender examination. Most of them had been in the Great Thousand World for hundreds of years, and were prepared to fight to the death. Top 10 was extremely difficult. Of course, some felt that top 10 was not a problem. There were those who were confident that their lives were higher than the heavens. After all, they had fought their way out of the mortal realm and defeated many powerful enemies. Zhou Xuanji sat down and began to sense the power of the world. The others quietened down. There was no use bragging now. Only when they reached the mysterious tribulation crater would they be able to see their true abilities. Emissary Li Qing smiled and did not speak much. He focused on controlling the gourd fan. The Divine Cliff was very far from the mysterious tribulation crater, and they might encounter danger along the way. The Center God Province was much safer than the mortal realm because there were too many powerful cultivators here. Too many powerful cultivators would do anything to become more powerful. The best way to describe it was that a fellow Taoist would rather die than a fellow Taoist. The mysterious tribulation crater had existed for an unknown period of time. It was created by the heavens and the earth. The crater was 1,000 miles wide and was filled with canyons that led deep underground. It was extremely majestic. At the edge of the crater, there were castles in all directions. These were the structures that the Tao Heaven Sect used to guard the mysterious tribulation crater. Each one was guarded by a Void Extreme Immortal. Above the mysterious tribulation crater, there were layers of clouds. The Tao Heaven Sect was above the clouds and was formed by thousands of floating islands. Looking from above, these floating islands looked like a Tai Chi diagram. At this moment, the Tao Heaven Sect was extremely lively. With the arrival of the Ascender tribulation, guests from all over gathered at the Tao Heaven Sect, causing the sect to be in an uproar. In a palace, the Tao Heaven Sect's elder Li Zhangqi was receiving the Sovereign Demon Sect. Li Zhangqi wore a Taoist robe and had a goatee. He sat on the main seat and chatted happily with the Sovereign Demon Sect's elder, Guan Hong. Guan Hong had a muscular body and looked like an iron tower. He wore a black robe that looked like a skeleton, and when he smiled he looked extremely savage. The other Tao Heaven sect disciples in the palace did not look well. After all, the Tao Heaven sect belonged to the righteous path. They had righteous hearts and did not like the sovereign demon sect, but they were too powerful. After so many years, the Tao Heaven sect has become more powerful. Congratulations! Our sovereign demon sect cannot compare. What are you talking about? This Mo Yuha is a genius that only appears once in a million years. In terms of talent, our Tao Heaven sect has lost. Ha ha ha, his talent is indeed amazing, but the Tao Heaven sect's disciples aren't bad either. This time's Ascender test will be the time for Nephew Mo to soar into the skies. I hope so. Li Zhangqi and Guan Hong flattered each other. Both were very happy. Mo Yuha sat by Guan Hong's side. He didn't seem interested at all. He stared at his own fingernails and waited idly. His face was devilishly handsome, and his white hair was coiled into a golden crown. Although compared to Guan Hong, his stature was smaller, his aura was not lacking, making it hard for others to ignore him. The Tao Heaven sect disciples looked at him from time to time with hostility in their eyes. Mo Yuha's reputation was too great. After ascending for 300 years, his name had already spread throughout the Center God province. Although he was a second-grade great sovereign, his cultivation talent was not any weaker than a first-grade great sovereign. It was highly possible that he would become the next sect master of the sovereign demon sect. At this time, a disciple ran in and said anxiously, "Elderly, the Buddha Ghost cult is here." Buddha Ghost sect. Guan Hong's expression instantly changed. In the Center God province, the sovereign demon sect and the Buddha Ghost sect were mortal enemies. Once the followers of both sides met, they would definitely draw their swords against each other, and the result would be either death or injury. This was especially true for the two sect masters. Li Zhangqi's eyes sparkled as he said, "Receive them well. Let them in." Guan Hong's expression turned hostile immediately. After flying for 5 days, the Divine Cliffs group finally arrived at the mysterious tribulation crater. Looking from afar, everyone was shocked by the mysterious tribulation crater. Zhou Xuanji was the same. He guessed that a star had fallen and smashed the ground into such a state. How big must it be? Emissary Li Qing said with a smile. The truly spectacular thing is not the surface but the underground. Having heard this, the group became even more curious about the mysterious tribulation crater. Soon they came to a garrison city of the Tao Heaven sect. After revealing their identities, the Tao Heaven sect disciples led them to the Tao Heaven sect, which was high up in the clouds. An hour later, Emissary Li Qing brought Zhou Xuanji to the Tao Heaven sect's meeting hall. As for the other disciples, they were brought to their residences. This caused the ascended disciples to feel jealous. This is differential treatment. He is someone who can take away Shi Shunzong. But so what? I can defeat Shi Shunzong too. He is a third-class great emperor. What about us? Be content. It's the same everywhere. Everyone's talent is eye-catching. They sighed in amazement as they entered the residence. Zhou Xuanji followed Emissary Li Qing to the meeting hall. In the hall, there were only Li Zhangqi and a few Tao Heaven sect disciples. There were no other sections. Emissary Li Qing cupped his fist and smiled. Long time no see, elderly. Li Zhangqi nodded and chuckled. This must be Ji Xian, who rose to fame recently. A third-class great emperor. Impressive. It's rare even in the Tao Heaven sect. A third-class great emperor was not worthy of his attention, but Zhou Xuanji could make a second-class great emperor, Shi Shunzong, follow him. This alone was enough for him to rope him in. It was always good to have another friend. Emissary Li Qing shook his head with a smile. He's all right. Let's see if he can show his brilliance in this Ascender examination. The two began chatting. Zhou Xuanji did not speak but listened quietly. This was Emissary Li Qing's instruction. He was probably afraid that Zhou Xuanji would be bewitched by the Tao Heaven sect. Half an hour later, Li Zhangqi let them leave. Before he left, he reminded the various factions about the Ascender's factions, which was a special treat. After leaving the hall, a Tao Heaven sect disciple brought them to the Divine Cliffs residence. After entering the residence, Emissary Li Qing said, "See? The Tao Heaven sect is full of sanctimonious people." His tone was filled with disdain. Zhou Xuanji laughed. "Weren't you flattering him happily? The two of them found a guest room to stay in. Tomorrow was the Ascender examination. The specific rules would only be known tomorrow. At night, 3 Tao Heaven sect disciples came to visit. They made an identity medallion for each ascended disciple and recorded their name and sect. After returning to his room, Zhou Xuanji sat on his bed and played with the identity medallion in his hand. The medallion was as big as a jade pendant. It was entirely red, and 3 small words were carved on it. Divine Cliff Jixian. Tomorrow. I look forward to it. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself with a smile. As long as he got first place, he would receive the greatest reward. According to Han Shuzi, it was enough for him to ascend to 10th Revolution Golden Immortal within 10 years. By then, with the all-evil Yin-Yang destruction, he would be as powerful as a Void Extreme Immortal. This night, he was not the only one who looked forward to it. The next morning, boom! Everyone was woken up. A solemn voice came. The Ascender examination is about to begin. All ascended disciples, please head to the mysterious tribulation crater and wait. Just when the voice finished, Zhou Xuanji sensed many auras sweeping toward the ground. Come! Wonderful Book House. Chapter 428. Zhou Xuanji walked out of the guest room. An emissary Li Qing was already waiting outside. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Go down. You will have to rely on yourself from now on." The other Divine Cliff's ascended disciples soared into the sky and into the clouds. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He came into the clouds with the 8-step sword lunge and dashed downward quickly. Swoosh! A silhouette flew past him. That person was much faster than him. He glanced over and saw that it was Mo Yuha. Of course he could not recognize Mo Yuha yet. Hundreds of ascenders had gathered in the vast mysterious tribulation crater. Some were in groups while others were alone. Looking from above, it was difficult to spot them. Zhou Xuanji did not fly toward the Divine Cliff's disciples. He landed on a giant rock and sat down casually. What happened yesterday had already estranged him from his peers. He did not bother to form a group. The ascenders landed one after another. Whispers could be heard from all directions. Some burst out in laughter, seeming very excited. Zhou Xuanji looked up and saw a billowing sea of clouds. People from various sects and the Tao Heaven sect's disciples stood on the clouds and looked down. This scene reminded him of the Beast Colosseum. He was one of the beasts. Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile and stopped thinking about it. He continued internalizing qi to store more magic energy in the Tianxia map. Half an hour later, all the ascenders gathered in the mysterious tribulation crater. There were more than 1,300 of them, and they were all golden immortals. There are 2 rules for this ascender examination. One is to collect earth core crystals, and the other is to eliminate other ascenders. The longer you last, the better your result. The number of earth core crystals for those who are eliminated will not be counted. The remaining ascenders will be ranked according to the number of earth core crystals. This examination will last for a month. At that time, I will project your battle situation into the sky for everyone to see. The majestic voice came again, and many ascenders were shocked. If everyone could see their performance, wouldn't it mean that they could not use underhanded methods? Of course, they might embarrass themselves. Now go underground and collect earth core crystals. The majestic voice continued. No one could find him. More than 1,300 ascenders dived into the crevices and canyons, charging toward the depths of the earth. Zhou Xuanji was in no hurry. Rather than collecting the geocentric flame crystals himself, he might as well let them collect first, and then he could loot them. Soon he was the only one left on the ground. The people in the clouds were discussing. Who is that person? Scared? He seems to be a core disciple of the Divine Cliff. He's that Jixian who subdued Shi Shenzong. TSK, the final victory of this test belongs to Mo Yuha. Not necessarily. Gu Moyuan from the Buddha ghost cult isn't bad either. Guess which sect's disciple will kill first? Zhou Xuanji ignored all the discussions above him. After a while, he turned into a stream of sword light and dove into the crack. After he disappeared, a layer of golden light covered the profound tribulation crater. It was a formation to prevent people from taking advantage of the situation. Zhou Xuanji quickly traveled through the cracks. He found that the cracks and canyons were all connected. and he could not see the end or the depths. Two people were already fighting in front of him. Zhou Xuanji went around them and headed underground at full speed. At this moment he turned into a gust of wind, moving at an extremely fast speed. Very quickly he found a deserted cave and entered it to cultivate. At the same time, images appeared in the sky above the profound tribulation crater, showing the situation of all the ascenders. Some were diving down crazily, some were fighting, and some were hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Zhou Xuanji was not eye-catching. The most domineering was Mo Yuha. This guy was not in a hurry to find earth core crystals. He hunted down the ascenders everywhere, and whoever he encountered, he would fight without saying a word. Guanhong, the sovereign demon sect's elder, burst into laughter and ignored everyone else. The sects whose disciples were killed did not dare to say anything. On the tallest floating island in a temple, an old man was lighting incense. He was the sect lord of the Dao Heaven sect, Taichu Yudao. Li Zhangqi walked up to him and cupped his fist respectfully. "Senior apprentice brother, the test has begun. Do you have any instructions?" Taichu Yudao turned around. His face was filled with vicissitudes, and he wore a white robe. He smiled amiably. "Nothing much. Just prevent the powerful cultivators from interfering in the dark." He looked weak, and half of his body was buried in the ground. But he was actually one of the powerhouses of the Center God Province. His divine abilities were unparalleled, and he was once known as the most powerful person below the immortals. "Senior apprentice brother, who do you think will win?" Li Zhangqi asked curiously. This matter was of great importance, and he could rope in the sect that Ascender was from. Taichu Yudao glanced at him and chuckled. "The youngest person will win." Li Zhangqi was stunned. The youngest? Most Ascenders were above 5,000 years old. How could he know their exact age? He could not possibly ask them one by one. The seniors of the sects might not know either. Taichu Yudao stroked his long beard and said with a smile, "This test will be very exciting." Li Zhangqi was even more confused. It was the first time he heard his senior apprentice brother say such a thing. Time passed. 7 days had passed, and more than 400 Ascenders had been eliminated. The sounds of battle underground rose and fell for a long time. Zhou Xuanji's ears almost grew calluses. This day, he got up slowly and took out the Ghost Emperor Extreme Abyss, preparing to hunt. He flew down quickly. Soon he encountered an Ascender. A 6th Revolution Golden Immortal was very powerful. This person was hunting as well. Once he saw Zhou Xuanji, he charged at him immediately. This person had messy long hair and wore black armor. He held a long spear in each hand, and the cape on his back burned like a blazing flame. Zhou Xuanji cut off his right arm with 10,000 ultimate steps straight away. His blood spilled into the abyss. How can it be? The black-armored Ascender was almost scared out of his wits. Just when he was about to turn around, the Ghost Emperor Extreme Abyss pierced through his chest. Boom! Zhou Xuanji pressed him against the wall and stepped on his shoulders. He looked down at him with a cold gaze. "Hand over all your earth core crystals or die." The black-armored Ascender understood immediately that he could not defeat Zhou Xuanji. He took out his identity medallion and was about to crush it. Zhou Xuanji was faster. He snatched the medallion and threw it into the ground. "You!" He opened his eyes wide and cursed furiously. Zhou Xuanji absorbed his magic energy with world internalization, which frightened him so much that he immediately shut up. Cold sweat covered his body. He immediately took out 6 earth core crystals and gave them to Zhou Xuanji. The earth core crystals were of different sizes. They were rocks that looked like lava. Zhou Xuanji took out the truth sword and pierced it into the black-armored Ascender's body. "Do you have more?" he asked. The black-armored Ascender replied instinctively, "Yes, a lot of them." The next second his expression turned into horror. Zhou Xuanji looked at him with a cold smile, which frightened him so much that he took out another 20 earth core crystals. "More? Of course. What's going on?" The black-armored Ascender took out another 8 earth core crystals. "More?" Zhou Xuanji said with a mocking smile. Chapter 429. There's really nothing else. The black-armored Ascender wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He stared at Zhou Xuanji, feeling incredibly terrified. He did not understand why he would uncontrollably reveal the truth. What an evil divine ability! Zhou Xuanji stored all the earth core crystals into the supreme storage and continued to absorb his magic energy. One had to admit that this fellow was ruthless enough to have so many geocentric flame crystals. At the same time, it also showed that geocentric flame crystals were not as hard to obtain as he had imagined. Fortunately, he had discovered this beforehand. Otherwise, they might not be able to win even if they took action in the last few days. What if someone was stealing the earth core crystals all the time? How much longer do you want to suck? The black armored ascender could not help but ask in grief and indignation. If he were to continue absorbing like this, his magic power would be sucked dry. At that time, any random person would be able to kill him. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, "Are you in a hurry?" The black armored ascender almost vomited blood. "If it were you, wouldn't you be anxious? I beg you." His voice was as soft as a mosquito's as he pleaded. Zhou Xuanji smiled disdainfully. He turned into a stream of sword light and dove deeper into the abyss. The black armored ascender heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly flew away. He didn't have the guts to look for his identity token, so he could only escape from the profound tribulation pit and admit defeat. In the following period of time, Zhou Xuanji madly searched for ascenders. Not only did he rob them of their geocentric flame crystals, but he also absorbed their cultivation to strengthen himself. This scene attracted the attention of many people outside. Those people are so stupid. Why did they clearly state how many geocentric flame crystals they have? Something's wrong. He seems to have the ability to absorb other people's cultivation. Indeed, listen carefully. The disciples of the Divine Cliff are really good. This kid is very strong. Almost all his enemies are killed in an instant. Not only were there images in the sky, but there were also sounds. However, the sounds were very faint, and if one listened carefully, they would be able to hear the voices of various ascenders. Sage Yutian and the Celestial Hall soldier stood on the clouds as well. He frowned. He felt that the Divine Cliff's Ji Xian was very similar to Zhou Xuanji. That shouldn't be the case. Why did Zhou Xuanji ascend to the Divine Cliff? He couldn't understand, but he had heard that Ji Xian had subdued Shi Shenzong. Zhou Xuanji had defeated Shi Shenzong in the mortal realm, and it was he who persuaded Shi Shenzong to ascend. If Ji Xian was really Zhou Xuanji, what should he do? If this matter was exposed, it would be equivalent to offending the Divine Cliff. Zhou Xuanji did not know that he had already attracted the attention of many people. Even if he knew, he would not care. In less than 3 days, he had robbed 78 ascenders, and the number of geocentric flame crystals he had obtained exceeded 1,000. He couldn't help but sigh. So geocentric crystals really were very common. He had originally thought that it was some kind of gem or heavenly treasure used to forge magic tools. As it turned out, he was thinking too much. He continued to dive. According to his estimation, this place was already about 30,000 meters underground. It was starting to become difficult to find an ascender. Most of them had already been eliminated, and the rest were hiding. Zhou Xuanji came to a sudden stop after going around the winding tunnels. There was a figure standing on a boulder in front of him. 3 corpses were lying on the edge of the boulder, and they had all died horribly. Zhou Xuanji looked over. That person was dressed in exquisite red clothes. His figure was tall and straight, and his black hair was messy. In the dim underground space, he looked like a demon. He grabbed a ball of flesh and put it to his mouth. He began chewing on it, which disgusted Zhou Xuanji. A 5th revolution golden immortal. His aura is very strong. He's almost at the 7th revolution golden immortal level. Kid, sign up. The man in red laughed cruelly. His hoarse voice made one's scalp numb. Divine Cliff Ji Xian, Zhou Xuanji replied. This person gave him a sense of danger, extreme danger. It seemed that he was not someone to be trifled with. Could he be Mo Yuha? Or the descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline? Ji Xian? I've heard of you. My name is Gumun. You should have heard of me too. The man in red laughed coldly. After that, he leaped down and flung away the flesh in his hand. After that, he wiped the flesh on his body, which was extremely disgusting. Gumun, the descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline. In the Great Thousand World, There was more than one descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline. They all inherited the demonic emperor bloodline perfectly, and were highly sought after by the evil sections. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and mumbled, "I've heard of you indeed." He carried the ghost emperor Extreme Abyss and walked forward. 9 sword souls appeared behind him. Above the clouds, Sage Yutian clenched his fists and squinted his eyes. "It's him indeed," he mumbled. He turned to look at Emissary Li Qing, who was far away. Emissary Li Qing was staring at him with a faint smile. The threatening look in his eyes made Zhou Xuanji break out in cold sweat. Gumayuan sized up the 9 sword souls and said with interest, "Sword souls. Interesting." He flipped his right hand, and a blood-colored long saber appeared in his hand. Boom! The two of them clashed into each other instantly and began an intense battle in this narrow space. Both of them wanted to be the champion, so they were not afraid to fight. Sword lights flashed and numerous sword souls shot out. Gumayuan swung his blood-colored saber and blocked them all. His expression was cold, but he was shocked in his heart. Such power! This guy is not simple indeed. As a 9th Revolution Golden Immortal, he was not afraid of Zhou Xuanji. He immediately used his full power to suppress Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji activated 10,000 ultimate steps and charged to Gumayuan's back. He slashed at Gumayuan and was about to decapitate him. Gumayuan's shoulders jerked, and a blood mist exploded behind him, forcing Zhou Xuanji back. The blood mist landed on Zhou Xuanji's body and turned into strands of smoke. Corrosive power. Zhou Xuanji quickly dodged and swung his sword with his right hand. His sword qi ravaged Gumayuan relentlessly. Outside, seeing that Zhou Xuanji and Gumayuan were evenly matched, countless people were in an uproar. Ji Xian from the Divine Cliff is so powerful? A 5th Revolution Golden Immortal fighting against a 9th Revolution Golden Immortal? He can use 9 sword souls at the same time. He's not simple. He's a genius in the sword's way. Where did the Divine Cliff find such a genius? The Divine Cliff indeed. There are countless geniuses. The people from various sects exclaimed in amazement. Only the people from the Buddha Ghost sect and Sage Yuqian looked terrible. Gumayuan came from the Buddha Ghost sect, and the people from the sect felt embarrassed. After all, Gumayuan's cultivation was 4 revolutions higher than Zhou Xuanji's. Sage Yutian's heart shuddered. Zhou Xuanji's rate of growth was too horrifying. He could dominate the Heavenly Revolution Golden Immortal stage right after he ascended. 100 years later, wouldn't he become a Void Extreme Immortal? 10,000 years later, would he become a true god? They were both true gods, but he was not confident that he could defeat Zhou Xuanji. His eyes turned grim as he began to think of a countermeasure. Ha ha ha! Awesome! Gumayuan laughed wildly. His face turned greedy and arrogant. Zhou Xuanji's prowess did not enrage him but made him even more excited. He immediately split into hundreds of duplicates and slashed at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji transformed into a legendary sword with a shake of his body. He charged forward with the Ghost Emperor Extreme Abyss, destroying the duplicates one after another and charging toward Gumayuan. Boom! 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 The underground space began to collapse. Rocks smashed into the two like they were made of paper. They were fearless and only had eyes for each other. His flesh must be delicious, Gumayuan thought. Chapter 430. Gumayuan lived up to his name as the descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline. His talent for battle was just as powerful. Even with the god-slaying legendary sword, Zhou Xuanji could only barely fight him to a draw. However, Zhou Xuanji had yet to use the world's power. He was enlightened. It seemed like he could already sweep through the entire Heavenly Revolution Golden Immortal realm. Zhou Xuanji immediately used Universal Attraction and sucked Gumayuan before him. Gumayuan was shocked and slashed with his saber instinctively. Saber chi swept out and landed on Zhou Xuanji's body, but it was rebounded by world reincarnation. Bang! Gumayuan was sent flying by his own saber chi. He smashed through the underground rocks and flew 1,000 meters. Zhou Xuanji followed up with another attack. He activated the primordial chaos sword shadow, and countless sword shadows transformed into a primordial river that surged forward. He walked on the waves, holding the Ghost Emperor Extreme Abyss in his hand. He laughed in disdain. Descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline? That's all there is to it. The World Full Sword appeared in his left hand. When Guma Yuan heard this, a nefarious fire ignited in his heart. Murderous intent burst forth from his eyes as he raised his blade and charged forward. Zhou Xuanji had already activated the world's power, and was fearless. Guma Yuan collided head-on with the primordial sword river, and was sent flying. What's going on? His eyes widened in shock. How did Zhou Xuanji's magic energy suddenly become so powerful? He could not understand, and Zhou Xuanji did not give him time to think either. He unleashed all sorts of sword techniques at him, dazzling and domineering. Outside, all of the spectators were attracted by Zhou Xuanji's sword technique. This kid is proficient in so many sword techniques. Are you serious? Guma Yuan is being suppressed? He's too strong. Could it be that his mana is inexhaustible? With so many sword techniques squandering magic power, if it were me, I might have already run out of energy. Is he really a 5th revolution golden immortal? Did you use some sort of concealment technique to hide your cultivation? Everyone was stunned. Sage Yutian's face fell and he sighed inwardly. He still hadn't displayed his greatest ability. Emissary Li Qing's face was already blooming with smiles. He suddenly felt that asking Han Shuzi to take Zhou Xuanji in was a wise decision. Such a genius should not be obliterated. Zhou Xuanji crushed Gumuan. His eyes were fixed on him, in case he took out his identity medallion and admitted defeat at any time. Damn it! Gumuan gnashed his teeth. He was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot. At this moment he could no longer be excited. For some reason, he felt that Zhou Xuanji was very annoying and despicable. He did not think about why Zhou Xuanji was so powerful and only wanted to torture this guy to death. The sword souls behind Zhou Xuanji slashed toward Gumuan. Under the impact of the primordial sword river, it was very difficult for Guma Yuan to block the attack of the sword soul. In the blink of an eye, he was covered in wounds. The two of them moved quickly. The primordial sword river was unstoppable. Along the way they met many ascenders. Those ascenders were so frightened that they fled in panic. Was that Guma Yuan? They had the same question in their minds. Since the start of the ascender exam, Guma Yuan had already become an existence akin to a great demon king in the eyes of the ascenders. Other than Mo Yuha, everyone else was terror-stricken upon hearing his name. Mo Yuha and Guma Yuan had met more than once, but the two of them always brushed past each other with tacit understanding. They wanted to fight it out at the end. The dignity of the Paragon Demon sect and the Buddha Ghost sect made them view each other as people they must kill. Guma Yuan, you are no match for me. Hand over the geocentric flame crystals on you, and I will spare your life. Zhou Xuanji looked down at Guma Yuan and cried out coldly. With the World Full Sword in his hand, Zhou Xuanji's words almost made Guma Yuan explode in anger. Who do you think you are? Guma Yuan roared furiously. Strands of blood qi emanated from his body and covered his body, forming into a muscular demonic shadow. The demonic shadow clenched its fist and punched furiously. Boom! The primordial sword river was blasted apart by the demonic shadow's fist. The gust from the fist sent Zhou Xuanji flying backward. He quickly stepped on the cave wall and looked up. The demonic shadow was 15 meters tall and quickly materialized. It seemed to be wearing a layer of armor, and its face could not be seen clearly. It gave off an evil aura that made Zhou Xuanji's heart shudder. What is that? Zhou Xuanji thought in astonishment. He could sense that Guma Yuan's aura was growing more dangerous. With the demonic shadow behind him, Guma Yuan charged toward Zhou Xuanji with ghostly speed. Zhou Xuanji blocked with his sword instinctively. With a loud clang, he was sent flying backward. His golden invincible body shattered the rocks and soil. Before he could react, Guma Yuan stomped on his abdomen. The horrifying force twisted his face. Dog! He roared furiously in his heart and used sword chi soar straightaway to force Guma Yuan back. Guma Yuan turned into a ferocious beast and dashed along the cave wall. His eyes were beaming with a terrifying red radiance. Zhou Xuanji immediately activated the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. With his head on the top of the cave, Zhou Xuanji rose from the ground and quickly reached a height of 300 meters. Zhou Xuanji entered the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha's body, and Guma Yuan crashed into him like he was ramming into a golden bell. With a loud clang, he was sent flying backward. The thousand-hand sword Buddha stretched out 1,000 hands and slashed wildly at Gu Mayuan. In an instant, the demonic shadow was almost shattered. In the outside world, everyone from the heavenly hall recognized Zhou Xuanji. They gnashed their teeth and began cursing furiously. Their words were heard by the others, which caused a huge commotion. Zhou Xuanji? He's that first-class great emperor? The heavenly hall is bullsh ***. Zhou Xuanji has not ascended yet. It's him. The thousand-hand sword Buddha. That's his signature divine ability. Really? The divine cliff is so powerful. Tisk tsk. I don't understand why the divine cliff would allow him to become a first-class great emperor directly. The spectators discussed among themselves in shock. Other than the heavenly hall and the Buddha ghost sect, the other factions did not harbor much enmity toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was indeed from the northern wilderness, but he had already become a great emperor and cut off his connection with the demonic emperor. Naturally, he was not an evil demon. His opponent was the real evil demon. However, Zhou Xuanji's talent was too powerful, which made people's imaginations run wild. Li Zhang came to a realization. So his senior apprentice brother was talking about this brat. He had heard about Zhou Xuanji before. He was not even 100 years old, but his talent was outrageous. He disappeared immediately. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji felt extremely comfortable. The Emperor's Way thousand-hand sword Buddha was still the most comfortable. He was not afraid that his identity would be exposed. Even Han Shuzi was not afraid, so why should he be afraid? Even if the sky fell, the divine cliff would hold it up. Gu Mayuan could not retaliate at all. His body sank into the pile of rubble. He was extremely furious and roared, "Ji Xian! Kill me if you have the guts, or I will make you beg for death." He was the descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline, and had a high position in the Buddha ghost sect. Yet, he was suppressed by a third-class great emperor. This was a great humiliation. I cannot tolerate this. Zhou Xuanji laughed coldly. Hand over the earth core crystal. Do you really want to die? As he spoke, he began to use world internalization. Each slash absorbed Gu Mayuan's magic energy, which woke him up immediately as though his furious heart was splashed with cold water. He's absorbing my magic energy. Okay, I'll hand it over. Gu Mayuan cried out reluctantly, and Zhou Xuanji stopped immediately. Just when he stopped, Gu Mayuan dashed up and was about to escape. How could Zhou Xuanji let him escape? He immediately used universal attraction and sucked Gu Mayuan over. The thousand-hand sword Buddha slashed wildly again and smashed him into the ground. Aggrieved. I want to cry. This was how Gu Mayuan felt. Chapter 431. No matter how hard Gu Mayuan struggled, he was unable to resist. The thousand-hand sword Buddha's attack was so fierce that he almost couldn't catch his breath. He could already foresee how the spectators in the sky would talk about him. He wished he could commit suicide on the spot, but he really couldn't accept it. He didn't want to die. He was the descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline, and he still had much to show. He gritted his teeth and said, I'll pay. I'll pay. Zhou Xuanji's sword technique was exquisite, and his divine ability was quite strange. It was the first time he had encountered such an enemy. Damn it. He would definitely take revenge in the future. Zhou Xuanji stopped and laughed coldly. Still not going to hand it over? Gu Mayuan immediately threw out earth core crystals, and Zhou Xuanji received them one by one. A half-bridge made of geocentric flame crystals appeared between the two. Geocentric crystals came one after another, and Zhou Xuanji's expression changed slightly. How many people did this kid rob? Within the demonic shadow, Gu Mayuan's expression was incomparably ugly. These were his painstaking efforts. After a while, Gu Mayuan no longer threw out more earth core crystals. He threw Zhou Xuanji a total of 2,231 earth core crystals. Zhou Xuanji took out the truth sword and stabbed it into his body. Anything else? Yes. Gu Mayuan's eyes widened in shock. Therefore, he threw out another 3,000 geocentric flame crystals. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. This guy was really rich. He continued to interrogate her. Gu Mayuan threw out another 1,000 geocentric crystals. After another round of interrogation, he tossed out another 2,000 geocentric crystals. Gu Mayuan was about to cry. Why couldn't he restrain himself from telling the truth? He looked at the truth sword with fear in his eyes. The outside world was in an uproar. A sword that could force people to tell the truth? Even someone as strong as Gumayun couldn't resist? Finally, Zhou Xuanji obtained more than 13,600 earth core crystals from Gumayun. He only let go after making sure that Gumayun did not have any left. Gumayun stood up with a complicated expression. His eyes were filled with anger and resentment. Zhou Xuanji could not bear to see this and comforted him. Don't blame yourself. It's mainly because I'm too powerful. You are not my match. Puff Gumayun couldn't bear this injustice. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which splattered all over the rubble. Zhou Xuanji smiled and waved his hand before leaving. Gumayun sat paralyzed on the ground. The magic power in his body had already been exhausted. He was trying his best to calm himself down. As Zhou Xuanji left, he began to regain his rationality. Jixian of the Divine Cliff. If I don't take revenge for this, I'm not human. He gritted his teeth. He could not bear the thought of countless people mocking him in the outside world. Fortunately, he still had a chance. That bitch was stupid, she actually let him go. Just you wait, the winner of this Ascender assessment will be me. He clenched his fists and said firmly. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji continued to descend. After torturing Gumayun, he was in a good mood. He finally had a clear understanding of his own strength. It should not be a problem for him to sweep across all golden immortals. Mo Yuha was definitely stronger, but if he used all his trump cards, it was not impossible for him to win. He hummed a tune as he flew quickly. Another 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zhou Xuanji's earth core crystals exceeded 20,000. There were only a few freaks like Gumayun. However, he had yet to meet Mo Yuha, so he wasn't sure if he had the most geocentric flame crystals. Until today, the number of ascenders had decreased drastically. It was difficult for Zhou Xuanji to encounter any more ascenders. He scanned with his divine sense and realized that his divine sense could only reach 1,000 meters away. It seemed like the mysterious tribulation crater was not as simple as it seemed. There was something blocking divine sense. Zhou Xuanji stopped and looked down. He saw a vast ocean of lava below him. The fiery light shone on the cave walls, which was extremely majestic. A scorching aura wafted toward him. If an ordinary person were to get close, they would be turned into ashes. Countless bubbles rose and fell on the magma ocean, bursting from time to time. Zhou Xuanji looked around and saw countless geocentric flame crystals floating on the ocean. However, with his cultivation, he did not dare to get close. Far away, someone was flying swiftly and continuously plucking geocentric flame crystals from the surface of the lava ocean. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and sized him up. This person wore a dark purple robe and a jade crown. 2 strands of white hair fell down his cheeks, and his handsome face was covered in sweat. Powerful cultivation. Zhou Xuanji could not see through him but felt that this person was more powerful than Gumayun. There was only one possibility. Mo Yuha. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and thought about whether he should attack Mo Yuha. He was not afraid of Mo Yuha but only wanted to maximize his benefits. Forget it. Let him collect for a while. Zhou Xuanji lay down on the ground and began to rest while absorbing the spiritual qi underground. Time ticked by. There were more than 10 cultivators who ascended above the lava ocean. They were 10,000 meters apart from each other and did not disturb each other. They were all thinking of ways to pluck geocentric flame crystals. Only Zhou Xuanji did not move. Even so, most people's attention was focused on him. A first-class great emperor was too much of a gimmick. Even Mo Yuha could not compete with him. That guy is trying to reap the benefits. He doesn't even take Mo Yuha seriously? He's too arrogant. He's a first-class great emperor. Didn't you see that Gumayun was like a dog in his hands? Shua, be careful not to be heard. If that's the case, he might be the final winner. No, I think he will die from his arrogance. Hearing the discussions of the others, Sovereign Demon Sect's Guanhong and the Buddha Ghost Sect's people were furious. Especially the Buddha Ghost Sect, who wanted to tear Zhou Xuanji into pieces. Gumayun was defeated so miserably before him that they could not wait to leave. Guanhong was worried about Mo Yuha. He heard about Zhou Xuanji. The sovereign demon sect lord once said that it would be great if he could rope Zhou Xuanji in. This was enough to show how ridiculously talented Zhou Xuanji was. He did not want Mo Yuha to lose. After all, he was assisting Mo Yuha and hoped that Mo Yuha could inherit the sect lord's position in the future. Emissary Li Qing was definitely the one who was in the most pleasant mood. When others came to strike up a conversation with him, his nostrils flared up. On the heavenly hall's side, an old man flew to Sage Yuqian's side and said telepathically, "Your Majesty, the news has been leaked." Sage Yuqian nodded and mumbled, "This emperor does not want to attack you either. If this gets out, the heavenly hall will not get involved in this anymore." Although he did not like Zhou Xuanji, he hated how those powerful cultivators oppressed the heavenly hall and used it as a tool. Now that Zhou Xuanji had ascended and disappeared in the northern wilderness region, it was the best time for the heavenly hall to retreat. He began to look forward to it suddenly. Facing the encirclement of so many powerful cultivators, what would the divine cliff do? In the Taoist temple at the top of the sky, Li Zhangqi came up to Taichu Yudao again and said respectfully, "Senior apprentice brother, the heavenly hall really spread the news about Zhou Xuanji. Next, the Dao Heaven sect will become the center of the storm." He was filled with disdain toward the heavenly hall. Since ancient times, many geniuses were born in the northern wilderness region. But it was a pity that the heavenly hall could not keep them. The biggest reason was that Sage Yuqian was not powerful enough. He could never reach the peak. With his back facing Li Zhangqi, Taichu Yudao smiled and said, "It's okay. Let them come." Chapter 432. Zhou Xuanji did not know that his identity had been exposed, and a large number of enemies were on their way. He lay on the stone pillar, quietly waiting for time to pass. In the blink of an eye, there were only 5 days left until the end of the Ascender assessment. Zhou Xuanji had already made a name for himself in the mysterious tribulation crater. After all, he did not kill anyone but only robbed other Ascenders. The news of him robbing Gumayan spread like wildfire, causing him to stand shoulder to shoulder with Mo Yuha. All the Ascenders were looking forward to the battle between him and Mo Yuha. It would be best if the two strongest experts perished together. However, Zhou Xuanji and Demon Desire River minded their own business and did not attack each other. This was especially so for Zhou Xuanji, who just lay there without moving. The Ascenders all understood his intentions. This bastard wanted to rob the other Ascenders of their geocentric crystals. Wu Mingyi and a group of Divine Cliff disciples gathered near Zhou Xuanji. Today, the Divine Cliff only had 9 people left. They could only rely on Zhou Xuanji's might to survive. Zhou Xuanji had long since noticed their approach, but he did not mind. Guma Yuan did not attack the other Ascenders. He was also frantically plundering the geocentric flame crystals. The magma sea was incomparably silent, and the atmosphere was heavy. Everyone was vigilant of their surroundings. If he was careless and was shot down, he would die without a burial. There were already some pitiful creatures who fell down before, and not even a trace of their soul was left. On the 4th last day, Guma Yuan could no longer sit still, and he began to slaughter the Ascenders. Who wouldn't want to fight a little longer if they could survive until today? As a result, many Ascenders died tragically because they didn't even have the time to take out their identity tokens. On the 3rd last day, there were less than 200 Ascenders left in the profound tribulation crater. Most of them were hiding underground, not daring to approach the magma ocean. In the outside world, many of the eliminated Ascenders returned to their respective sects dejectedly. Although they wanted to leave, they had no choice but to give the Dao Heaven sect face. They gritted their teeth and continued to watch. At the same time, they also wanted to know who would win. On this day, Mo Yuha also began to attack the other Ascendants. He and Gumayun turned into cruel hunters and chased after the Ascenders. Zhou Xuanji was already motionless. He did not go down to plunder the Earth Core crystal but just laid there as though he was sleeping. Even though there was no one on the surface of the magma sea, he did not move. Everyone knew what he was trying to do. The more he thought so, the more he looked forward to it. Was a Grade 1 Great Emperor really that powerful? A mere 5th Revolution Golden Immortal could be invincible among Heavenly Revolution Golden Immortals? The 2nd last day, Mo Yuha returned to the surface of the lava and stopped on a stone pillar. From here he could see Zhou Xuanji. The two of them were less than a kilometer apart. This distance was already very close for them. The corners of Mo Yuha's mouth curled upwards, revealing a disdainful smile as he sat down cross-legged. He did not know Zhou Xuanji's true identity, but he knew that this person had defeated Gu Maoyuan, so he was not in a hurry to act, because he didn't even put Gu Maoyuan in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji sent a telepathic message to Wu Mingyi and the others, advising them to stay far away. It would be best if they could crush their identity medallions now. Apart from these people, the other ascenders were all 7th Revolution Golden Immortals and above. Zhou Xuanji was very curious. It had only been 500 years since they ascended, so how did they reach such a stage? One thing was very clear, these ascenders were all from the major forces. With Zhou Xuanji's reminder, the other Divine Cliff disciples decided to retreat as a group. They flew close to the ground and waited for the exam to end. However, they had forgotten that Gu Maoyuan was still up there. On the magma sea, only Zhou Xuanji and Mo Yuha were left. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and asked, "Hey, how many earth core crystals do you have?" "I have 20,000. Mo Yuha glanced at him and said indifferently, "Just a little more than 1,000,000. "A little more than 1,000,000. Zhou Xuanji smiled. What a fat sheep. Seeing his smile, the outside world was in an uproar. This first-class great emperor was really arrogant. How powerful was he to be so unbridled? Guanhong frowned tightly. The more she looked at Zhou Xuanji, the more displeased she was. Sage Yutian was silent, but his eyes were filled with complicated emotions. If Zhou Xuanji could be used by the Heavenly Hall, perhaps the Heavenly Hall could soar. Li Zhangqi stood beside emissary Li Qing and chatted cheerfully with him about Zhou Xuanji. The other forces cursed in their hearts. What right did this guy have to become an elder of the Dao Heaven sect? He was too shameless. When Zhou Xuanji gets first place and becomes a 10th Revolution Golden Immortal 10 years later, you will have one more Void Extreme Immortal. How enviable! Li Zhangqi chuckled as though he was a good brother to emissary Li Qing. Han Shuzi sent emissary Li Qing to lead Zhou Xuanji, which meant that the two of them had a good relationship. Li Zhangqi naturally wanted to rope emissary Li Qing in. Emissary Li Qing shook his head and smiled humbly, but he enjoyed it in his heart. Continue to brag. Don't stop. Time continued to pass. The last day, Zhou Xuanji stood up slowly, and everyone on the clouds quieted down. The final battle was finally here. Zhou Xuanji and Mo Yuha were definitely the most powerful two in this year's Ascender examination. The Ghost Emperor Extreme Abyss and the 9-Flame Chimera Demon Sword appeared in Zhou Xuanji's hands. Numerous legendary swords appeared around him one after another. Activating their divine energy, the swords shone brilliantly. The surface of his body quickly turned golden and was surrounded by heavenly lightning. A purple Tai Chi diagram with 9 swords appeared on his forehead. Boom! The surrounding cavern walls shook violently, and even the lava lake rippled. Mo Yuha opened his eyes in surprise. He knew that Zhou Xuanji was powerful, but he did not expect his aura to be so powerful. Was this guy really a 5th Revolution Golden Immortal? He got up and unleashed his own aura. The two completely different auras clashed, and the impact caused the inverted stone spikes to fall down. Zhou Xuanji smiled lightly and said, "If I defeat you, I will have more than 1,000,000 pieces. Easy." Mo Yuha raised his right hand, and a blood-red halberd appeared in his hand. A layer of black armor covered his robe, and his aura grew tremendously like a demon god. "Easy? I will let you die." Mo Yuha stared at Zhou Xuanji and said with a smile. His smile was filled with murderous intent. Their eyes met, and both of them looked equally conceited. Boom! The two attacked almost at the same time, and the stone pillar under their feet crumbled instantly. Clang! The sword and halberd clashed. Zhou Xuanji swung both swords at the same time with extreme speed. Mo Yuha held the halberd with both hands, and his speed was just as fast as Zhou Xuanji's. Numerous legendary swords flew toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji activated the 10,000 Sword Dragon incantation straightaway, and controlled hundreds of legendary swords to attack Mo Yuha. He then activated the Emperor's Wei Thousand Hand Sword Buddha, and gathered the power of the heavens and earth. A golden Buddha that was hundreds of meters tall appeared quickly, and he entered it. Mo Yuha frowned. He could sense that Zhou Xuanji's magic energy and strength had grown tremendously. He did not panic. A wave of demonic qi exploded from his body and turned into countless tentacles to defend against the legendary swords around him. His eyes turned red. He held the halberd with both hands and thrust it forward with all his might. The demonic qi transformed into a black dragon and wrapped around the halberd. The dragon clashed with the thousand-hand sword Buddha and pushed it back. Chapter 433. The thousand-hand sword Buddha spread its 1,000 arms, each holding a sword, and slashed at Mo Yuha. More than 100 divine swords surrounded Mo Yuha with dragon-shaped sword qi. At first glance it seemed like an army was surrounding Mo Yuha. Their auras powerful and tyrannical. Although Mo Yuha was being suppressed, he still had the strength to defend. Compared to Gu Mayuan, Mo Yuha was more than 10 times stronger. Zhou Xuanji tightly frowned. If he observed closely, he would find that the thousand-hand sword Buddha was showing signs of collapsing. This fellow's demonic aura is so strong. At this rate, the thousand-hand sword Buddha would explode before he could harm Mo Yuha. He cursed in his heart. Was this guy wearing a reverse armor? He immediately dispelled the Emperor's Wei thousand-hand sword Buddha. Following that, he unleashed the ancestral dragon divine sword and turned it into a 5-clawed golden dragon. An earth-shaking explosion resounded. The unstoppable 5-clawed golden dragon swallowed Mo Yuha in one gulp and rushed along the surface of the lava, setting off 2 waves of scorching heat. Mo Yuha gritted his teeth in the mouth of the 5-clawed golden dragon. He looked around in surprise and found that the 5-clawed golden dragon was formed from sword qi. What a mighty sword technique! At this moment, a sword light shot out from the 5-clawed golden dragon's body. It was Zhou Xuanji. His understanding of the ancestral dragon sword had reached its peak. While stabilizing the ancestral dragon, he could launch another attack on the enemy. The 9 sword souls appeared behind him, and he quickly rushed to Mo Yuha's side. His 2 swords danced in unison, and the sword souls attacked one after another. Mo Yuha was proficient in some kind of powerful halberd technique, which was extremely domineering. He blocked all of Zhou Xuanji's attacks. Although he looked calm, he was complaining in his heart. The web between his thumb and forefinger had already been torn, and it was extremely painful. Most importantly, he was using some kind of secret technique that allowed him to maintain his strongest state, which would speed up the consumption of magic power. Even so, he could only fight Zhou Xuanji to a draw. He couldn't understand. How could a 5th Revolution Golden Immortal have such strength? They did not know that Zhou Xuanji had 2 god-slaying legendary swords in his hands, and he had the power of the heavens and the earth as well as the Tianxia map. With all sorts of great serendipity gathered on him, how could he not be powerful? The 5-clawed golden dragon broke through the cave wall and wreaked havoc underground. The outside world was already in an uproar. Zhou Xuanji can really fight evenly with Mo Yuha. What sword technique is that? He's too strong. If he were to become a real god, how powerful would he be? Mo Yuha has the potential to become the next sect master of the Sovereign Devil sect. Why do I feel that he has become mediocre? It's not that his talent is mediocre. It's that Zhou Xuanji is too powerful. The divine cliff has picked up a treasure. The various factions were all discussing this, and even the Dao Heaven sect's disciples were gasping in shock. Especially the female disciples, their eyes were shining like stars. Zhou Xuanji was handsome and had extraordinary talent. Which woman could resist his charm? Emissary Li Qing smiled and sighed in his heart. A first-class great emperor was indeed extremely powerful. No wonder Zhou Xuanji was ranked 12th on the great emperor stele. The top 20 were all indomitable geniuses. The Dao Heaven sect's sect master, Taichu Yudao, was only ranked 18th. Even when he was 18, he had once been the strongest in the Center God province. It was hard to imagine what heights Zhou Xuanji would reach in the future. In the Taoist temple, Taichu Yudao sat on a cattail hassock and looked at the sky outside. He stroked his long beard and smiled like a kind grandpa, without the aura of a powerful cultivator. He laughed softly and said, "The World Buddha art and Tianxia map are indeed worthy. No wonder Divine Lord Ji wanted them so much." His eyes were immersed in reminiscence as he mumbled, "Little brother, you are indeed talented to create such a creation. You should not die, and I will not let the tragedy of your past happen again. Zhou Xuanji and Mo Yuha's battle was reflected in his eyes, and they looked so tiny. Boom! 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 The five-clawed golden dragon dashed underground while Zhou Xuanji and Mo Yuha fought intensely inside the dragon's body. Mo Yuha realized that his magic energy was being sucked away by his opponent. No, I must leave this place. Mo Yuha gritted his teeth. With a sway of his body, he disappeared and came to the head of the five-clawed golden dragon. He raised his halberd and smashed it down. Bomb! The 1,000-meters-long five-clawed golden dragon exploded immediately and turned into countless sparks. Sword lights flashed, and two sword souls shot toward Mo Yuha. Mo Yuha blocked instinctively, but his face was still cut open. Blood spurted out and his jade crown fell off. His white hair was disheveled. His eyes turned cold and sharp, and a murderous intent burst forth from him. Zhou Xuanji had really angered him. He raised his halberd high, and demonic qi gathered above his head like a sea of clouds. As the halberd swung down, countless vengeful demons charged out from the demonic sea of clouds and charged toward Zhou Xuanji with unstoppable force. Zhou Xuanji smiled with disdain. He raised the Ghost Emperor Extreme Abyss and summoned it. With the Extreme Abyss summoned, countless evil spirits charged out and clashed with Mo Yuha's vengeful demon army. Boom! The underground mountain wall far away shattered suddenly, and Gu Moyuan charged over with his saber. A maniacal smile appeared on his face as he targeted Zhou Xuanji first. He was extremely fast. Like a ray of blood-red light, he could not be seen with the naked eye. Zhou Xuanji slashed back. Sky-dominating divine sword soul. Gu Moyuan could only sense an unstoppable force crashing toward him. His body was almost crushed into pieces. Next, he flew backward while vomiting blood and disappeared into the billowing dust. Zhou Xuanji controlled the 26 legendary swords in his mind and got into formation. Hades' God-slaying formation. He could not defeat Mo Yuha, so he could only look for other helpers. Before he came, he had asked emissary Li Qing. Such a summoning formation could be used. As long as the formation was set up by one's own power and not with the help of a formation scroll prepared beforehand, it was not against the rules. He charged toward Mo Yuha again. Mo Yuha noticed the Hades God-slaying formation. He wanted to stop Zhou Xuanji, but Zhou Xuanji was too difficult to deal with. He was shocked in his heart. How does this guy control his swords? Don't tell me those swords have sword spirits? No, there's no aura of a spirit. He's controlling them. Multitasking? Far more than that. Zhou Xuanji did not know how shocked Mo Yuha was, because Mo Yuha had always been at ease, which made Zhou Xuanji feel that Mo Yuha's magic energy was boundless and difficult to defeat. Roar! A horrifying roar came from the Hades God-slaying formation. From the black hole, numerous black tails emerged and danced wildly. A horrifying aura descended and filled the broken underground space. Mo Yuha looked over with a frown. Fear could be seen in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji was pleasantly surprised in his heart. When he used the Hades God-slaying formation, he failed many times, which almost made him lose confidence in the formation. This aura. It's very powerful. It was too late to stop the Hades God-slaying formation now. However, Gu Moyuan charged at him again. His hair was disheveled and he was extremely furious. He slashed at the Hades God-slaying formation with his saber. Ji Xian. If I can't win, don't even think about winning. The saber chi swept across like a blood moon, majestic and domineering. The black tails in the black hole disappeared suddenly. A black beam of light shot out and dispersed the blood moon saber chi before dashing toward Gu Moyuan. Gu Moyuan could not dodge in time and was struck by the black beam. Chapter 434. Ah! Gu Moyuan raised his head and screamed miserably. His body trembled as a layer of black light enveloped his body. Zhou Xuanji and Mo Yuha stopped at the same time and looked at him with astonishment. Even Zhou Xuanji did not expect this to happen. Under their gazes, Gu Moyuan quickly demonized. Demonic qi engulfed him, and he turned into a devil with 18 black tails. His eyes shone with a bloody light, and it was impossible to distinguish his true appearance. They could only see his silhouette, and he even let out a low roar. Immediately after, Gu Moyuan directly attacked Mo Yuha. Mo Yuha's eyes widened. Zhou Xuanji, on the other hand, was pleasantly surprised. It seemed that this demon was not as simple as it seemed. It could possess a body to fight. He immediately followed, joining forces with Gu Moyun to fight Mo Yuha. After being possessed by the demon, Gu Moyuan's power increased by several folds. He was not any weaker than Zhou Xuanji and Mo Yuha. How could Mo Yuha block it? He was instantly at a disadvantage. Zhou Xuanji switched between different sword techniques, which were incredibly profound. Gu Moyuan, on the other hand, used brute force to beat Mo Yuha until his hands were numb. This scene shocked everyone in the outside world. What's that? Is this cheating? Use the power of evil and unorthodox das. Others set up their own formation. Can you? The son of the demonic emperor bloodline is so pathetic. I feel like he's just a clown before Zhou Xuanji and the demon Desire River. Is there anything this guy doesn't know? Mo Yuha is finished. Hearing the discussions in the surroundings, the sovereign demon Sex Guan Hong clenched her fists, her expression extremely gloomy. He wished he could kill everyone around him. Unfortunately, he did not have such a powerful ability. If this continued, Mo Yuha would definitely lose. The Buddha ghost Sex anger was no less than his. In fact, it was even greater. After all, Mo Yuha was fighting 1 against 2. Even if he lost, it wouldn't be shameful. But Gu Moyuan. They cursed at Zhou Xuanji's shamelessness in their hearts. Bang! Gu Moyuan stomped on Mo Yuha, breaking his sternum. Fresh blood spurted from his mouth as his body smashed through layers of rocks, rushing towards the ground. Zhou Xuanji followed up with another attack, beating the dog while it was down. In less than 3 breaths of time, Mo Yuha's halberd left his hand. His face contorted and he almost fainted. Facing Zhou Xuanji and Gu Moyuan's barrage of attacks, he could not withstand it at all. Too strong. His heart was filled with unprecedented grievance and unwillingness. At this moment he finally understood what Gu Moyuan had felt before. The sword light flashed. The lickable sword, the soft velvety sword, the dumb sword, the world fool sword, the great compassion sword, and the truth sword pierced into his chest one after another. The combination of various special abilities became the straw that broke the camel's back, causing Mo Yuha to completely lose the ability to fight. Zhou Xuanji used universal attraction and sucked him in front of him. The Ghost Emperor Extreme Abyss was pressed against his throat. You lost. Zhou Xuanji said calmly, living up to his initial arrogance. He was as calm as if he had defeated a passerby. Mo Yuha struggled to open his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "Kill me." After being defeated to such an extent, he no longer had the face to continue living. Zhou Xuanji said, "Hand over the Earth Core crystal. There's no need to seek death. There's still a long way to go. Moreover, if you die like this, will you be able to face the sovereign demon sect behind you? Life is long. It's impossible for everything to be smooth sailing and to be undefeated. A powerful cultivator is not invincible, but he will only be knocked down and not defeated. It's nothing if his body is defeated, but if his heart is defeated, then he is really dead." He said it casually, which made Mo Yuha fall into silence. The spectators outside were shocked by his words. If these words were said in another situation, it would only make people scoff. But given the current situation, Zhou Xuanji could have killed Mo Yuha to prevent himself from making enemies. But he did not. Even the sovereign demon sex side was stunned. Li Zhangqi sighed in amazement. This guy has the spirit of a powerful cultivator and the demeanor of a grandmaster. Forgiving was harder than killing. Zhou Xuanji asked Guman to take out his earth core crystals. There were a total of 1.2 million. He said with a smile, "See, not only you but he also took out everything. A man must be able to let go. We will fight again in the future. You are really powerful. Of course you are far inferior to me." Mo Yuha took a deep breath and handed over all his earth core crystals. Zhou Xuanji accepted them quickly. With more than 2 million earth core crystals, Zhou Xuanji was already the final winner. After that, Zhou Xuanji let go of Mo Yuha. This guy was already severely injured and could not recover within a day. As for Gu Moyuan, he would recover naturally after the demons retreated. Zhou Xuanji did not want to kill them. First, they had no enmity with each other. Second, killing them would only bring him endless trouble. He had a bolder idea. to make him a sword slave. At the thought of this, he said to Moyuha, "You don't have to blame yourself. I have the potential of a first-class great emperor. No one will look down on you even if you lose to me. Moreover, everyone outside saw the battle just now. They will only praise you." Since things had come to this, his identity must have been exposed. He decided to self-destruct. Moyuha opened his eyes wide and cried out in shock. "First-class great emperor. You are Zhou Xuanji?" Zhou Xuanji was definitely the most famous person in the past 100 years. Not only in the Center God Province but also in the other God provinces. No wonder. Moyuha felt better suddenly. He was only a second-class great emperor after all. He sighed and fell into silence. Zhou Xuanji flew to the side and waited for the examination to end. An hour later, the evil demons retreated, and Gu Mayun woke up. He looked at Zhou Xuanji in fear and did not dare to find trouble with him anymore. He realized that his earth core crystals were no longer there. So he immediately turned around to collect them. Moyuha gave up. To him, other than the first place, everything else was a loss. The second place was the one who failed the most. Until the next morning. The Ascender examination was over. All the Ascenders in the mysterious tribulation crater felt a mighty force wrap around them and teleported them out. Zhou Xuanji appeared, and the sky shook. Cheers sounded out. Zhou Xuanji is mighty. Awesome first-class great emperor. Too powerful. A first-class great emperor indeed. He completely crushed the entire field. Not only is he powerful and talented, but his spirit is also admirable. This person is worth learning from our disciples. Should we call him Zhou Xuanji or Jixian? The other Ascenders who survived until the end all turned to look at Zhou Xuanji in astonishment. He is Zhou Xuanji? The Divine Cliff's disciples were the most astonished, especially Wu Mingyi. His jaw almost dropped to the ground. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and sighed in his heart. Humph! Zhou Xuanji, you dare to protect the northern wilderness humans. Today you will die in the mysterious tribulation crater. A cold snort came, covering all the cheers and silencing the heavens and earth. The sea of clouds in the east opened up, and a pair of gigantic eyes appeared behind it. This pair of gigantic eyes stared at Zhou Xuanji fixedly. Murderous intent filled the heavens and earth, which made everyone shiver. Emissary Li Qing came up to Zhou Xuanji instantly and cried out with a deep voice. Who are you? Zhou Xuanji is a core disciple of the Divine Cliff. How can you kill him just because you want to? Chapter 435. Whoosh above the clouds. Everyone turned to look at the giant eye in the sky. This was the Tao Heaven sect, and Zhou Xuanji was the Divine Cliff's treasure. Who would dare to come here to kill him? Zhou Xuanji also looked over. It was not the first time he had seen such large eyes, but he still could not recognize them. To dare to rush here to kill him, it was definitely not due to jealousy. There should really be a grudge between them. But in Zhou Xuanji's eyes, apart from the Heavenly Hall and Xiao Hongjun, who else could he have enmity with? There was another possibility. That was Divine Lord Ji. However, Emissary Li Qing had once told him that Divine Lord Ji was extremely mysterious and never showed himself. The world only knew his name but never saw him. Divine Cliff, this kid carries too much sin. If you really want to protect him, then you'll be making an enemy out of the Center God Province. The pair of huge eyes stared at Emissary Li Qing and shouted in a deep voice. Hearing this, the various sects above the cloud sea were all amazed. Become enemies with the Center God Province? Who the hell are you? Such arrogance. Zhou Xuanji and Emissary Li Qing were speechless. Was this person brainless? The surrounding Ascenders all retreated far away from Zhou Xuanji. Bang! A bolt of lightning suddenly came from the horizon, intending to shatter Zhou Xuanji's soul. Emissary Li Qing quickly struck out with his palm, and a giant green palm appeared out of thin air. It was like a mountain that stood in front of the two of them, blocking Ji Lei. Lightning coiled around the giant green palm, causing cracks to appear all over the surface of the palm, and it instantly collapsed. Emissary Li Qing's expression changed drastically as the lightning was about to strike. A cool breeze blew past, blowing away the lightning. The huge eye on the horizon dissipated, and a towering black shadow suddenly appeared at the edge of the mysterious tribulation crater. There were also similar black shadows in other directions, and there were a total of 23 of them. They were like black pillars that supported the heavens and the earth, causing the people from various forces to be terrified. Who are they? What a strong aura. It's at least a real god or even stronger. Zhou Xuanji made so many enemies. They are afraid that Zhou Xuanji will grow up. After all, this guy is a first-class great emperor. If he grows up, he will affect many things and benefits. Now Zhou Xuanji is dead for sure. Even if Han Shuzi is here, he might not be able to protect him. 23 mysterious powerful cultivators stood at the edge of the mysterious tribulation crater. Zhou Xuanji had no way to escape. He narrowed his eyes, anger rising in his heart. He had never provoked so many experts. An undeserved calamity. These people were definitely looking for an excuse to get rid of him. Don't let me find out that you're all dead, or I won't rest until you die. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were cold as he mumbled to himself. Emissary Li Qing didn't turn around when he heard his words. Instead, he was ready for battle. Even at this critical juncture, he did not retreat. Zhou Xuanji took out the two god-slaying legendary swords and prepared to fight. At this moment, an old voice sounded. Sect leader of the Taichu sect, are you going to protect him? The Taichu sect master. Dao Heaven sect master Taichu Yudao. Everyone was shocked. The relationship between the Dao Heaven sect and the Divine Cliff was not close and could only be considered average. Could it be to rope Zhou Xuanji in? Taichu Yudao's voice sounded out from the sky, his tone calm as he said, Zhou Xuanji received a true legacy from a little friend of mine, and he can be said to be related to me. I naturally have to protect him. The moment he said this, everyone in the sky above the mysterious tribulation crater exploded. Zhou Xuanji had such a relationship with the Dao Heaven Sect's sect lord? Emissary Li Qing and Li Zhangqi were also stunned. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He had obtained little friend Taichu Yudao's legacy? Wouldn't that make me his little brother? No, I'm one level lower than him. Wait, whose legacy did I obtain? Sky-sundering Sword Emperor Wang Xiaofei? He Gemin Sword Emperor? Impossible. These two people could not become sworn brothers with Taichu Yudao. He suddenly thought of the World Buddha art in Tianxia map. This art and treasure could transcend the mortal realm. Even in the Great Thousand World, they were still powerful. From the beginning to the end, he did not know who created the World Buddha art. It was said that the World Buddha art had more than 3 levels. The more he thought about it, the more he frowned. Little friend? What a joke. Taichu Yudao, do you really want to become enemies with the entire Center God province? Another voice sounded out, filled with murderous intent. They did not act because they were wary of Taichu Yudao. Taichu Yudao's voice sounded out again. In 10 breaths, if you do not retreat, then stay here forever. Domineering. No wonder he was once the most powerful cultivator in the Center God province. Perhaps he might be the most powerful too. Everyone was subdued by his boldness. The 23 black figures fell into silence. Taichu Yudao's domineering attitude caught them off guard, and they hesitated. Soon they disappeared one after another. The first voice sounded out again. Taichu Yudao, you can protect him now, but you can't protect him forever. Your Dao Heaven sect might perish soon. Taichu Yudao did not reply, and the other sects did not take it seriously either. Who would not say something harsh? They were more concerned about the relationship between Taichu Yudao and Zhou Xuanji. Would the Dao Heaven sect ally with the Divine Cliff because of this? If these two factions worked together, they could sweep across the Center God province. The sovereign demon sect's Guanhong fell into deep thought with a dark expression. The Buddha Ghost sect's people were also whispering among themselves. Emissary Li Qing heaved a sigh of relief. He turned around and asked Zhou Xuanji in astonishment. You have such a relationship with the Dao Heaven sect? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, I don't know. It's my first time ascending. Emissary Li Qing nodded. He was not guessing that Zhou Xuanji was hiding something. Perhaps it was the good karma left by Zhou Xuanji's ancestors. Sage Yutian looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated expression. His heart was filled with reluctance. He hated. Not because he hated Zhou Xuanji, but because he hated himself. If he was as powerful as Taichu Yudao, he would have protected Zhou Xuanji too. Who would not want such a prodigy? The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. He wanted to leave immediately. Li Zhangqi said, the Ascender examination is over. Begin to count the earth core crystals. As he spoke, the 36 Tao Heaven Sect disciples flew down and inspected the geocentric flame crystal for the last person. Zhou Xuanji took out all the earth core crystals and placed them in front of him, waiting for the inspection. He was still thinking about who those people were. Emissary Li Qing saw through his thoughts and said softly, "They are probably first-rate factions in the Center God province. Those sects that came might be one of them too, such as the Sovereign Demon Sect and the Buddha Ghost Sect. Don't overlook them just because they are here." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He was not that foolish. The leaders of the other sects were not here after all. But why did those powerful cultivators not dare to show their faces just now? Half an hour later, the results of the Ascender examination were out. As expected, Zhou Xuanji ranked first. The second was a 7th Revolution Golden Immortal from the Buddha Ghost Sect. He hid himself well and was not encountered by Zhou Xuanji. Gu Moyuan was ranked 7th. It was too late for him to plunder on the last day. Mo Yuha did not have a single earth core crystal, so he was eliminated. Other than Zhou Xuanji, the other Divine Cliff disciples did not make it into the top 10. The top 10 were brought up to the sky by the Tao Heaven Sect disciples, while Li Zhangqi led the other sects away. Zhou Xuanji was looking forward to what kind of supreme treasure could help him reach 10th Revolution Golden Immortal quickly. Once he reached 7th Revolution Golden Immortal, he would be able to use the Armageddon Legendary Sword. Just thinking about it made him excited. Chapter 436. Under the guidance of the Tao Heaven Sect disciples, Zhou Xuanji and the others came to a palace. At the same time, their seniors followed them. Gu Moyuan kept staring at Zhou Xuanji as though he wanted to eat him alive. Within the palace, 3 elders of the Tao Heaven Sect were waiting. They looked like they had walked out of a painting, and they had benevolent looks on their faces. Their white hair fluttered in the wind. Congratulations to the geniuses for winning the Ascender examination. Next, you will receive your rewards according to your ranking. The white-haired elder in the middle smiled and began to receive the rewards from the 10th place. Emissary Li Qing sent a telepathic message to Zhou Xuanji. "We will stay in the Tao Heaven Sect for a few days and wait for the Cliff Lord to pick us up." Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly. He understood that he would surely die if he went out now. But he did not know if Han Shuzi could stop so many powerful cultivators. Soon it was Zhou Xuanji's turn. The Tao Heaven Sect put the prize into the storage ring, and Zhou Xuanji swept it with his divine sense and found that there were a few small mountains of pure spirit pills. Apart from this, there was also a red pearl that was as big as a fist. It was sparkling and translucent, and it looked like a fruit. He was curious about what it was but was too embarrassed to ask. "My little friend Xuanji, why don't you stay for a few days? Our sect lord wants to talk to you," the white-haired elder said with a chuckle. The white-haired elder chuckled. The 2 elders beside him also nodded at Zhou Xuanji with a smile. This kid's talent was even more ridiculous than their sect lords, so they naturally wanted to befriend him. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Then I shall accept." He also wanted to meet Taichu Yudao. After that, he left with Emissary Li Qing. Gu Moyuan stopped him suddenly and said with gritted teeth, "Zhou Xuanji, the next time we meet, I will surely defeat you. Don't die." After that, he left with the Buddha Ghost Sect's true god. Zhou Xuanji had 2 chances to kill him, but he did not. This made him feel a little complicated. He decided to go into closed-door cultivation after returning. He would not come out until he broke through to Void Extreme Immortal. Zhou Xuanji did not mind, but Emissary Li Qing shook his head and laughed. "It's so good to be young," he sighed in amazement. Zhou Xuanji curled his lip and said, "I'm young, but he's not." Only God knew how old Gu Moyuan was. In the Taoist temple, Zhou Xuanji finally saw the famous Taichu Yudao. He entered the temple by himself while Emissary Li Qing waited outside. This person was even more ordinary than he had imagined. Standing there, his aura was void, as if he had become one with heaven and earth. He did not have the aura of an expert at all. However, the more he thought about it, the more he respected Taichu Yudao. This was another kind of expert who had reached the peak. They had seen through everything and restrained their sharpness. Taichu Yudao stroked his beard and said with a smile, "As expected of a first-class great sovereign, his aptitude is indeed amazing." Zhou Xuanji cupped his fist and said, Thank you for your help, Sect Lord Taichu. Taichu Yudao gestured for him to come forward. Zhou Xuanji was not on guard and walked over without hesitation. If Taichu Yudao wanted to kill him, he could have done so directly, and he would not have been able to stop him. Taichu Yudao took his hand and sighed emotionally. You should also want to know who the young friend I'm talking about is, right? Without waiting for Zhou Xuanji's reply, he started talking to himself, just as Zhou Xuanji had guessed. His little friend was the one who created the World Buddha art and the Tianxia map. He died 180,000 years ago, and the Tianxia map fell into the mortal world. That person was called Gu Tianxia, and he had the bloodline of both humans and demons. Ever since he was born, he had not been accepted by either race. After going through countless trials and tribulations, he created the World Buddha art and the Tianxia map, becoming incredibly famous. He challenged experts everywhere and emerged victorious, until he met Taichu Yudao. After losing to Taichu Yudao, the two of them appreciated each other and discussed the Tao at the Tao Heaven sect for thousands of years. When mentioning Gu Tianxia, Taichu Yudao continuously sighed, his tone filled with regret. If such a genius could live for a long time, he might have been able to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Zhou Xuanji could not help but ask, who killed him? Taichu Yudao frowned and said, I'm not sure. I only know that person's surname is Xian. Xian Daoya. Zhou Xuanji almost cursed out. So it was that bastard. No wonder this fellow would change his fate for him, allowing him to obtain information about the Tianxia map by chance. Feng Kuel, Daoya Old Man, and Devil Emperor Dugu had all become his chess pieces without knowing it. Xian Daoya said that he could become Zhou Xuanji's trump card, but he had killed Gu Tianxia. This promise could also be a threat. Zhou Xuanji's mind worked like lightning, thinking of countless possibilities. He did not say it out loud and pretended that he did not know who Xian Daoya was. He could not convince himself to believe Xian Daoya, nor could he believe Taichu Yudao. The best thing to do was to pretend to be a chess piece and wait and see. Zhou Xuanji looked up and asked, between you and that person, who is stronger? This question was very important. Taichu Yudao said in a low voice, I've only seen him once and did not have the chance to act. However, he was able to easily escape from me, so his cultivation should be higher than mine. In actuality, he did not feel that person was a match for him, but in order to make Zhou Xuanji cautious, he could only exaggerate. Zhou Xuanji felt a headache. A powerful enemy that even Taichu Yudao could not defeat. When would he have the strength to fight? However, that fellow had always been in the shadows. There was definitely a power more powerful than him restricting him, making it so that he did not dare to show himself. For Zhou Xuanji, this was a breakthrough point. You can stay in the Tao Heaven sect and wait for Han Shuzi to come and pick you up. That boy is very powerful and might surpass me someday, Taichu Yudao said as he chuckled. Taichu Yudao chuckled. There were only a few people in the world who had the right to call Han Shuzi a brat. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, Thank you, Tao Heaven sect, for hosting me. Taichu Yudao waved his hand and said with a smile, If I fall one day and the world belongs to you, I hope you can treat the Tao Heaven sect well. Fall? Zhou Xuanji thought about it and said seriously, I owe you a debt of gratitude, so I can naturally do this. Of course, the prerequisite is that I have the strength to do it. Taichu Yudao nodded with a smile, not doubting Zhou Xuanji's potential at all. The two chatted for a while more before Zhou Xuanji left. The Taoist temple fell silent. Taichu Yudao stopped smiling and took out a wooden stick. There were two strange words carved on it. He mumbled, What you said was true. I'm suddenly very interested in who is playing this game of chess. It's time for the trump card you left behind to come out. The wooden stick in his hand dissipated into motes of light that floated in the air. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji and Emissary Li Qing returned to the residence. Emissary Li Qing smiled and said, The Tao fetus red loath pearl is a connate creation, and it has existed for more than 100,000 years. Even the Tao Heaven sect has less than 10 of them. You can use them when you return to the Divine Cliff. After all, you will be in seclusion for a long time. Zhou Xuanji nodded. In the Taoist temple, Taichu Yudao had told him about the Tao fetus red loath pearl's origins, so he wanted to quickly return to the Divine Cliff. The two parted ways and returned to their respective rooms. Zhou Xuanji sat on the bed and took out the ancient god sword, summoning the 9 souls. He asked Gu Tianxia and Xian Daoya to see if anyone knew. Emperor Zhao sneered. Xian Daoya? He's just a paper tiger. Don't be fooled by him. Calm. Wonderful bookstore calm. Chapter 437. Hearing Emperor Zhao's words, Zhou Xuanji could not help but feel surprised, so he asked about Xian Daoya's strength. Emperor Zhao smiled and said, "This guy is a special soul that can escape beyond the 5 elements heaven and earth. He comes and goes without a trace, so he gives off an unfathomable feeling. However, he is not strong. He was able to kill Gu Tianxia back then because Gu Tianxia was unprepared. At that time, Gu Tianxia and Divine Lord Ji fought and both were injured, which gave him the opportunity. I once met Xian Daoya. At that time he wanted to split his soul and take over my body, but I easily killed him. His tone was arrogant and full of disdain. An existence that could intimidate Taichu Yudao had been accidentally defeated by him. How could he not be happy?" Emperor Hanlin then said. "Even so, no one can kill him. This is also a form of strength. He is truly an undying existence in the great 1,000 worlds." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji could not help but think of Daoya Old Man's undying divine ability. So it was a legacy. Emperor Zhao spoke again. "Brother Zhou, find a chance to resurrect me. I'll bring you on a horse galloping across the Center God province. Although I'm not even 80,000 years old, I almost became the sovereign demon sect master. Back then," he began to boast endlessly, and Zhou Xuanji was a little doubtful. This guy was once a sect master candidate of the sovereign demon sect? The sovereign demon sect was a force even stronger than the divine cliff. Was this guy really that powerful? The current sovereign demon sect master had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Venerable Xian snorted coldly. Sovereign demon sect? When this sovereign was still alive, there seemed to be a junior who founded the sovereign demon sect. Emperor Zhao laughed. "You really know how to brag." The other mighty figures spoke one after another. "Emperor Zhao, you just want to revive. Oh right, you still haven't told me how you died." "I know, he died of chi deviation. Tsk, the sovereign demon sect has already declined. Are you looking down on me? We're all remnant souls, so stop boasting." Zhou Xuanji could tell that these souls all wanted to revive. It was not impossible, but not for now. Without sufficient strength, he still wanted to understand the boundless universe through the 9 souls. After a series of inquiries, the pressure in his heart suddenly decreased. Although Xian Daoya was undying, his combat power was not strong, so there was no need to worry too much about him. What he had to worry about the most was that Xian Daoya would use some tricks and attract other experts to deal with him. After chatting for an hour, Zhou Xuanji put away the ancient god sword. He sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. This was the Dao Heaven sect, so he wasn't afraid of sneak attacks. Meanwhile, news of the Ascender examination in the mysterious tribulation crater spread like wildfire. The news that Ji Xian was Zhou Xuanji swept across the entire region like a hurricane. Within just 10 days, the entire Center God province was discussing this. First-class Great Emperor Zhou Xuanji. He had ascended. He had first subdued Shi Shenzong before defeating Gu Maoyuan and Mo Yuha, obtaining first place in the Ascender examination. In an instant, Zhou Xuanji once again became an influential figure, and the younger generation all looked forward to him. Zhou Xuanji was not even 100 years old. These days, whenever Zhou Xuanji went out to walk around the Dao Heaven sect, the disciples all looked at him differently. Wherever he went, there would be people discussing and pointing at him. Of course, no one dared to get close to him. A first-class great sovereign only existed in legends. They were already very excited to be able to see one with their own eyes. 24 days had passed since the Ascender examination ended. Han Shuzi finally came. He came to his residence, and all the disciples surrounded him. "Cliff Lord, you are so slow," Zhou Xuanji said faintly. They only needed 6 days to get here, but Han Shuzi took more than half a month. However, Han Shuzi came to save him, so he could not blame him. He could not wait to absorb the Dao Fetus Red Loath Pearl in isolation. "Let's go," Han Shuzi said with a smile. "I have already informed the Taichu sect lord." After that, he waved his right hand, and the group flew up with the wind. A green gust of wind swept toward the horizon. Along the way, all the Divine Cliff's disciples were careful, fearing that the enemy would appear again. Han Shuzi praised everyone before saying to Zhou Xuanji, "After this mission, focus on your cultivation and try to break through to 10th Revolution Golden Immortal as soon as possible." The other disciples were envious, becoming a 10th Revolution Golden Immortal after ascending for less than a year. Compared to him, they were really. Wu Mingyi felt the most complicated because he ascended on the same day as Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Cliff Lord, can you help me investigate the whereabouts of the 18 divine swords? I will find them myself." 18 divine swords. Emissary Li Qing looked at him in surprise. Han Shuzi smiled with narrowed eyes and said, "Who told you that the 18 divine swords really exist? In the Center God Province, the 18 divine swords were just a legend." Zhou Xuanji replied telepathically. There was nothing to hide about Magistrate Chui's identity. After all, he was very powerful. Who would dare to make trouble for him? Han Shuzi heard him and looked at him deeply. The others were shocked. They immediately understood. No wonder Zhou Xuanji could ascend to the Divine Cliff. He should have appeared in the Heavenly Palace. "That's easy. I have something else to tell you," Han Shuzi said as he nodded. Han Shuzi nodded, and the smile on his face disappeared. Zhou Xuanji looked at him curiously. Han Shuzi did not care about the others and said straightforwardly, "Two more people ascended from the northern wilderness region. They are Bai Haoisin and Xiao Hongjun. You seem to have enmity with them. Bai Haoisin is easy to deal with. That boy has a carefree personality and will not ask his revered teacher for help. However, Xiao Hongjun will definitely take revenge. She has already returned to the Bloodbat Cave and will most likely ask old ancestor Bloodbat to deal with you. That demon's cultivation is not inferior to mine, so you must be careful." Zhou Xuanji frowned. He had never thought that these two fellows would also come to the Center God Province. He decided that when he reached the Divine Cliff, he would take out the Spirit Communication Heart to contact Marquis and ask about the situation in the Northern Wilderness region. Han Shuzi then asked, "Is Devil Emperor Dugu also in the Northern Wilderness region? Is your relationship with him good?" Hearing this, Emissary Li Qing's expression slightly changed. Back then, Devil Emperor Dugu had charged into the Divine Cliff alone, and was the Divine Cliff's mortal enemy. Zhou Xuanji nodded and did not hide anything. He had his own friends, and he believed that Han Shuzi would not be so narrow-minded. After hearing this, Han Shuzi nodded and said, "Devil Emperor Dugu is indeed peerless and peerless among second-class great emperors. However, this person can easily go berserk, so you must be careful." "Easily go berserk?" Zhou Xuanji's heart thumped. That old guy wouldn't go berserk in the Northern Wilderness region and slaughter all living beings, right? "Don't worry. It's just that he can't withstand the spiritual chi of the Center God Province. He'll be fine in the mortal world. Otherwise, why would he hide in the Northern Wilderness region?" Han Shuzi saw through his thoughts and consoled him, causing him to instantly heave a sigh of relief. Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt that even if he came to the Center God Province, he would not be able to see through the Northern Wilderness region. Why were Wang Ho, Devil Emperor Dugu, Bai Haoisin, Xian Daoya, and Xiao Hongjun in the Northern Wilderness region? He couldn't understand, so he didn't ask. Half a day later after that, they returned to the Divine Cliff. After returning to his courtyard, Zhou Xuanji immediately took out the Spirit Communication Heart and contacted Marquis. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 438. Only Zhou Xuanji could enter this courtyard. He had given the order that everyone else had to call out to him before entering, including Shi Shenzong. Shi Shenzong and Fei Hai were not here. They were most likely studying in Divine Cliff City. Soon Wang Ho's voice came from the psychic heart. "What is it?" Zhou Xuanji immediately asked about the situation in the Northern Wilderness region, and Marquis replied. After he left, the Northern Wilderness region remained peaceful. Devil Emperor Dugu guarded the northern part of the continent and never left his residence. The other experts who could threaten the Northern Wilderness region did not cause any trouble, and it was a peaceful time. Zhou Xuanji's heart was finally relieved. He told them about Xiao Hongjuan's ascension and told Marquis to be careful. Then, he put away the heart of communication, gave a few instructions to the maid, and returned to his room to begin his closed-door training. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he held the Tao Fetus Red Loath Pearl in his arms. He immediately used world internalization and absorbed the spiritual energy within the Tao Fetus Red Loath Pearl. Boom! Zhou Xuanji felt a jolt in his soul as spiritual qi surged into his body. The feeling of spiritual qi cleansing his bones and tendons was really wonderful. He entered a state of full concentration and cultivation. Inside the Cliff Master's palace, Han Shuzi gathered the 36 envoys, his personal disciples, and all the elders together. He sat on the head of the table and began to speak. On the way to the Tao Heaven sect, I encountered those people who wanted to kill Zhou Xuanji. Their target has already shifted to our divine cliff. According to my investigations, the factions involved include the Kuemu Hall, the 7 Big Dipper sects, the Buddha Ghost sect, the Black Thunder Aperture, and the 8 Desolate Spirit sect. Although I killed 8 people, it's far from enough. The Divine Cliff's greatest disaster in the past 100,000 years is about to come. I don't want to explain why we have to protect Zhou Xuanji. You should all understand that you must be on your guard in case the enemy invades at any time. His voice became more serious than ever, and no one refuted. As the rulers of the Divine Cliff, they knew that the Divine Cliff's development had reached a bottleneck. They could no longer excavate the resources of the mortal realms. Zhou Xuanji was their hope to break through this obstacle. The eldest disciple Yang Yutian cupped his fist and said, "Do we need to allocate resources to Zhou Xuanji?" He was not jealous of Zhou Xuanji. Compared to the Cliff Master, he was more willing to see the Divine Cliff prosper. Moreover, according to his understanding, Zhou Xuanji had created his own sect in the mortal realm and loved swords. He most likely would not accept the position of Cliff Master. Han Shuzi shook his head and said, "He has his own fortuitous encounters. There's no need for us to add fuel to the fire. It's enough for us to help him find out the whereabouts of the 18 divine swords." 18 divine swords. A commotion broke out in the hall. Yang Yutian was stunned for a moment before he said, "I do know of a holy sword, but this sword is located." He told them the location of the holy sword, causing everyone to be surprised. Why is it in his hands? If that's the case, how did you get the sword? Forget it. Let's find out the whereabouts of the other sacred swords. I agree. Cliff Lord, you cannot leave the Divine Cliff. If you leave, the Divine Cliff might be attacked. Han Shuzi frowned as well. There was fear in his eyes. He sighed. Let's look for the whereabouts of the other holy swords. That person is crazy, but he is extremely powerful. Even if I were to encounter him, I wouldn't have any chance of winning. The others nodded in agreement. Yang Yutian frowned but did not say anything. Zhou Xuanji's ascension caused a huge commotion in the Sintergat province. Ever since he went into closed-door cultivation, the Divine Cliff's disciples were often ambushed by mysterious factions when they went out on missions. Even the Divine Cliff city was infiltrated by enemies. Although the higher-ups could understand it, the disciples were displeased. They felt that it was unfair. For Zhou Xuanji, the Divine Cliff placed them in danger. Soon, the Divine Cliff was filled with complaints. 10 months later. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 93 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained. Glorious Gold God Temple Diamond Sword. Heavenly Soul-Shaking Wind Sword. Zhou Xuanji was woken up by the sword spirit's voice. He did not open his eyes but continued to absorb the Tao Fetus Red Loath Pearl's spiritual qi. Because he was about to break through. The Tao Fetus Red Loath Pearl had accumulated spiritual qi for hundreds of thousands of years. In less than a year, he was about to break through to 6th Revolution Golden Immortal, which meant that he would reach 7th Revolution Golden Immortal in at most 2 years. The Armageddon Legendary Sword was waving at him. 5 days later, he successfully broke through to 6th Revolution Golden Immortal. He continued to cultivate. In the courtyard next to him, Shi Shenzong sensed his magic energy aura and frowned slightly. "No, I can't be left behind by him," he said with gritted teeth. He stopped practicing with the sword and sat down to internalize qi. Boom! Under the thunderous sky, mountains were densely packed like spikes. Bai Hao Yisan knelt at the foot of a mountain, and Feng Qiu was beside him. At this moment, Feng Qiu was only left with his soul. He was like a candle flame, flickering and about to dissipate at any moment. How much longer do we have to kneel for? He asked with gritted teeth. Bai Haoisen used the same method as Zhou Xuanji to ascend. In order to follow him, Feng Qiu gave up his body and was only left with his soul. Since things had come to this, he could only follow Bai Haoisen to the end. Bai Haoisen straightened his back and placed his hands on his legs as he said, "Wait for this emperor's revered teacher to descend. When that time comes, he can casually point at you and you will recover your body." Hearing this, Feng Qiu became excited. He could not maintain his soul form for too long. After all, his magic energy was not powerful enough. Whoosh, a cold gust of wind blew, causing Feng Qiu's soul to tremble. "Bai Hao, you still have the face to come back?" A dignified voice sounded out. This sentence caused Feng Qiu's expression to instantly fall. Fudge! Bai Haoisen had come to the mortal realm without telling his revered teacher? If that was the case, would his revered teacher become angry whenever he saw him? The more Feng Qiu thought about it, the more terrified he became. Bai Haoisen sighed and said, "Revered teacher, this emperor was wrong. This emperor was instigated by a traitor. That old fellow is too sinister. You shouldn't have made friends with him." As he spoke, a figure appeared in front of him and slapped him across the face, sending him flying and crashing into a mountain. Feng Qiu was given a big fright and his body trembled as he looked at the newcomer in terror. It was a well-built man who looked 40 or 50 years old. His black hair was mixed with many white hairs, and he wore tattered gray clothes, looking like a boorish man from the mountains. He looked at Bai Haoisen and said in a low voice, "Are you blaming teacher?" Bai Haoisen hurriedly landed and knelt as he begged, "Revered teacher, how could I dare? I was wrong." Seeing that his revered teacher was angry, he did not dare to call himself this emperor anymore. The well-built man looked at him and said coldly, "From today onwards, don't descend into the mortal realm again. Teacher will give you a mission, and you must properly cultivate." Bai Haoisen felt quite surprised and asked, "What mission?" The well-built man replied, "Defeat someone and bring glory to me." "Who?" "The 12th on the great emperor steel, Zhou Xuanji." Bai Haoisen's face instantly became pale, and he almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chapter 439. Bai Haoisen forced a smile and said, "Revered teacher, Zhou Xuanji is still young, and I've seen him before. Why suppress him?" Feng Qiu's expression was strange. "Young? Suppress? Are you kidding me?" The muscular man stared at him and cursed. "I told you to fight him, so you did it. He's a first-class great emperor. Once he grows up, he will be 9 heavens above you." Bai Haoisen felt depressed and asked, "What's the reason?" "There has to be a reason, right? Is it because he's too talented?" The muscular man replied, "The person behind him is from the great emperor Dao court. Ever since he was born, the great thousand worlds' fate changed. The races of the other divine provinces showed signs of invading the center god province. First it was the northern wilderness region and next it might be the great thousand world. It's all because of him." Bai Haoisen opened his eyes wide and said with gritted teeth, "Great Emperor Dao court? Wait, it can't be that old guy." Feng Qiu was quite confused. What was the great Emperor Dao court? It sounded very powerful. "It's him, Xian Daoya. The Daoya old man beside Zhou Xuanji is the reincarnation of his soul." The muscular man nodded with a sharp look in his eyes. Bai Haoisen's breathing became ragged, and his anger grew. So that's why Xian Daoya tricked him into descending to be Zhou Xuanji's stepping stone. How hateful. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. Zhou Xuanji reached 95 years old and obtained 3 legendary swords. They were the Abyssal Cleaving Sword, Silver Moon Sword, and 3 Leopard One Sword. They were all glorious gold grade. To him, his luck was a little bad, but he did not give up. Because he was about to break through to 7th Revolution Golden Immortal. It had to be said that the Tao Fetus Red Loathe Pearl's spiritual chi was too massive. As his cultivation grew, the rate at which he absorbed spiritual chi increased, and he felt that it was inexhaustible. He even suspected that this pearl contained an independent world. Other than spiritual chi, the Tao Fetus Red Loathe Pearl also had a special energy that could continuously improve his body. After breaking through in 8 days, he finally reached 7th Revolution Golden Immortal. After consolidating his magic energy, he immediately took out the all-evil yin-yang destruction. At first glance, the sword looked like a pair of scissors with black and white blades. There was a gap of 3 centimeters between the two blades, the white blade and the black blade respectively. There were dozens of tiny black and white beads the size of sesame seeds embedded in the sword guard. He swallowed his saliva and muttered, "What a terrifying power." Even though the all-evil yin-yang destruction didn't move and he didn't inject any magic power into it, he could still feel the surging energy contained within it. If it were to explode, it could destroy everything. He smiled in satisfaction. He didn't test the power of the all-evil yin-yang destruction, but put it back into the supreme warehouse. He didn't stand up and leave. Instead, he continued to absorb the Tao Fetus Red Loath Pearl. Since he was in seclusion, he naturally had to absorb the Tao Fetus Red Loath Pearl in one go. In the courtyard, Shi Shenzong was currently practicing his swordsmanship when Fei Hai came to his side and asked curiously, "Did Senior Zhou break through again?" Ever since he knew that Ji Xian was Zhou Xuanji, he was extremely excited and acted arrogantly wherever he went. Now, as long as he went to Divine Cliff City, many disciples would try to curry favor with him. Of course, there were also people who mocked and ridiculed him, but he did not take it to heart. Judging from the Divine Cliff's intentions, it was obvious that they wanted to nurture Zhou Xuanji as the sect's treasure. Naturally, he did not care about the jealous words of some disciples. Shi Shenzong continued to practice as he replied, He behaved calmly. He was used to it. He did not want to compete with Zhou Xuanji anymore. This was the first time Shi Shenzong had felt powerless towards a person's talent. In the past, he thought that he could catch up to Zhou Xuanji. From the looks of it, however, he had set his sights on the Ascender assessment. He wanted to obtain such an opportunity as well. By the way, the 100 Swords gathering will begin in 10 years. Don't you want to go and have a look? Fei Hai could tell that he was not in a good mood, so he changed the topic. Shi Shenzong was a second-grade great emperor, someone he had to curry favor with. Hearing this, Shi Shenzong stopped and asked, "The desolate North 7 sword emperors are also participating?" Fei Hai nodded and said excitedly, "The 100 Swords martial competition is a grand event for sword cultivators like you. It gathers all the powerful sword cultivators in the Center God province and is hosted by Sword Lord Gu. I heard that you can obtain the Heaven and Earth Sword embryo from the 100 Swords martial competition this time. Don't you want to try?" Shi Shenzong started to think. Fei Hai did not disturb Zhou Xuanji. After making sure that Zhou Xuanji did not intend to come out, he turned around and left. Cliff Master Hall. Han Shuzi sat on the chair and sighed. A 7th Revolution Golden Immortal. This kid's absorption ability is too strong. To think that my joke back then would come true. Yang Yutian, who was standing in front of him, also had a complicated expression. He admired Zhou Xuanji's talent, but he was also a little unwilling. Fortunately, he was neither jealous nor resentful. Yang Yuqian cupped his fist and said, "Revered teacher, those sects have been acting more and more brazenly recently. I'm afraid that a war is about to break out. But I keep feeling that there's a conspiracy. They have been delaying, and I don't know what they're waiting for." Han Shuzi said with squinted eyes. "Don't you understand what they're waiting for? Who is the greatest threat in the Divine Cliff? If they want to start a war, they have to get rid of the greatest threat first." Yang Yutian opened his eyes wide. Wasn't the most powerful cultivator in the Divine Cliff Han Shuzi? Could it be that the enemy was trying to assassinate Han Shuzi? "Yutian, we must prepare for the worst. If I die, the position of Cliff Master will belong to you. You must build a good relationship with Wu Qiu and Zhou Xuanji. They are the two best people in the Divine Cliff, especially Zhou Xuanji. I see that this kid is magnanimous and principled. If you don't target him, he will definitely repay you." Han Shuzi got up and said with deep meaning. He had always seen the conflict between Yang Yutian and Wu Qiu but rarely mentioned it. Yang Yutian said anxiously, "Revered teacher, what are you talking about? How can you die?" Han Shuzi waved his hand and said with a smile, "I'm just saying if. I've already written my will. If one day you face the same situation as me, remember to leave a backup plan. Don't let the Divine Cliff die." Yang Yutian was silent. The heavy responsibility was suffocating him. He truly felt what the position of Cliffmaster represented. After that, Han Shuzi asked him to leave. Only Han Shuzi was left in the palace. Han Shuzi sat down and said faintly, "Come out." Right after he spoke, a black shadow appeared. It looked like a person. The black shadow laughed coldly. "Han Shuzi, it seems like you already know the outcome. Why are you still so stubborn?" Han Shuzi said calmly, "To protect the divine cliff. I already knew that you have been suppressing the divine cliff. But for the peace of the Center God province, you did not make a big move." The black shadow paced back and forth in front of him and seemed to be thinking about something. A while later, the black shadow came to a realization and said, "I see. Zhou Xuanji is related to the previous Cliffmaster of the Divine Cliff, right? Or else why would you protect him so desperately? You can't just talk about talent alone." Han Shuzi's pupils contracted. Just when he was about to speak, the black shadow burrowed into the ground. He could not stop it in time. With a long sigh, his body collapsed like a pile of mud. His eyes became hazy as he mumbled, "If you were here, how would we deal with this tribulation?" Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 440. 3 years later. Zhou Xuanji was 98 years old and successfully broke through to 8th Revolution Golden Immortal. At the same time, he also obtained 2 ordinary sword techniques and 5 divine swords, 4 amethyst divine swords and 1 heavenly soul divine sword. They were the Memory Sword, the Torrential Rain Sword, the Earth Attraction Sword, the Great Western Dipper Sword, and the Sunset Heavenly Sword. Zhou Xuanji was most interested in the Memory Sword. Although it was only an amethyst godly sword, its special ability was not bad. If he was stabbed by it, he would easily fall into his memories. In the midst of battle, if he could make his opponent recall their memories, it might have an unexpected effect. Zhou Xuanji somehow thought of the animations, dramas, and movies in his previous life. Whenever he started reminiscing, he was about to die. After reaching the 8th Revolution Golden Immortal Realm, he stopped. He took out the ancient God Sword and summoned the 9 souls. The spiritual energy of the Tao Fetus Red Loath Pearl hadn't been used up yet, but he felt that things were going too smoothly. "If this goes on, will there be repercussions?" Demon Lord Ryuan replied. "The Tao Fetus Red Loath bead cannot be considered a treasure of heaven and earth. Just like your violet demon monarch's heart, it can be considered a great fortune of heaven and earth. The Tao Heaven sect treats them as treasures, and they are only able to establish their current network of connections through these items. You don't have to worry." The 9 souls within the ancient God Sword were Emperor Hanlin, Saber Monarch Donghai, Demon Lord Ryuan, Emperor Songhai, Ghost Emperor Zhangtian, Emperor Zhao, Tao Lord Xiantian, Lu Wuji, and Lord Xian. The most mysterious ones, Tao Lord Xiantian and Lord Xian, were still unknown. The others had all made a name for themselves in the Great Thousand World, which allowed Zhou Xuanji to understand many historical truths that no one knew about. He curiously asked, "How did the Tao Fetus Red Loath Pearl come about?" This thing was so powerful that the 5-colored immortal fruit was nothing compared to it. Lu Wuji replied, "It was born from the Tao Fetus tree. The Tao Fetus tree has 7 colored fruits, and the Tao Fetus Red Loath Pearl is the 3rd grade fruit." "Only 3rd class?" Zhou Xuanji blinked and suddenly wanted to snatch the Tao embryo tree. Of course he was just thinking about it. He was indebted to Taichu Yudao. Even if he had the power, he would not do such a thing. Zhou Xuanji chatted a bit more before putting away the ancient God Sword. He sent a voice transmission to Fei Hai, who was cultivating in the mansion, and asked him to investigate Xian Xianghua's whereabouts. It had already been 6 years since she ascended. With Xian Xianghua's personality, she should have already made a name for herself. To prevent any accidents, he even mentioned Bai Hao Yisan and Xiao Hongjun. If his enemies found out that he had Fei Hai investigate the whereabouts of the 3 of them, they would probably think that he was investigating his enemies. Fei Hai immediately set off. He had many friends outside the Divine Cliff, and even more so inside the Divine Cliff. All he had to do was ask his friends to pay attention when they went out to train. Half a year later, inside the Cliffmaster's palace, Han Shuzi, who was cultivating quietly, suddenly opened his eyes and cried out in a deep voice, "Who is it? Come out." A burst of eerie laughter rang out, as if a malicious ghost had entered the hall. Immediately after, a man emerged from a wooden pillar at the side. His upper body was exposed, his white hair scattered over his shoulders, his skin was dark, and his face was twisted and ferocious. He wore a brocade robe with poisonous thorns in its mouth. He stared at Han Shuzi and said coldly, "Han Shuzi, your death has come." Han Shuzi's pupils suddenly constricted when he saw him, and he immediately stood up. "Malicious Buddha! How could you?" Han Shuzi cried out with a trembling voice, his eyes filled with fear. Another figure appeared from the ground in front of him. It was also a malicious Buddha like a clone. This malicious Buddha laughed sinisterly and said, "You should know who you have offended. Someone asked me to kill you. It's that simple." Numerous malicious Buddhas appeared around Han Shuzi and surrounded him. "To be honest, I don't understand you. You have offended both sides because of Zhou Xuanji. One is the great Emperor Daocourt and the other is the demonic emperor. Where do you get your confidence from?" The 9 malicious Buddhas asked at the same time. Their voices gathered together, and the pressure increased tremendously. Han Shuzi frowned and said, "You were asked by the demonic emperor?" The malicious Buddhas laughed condescendingly, and murderous intent burst out from their eyes at the same time. They charged at Han Shuzi together. Boom! A world-shaking explosion came, shaking the entire divine cliff. Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating in his residence, opened his eyes in shock. He immediately sent out his divine sense and saw that the Cliff Master Hall was engulfed by billowing dust and intense flames. Countless disciples were rushing over from all directions. Enemy attack! Someone sneak attacked the Cliff Master? Prepare for battle! What's going on? Who dares to charge into our divine cliff? Loud shouts sounded out as the 36 emissaries and legacy disciples rushed over. Zhou Xuanji frowned and walked out of the room. All the servants in the mansion were in a state of panic. Even Fei Hai looked terrified. Shi Shenzong came before Zhou Xuanji and said in a low voice, "They might be coming for you. I feel that you should run." The other party directly attacked the Cliff Master. They are evidently determined to win. If they directly attacked Zhou Xuanji, it meant that they were wary of Han Shuzi. However, since they attacked Han Shuzi first, it meant that they had great confidence. Zhou Xuanji's frown became even deeper. How could he run away just like that? Han Shuzi had shown him too much kindness. He could not be so heartless and unscrupulous. At that moment, emissary Li Qing suddenly appeared. He said in a low voice, "The two of you come with me." After saying this, he waved his sleeve and used magic energy to forcefully sweep Zhou Xuanji and Shi Shenzong away. A green gust of wind quickly swept into the fog that covered the sky. Within the wind, Zhou Xuanji asked in a low voice, "Where are we going?" He swept his divine sense over emissary Li Qing. He still remembered the story of Sun Wukong defeating the white-boned spirit 3 times. Could it be that this fellow was an enemy in disguise? Emissary Li Qing's expression was unsightly and he gritted his teeth as he said, "The Cliff Master ordered me to escape with you. The divine cliff is in danger. The one who came is called Malicious Buddha, and he is an undying old monster who has lived for millions of years. Even the Cliff Master is not a match for him. Damn it, why does such a person still exist? Malicious Buddha." Zhou Xuanji and Shi Shenzong's expressions greatly fell. They had both heard of this name before. This person had once been a Buddha before falling into the demonic path. His strength was unparalleled, and he had disappeared for hundreds of thousands of years. Most people thought that he was a fictional existence. Zhou Xuanji gripped his fists and asked, "What about the Cliff Master and the Divine Cliff? Will they be safe after I leave?" Emissary Li Qing did not reply, but his body slightly trembled. Evidently, he was not very calm. Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji sighed. In the end, it was he who had harmed the Divine Cliff. He could not understand. Why would an existence like Malicious Buddha target him and be jealous of his talent? Logically, this should not be the case. After all, he was not the only first-class great emperor. There were 11 more first-class great emperors behind him. Where are we going next? Shi Shenzong asked. He did not let emissary Li Qing leave him behind and chose to follow Zhou Xuanji instead. He had promised to follow Zhou Xuanji, so he could not go back on his word, even if the outcome was death. Emissary Li Qing looked into the distance and mumbled, "To seek refuge with the most powerful existence in the Center God province." Who? Shi Shenzong asked. Emissary Li Qing sighed. Sovereign Qian. Shi Shunzong was stunned. Who was that? Zhou Xuanji's eyes widened, and he almost blurted out the name of a divine beast. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 441. Sovereign Qian. Wasn't this fellow one of the 9 souls in the ancient god sword? Wasn't he already dead? Zhou Xuanji's expression became strange, and Shi Shunzong asked who Sovereign Qian was. Emissary Li Qing looked incredibly respectful as he said, "This person attained the Tao extremely early, and very few people know of his existence. When the sovereign demon sect was first established, Sovereign Qian's might had already shaken the great thousand world." He began to endlessly praise Sovereign Qian. Hearing this, Shi Shunzong felt quite surprised. He had never thought that there would be such a powerful being in the world. Zhou Xuanji suddenly asked, "He's lived for so long. Could he have already fallen?" Hearing this, Emissary Li Qing glared at him and said, "Don't speak nonsense. If the old senior hears this, things will be bad. He's our only hope of survival." Zhou Xuanji felt even more depressed. Sovereign Qian really died. His soul is still in my sword. He asked, "Why don't we go and join Taichi Yudao? Could it be that he's not a match for the malicious Buddhas? Wasn't Taichu Yudao the most powerful person in the Center God province?" Emissary Li Qing shook his head and said, "Even though Taichu Yudao is powerful, he cannot withstand so many experts. Half a month ago, he was ambushed and was heavily injured." Zhou Xuanji frowned. Even Taichu Yudao was heavily injured? Just who was it? He asked Emissary Li Qing, but Emissary Li Qing did not reply. He most likely did not know. The 3 of them continued onwards. Zhou Xuanji did not dare to summon Sovereign Qian, in case Emissary Li Qing lost all hope. On the way, they felt incredibly uneasy. They were worried for themselves and for the divine cliff. Rumble. Dense fog rolled about, and the once prosperous divine cliff city was now in ruins. Countless disciples lay within the ruins, and there were corpses everywhere. Blood splattered everywhere. The 18 malicious Buddhas in the sky laughed wildly without any restraint. Yang Yuqian held his bloodied arm and looked at the malicious Buddhas with a look of reluctance. The malicious Buddhas ignored him because there were too many of them looking at him like this. "From today onwards, the divine cliff will plummet. I won't destroy you. I'll make you live on in humiliation." The malicious Buddhas laughed maniacally in unison before vanishing into thin air. He alone had killed more than half of the disciples of the divine cliff. The 36 envoys and direct disciples were almost all dead, leaving only Yang Yuqian alive. Yang Yuqian sat paralyzed in the ruins. Despair and confusion occupied his heart. He suddenly thought of Zhou Xuanji. Why wasn't he here? Could it be that Han Shuzi had anticipated this? They flew for about 6 hours. Emissary Li Qing suddenly stopped, causing Zhou Xuanji and Shi Shunzong's hearts to tremble. Shi Shunzong cautiously asked, "What is it?" Emissary Li Qing grit his teeth and said, "It's over." It wasn't that he didn't want to fly, but there was an extremely powerful force restraining him. Zhou Xuanji and his companions' expressions changed. They took out their swords and prepared to fight. "Where do you think you're going?" The malicious Buddha's cold laughter came from all directions. Then the 8 malicious Buddhas walked out from different directions and stepped into the green wind. Zhou Xuanji and the other 2 were surrounded. Emissary Li Qing took a deep breath and asked, "Are you the malicious Buddha?" The malicious Buddha had rushed over. What did this mean? The divine cliff? He did not dare to imagine, and his heart was filled with terror. The malicious Buddha ignored him and looked at Zhou Xuanji. After sizing him up, he smiled in satisfaction and said, "You're indeed talented. You even control the violet demon monarch's heart and the Tianxia map. No wonder the demonic emperor wants you so much." The demonic emperor. Shi Shunzong and Emissary Li Qing's expressions changed greatly. They had never expected the mastermind to be the demonic emperor. Theoretically, Zhou Xuanji should not be on the same side as the demonic emperor. Zhou Xuanji did not expect the malicious Buddha to be able to see through the violet demon monarch's heart. Just how high was this fellow's cultivation? Shi Shunzong pointed his sword at the malicious Buddha and said in a low voice, "What do you want?" Just when he spoke, a malicious Buddha appeared behind him and grabbed his shoulder. He threw him out of the green wind and quickly disappeared. In front of the malicious Buddha, Shi Shenzong could not resist at all. Zhou Xuanji's expression sank. He was hesitating if he should use the all-evil yin-yang destruction. He could tell that the malicious Buddha did not want to kill him. Otherwise he would already be dead. Emissary Li Qing protected Zhou Xuanji and took a deep breath. What benefits did the demonic emperor give you to Puchi? A withered hand pierced through his chest and ripped out his heart. The hand crushed it, causing blood to splatter onto his clothes. Emissary Li Qing was stunned and looked at the hand in his chest in terror. In the next second, the malicious Buddha directly tore him apart. Blood splattered onto Zhou Xuanji's face, causing him to stand there dumbfounded, and his body slightly trembled. Another malicious Buddha grabbed Emissary Li Qing's soul. Zhou Xuanji, look closely. This is true power. No matter how peerless your talent is, you will still feel despair. The malicious Buddhas lightly laughed. Their laughter was incredibly terrifying and savage. Emissary Li Qing's soul was directly crushed by the malicious Buddha. His soul dissipated and he could no longer be reincarnated. Zhou Xuanji's pupils constricted and a terrifying aura exploded out, scattering the green wind around him. Just as he was about to take out the all-evil yin-yang destruction, a malicious Buddha appeared in front of him and grabbed his throat. Their eyes met, and Zhou Xuanji's eyes were filled with the malicious Buddha's savage face. Boom! A terrifying soul impact sent Zhou Xuanji's consciousness into an abyss, and he fell unconscious. The malicious Buddha grabbed him and coldly laughed as he said, "No matter how angry you are, it's useless. In front of absolute power, the weak have no hope." Under the azure sky there was a boundless grassy plain. Zhou Xuanji lay on the grass as a light breeze blew past. He suddenly opened his eyes and sat up straight. He breathed deeply and instinctively looked around. Where am I? He looked around in confusion before examining his body. You're going to die. A voice sounded out from behind him, causing him to look back in shock. He saw a man wearing tiger-patterned blood-red clothes standing behind him. His figure was tall and straight, blocking out the sunlight. He hurriedly stood up. This man was half a head taller than him and had broad shoulders. His black hair was slightly messy, and his eye sockets were very dark. His eyelids were sunken in and he had no eyeballs. Zhou Xuanji asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" The man in blood-red clothes calmly replied, "I'm the owner of the Tianxia map. You should have heard of my name. Gu Tianxia." Zhou Xuanji came back to his senses. Wasn't this the virtual world that he had entered when he first obtained the Tianxia map? Gu Tianxia walked to his side, raised his head and murmured, "The malicious Buddha is really a ruthless character. Even at my peak state, I am not even 1/10 of him." Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, "If so, what's the point of seeing me?" From the looks of it, his physical body had already been imprisoned by the malicious Buddha. Gu Tianxia replied, "Our experiences are the same. We're both pawns of the great Emperor Dao Court's Xian Daoya. However, we can't just give up." Great Emperor Dao Court? What was that? Zhou Xuanji frowned even more. It was the first time he had heard of this name. The Great Emperor Dao Court is a faction that was born at the beginning of the world. No one knows how many people are hidden within, and they are incredibly mysterious. Xian Daoya is one of them. Gu Tianxia said faintly, which made Zhou Xuanji even more confused. Why would such a powerful force hide in the dark? Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 442. Are you wondering why the Great Emperor Dao Court is hiding in the dark? Gu Tianxia asked. Having heard him, Zhou Xuanji nodded lightly. Wasn't this guy blind? No, this was the virtual world. It didn't matter if he was blind or not. Gu Tianxia answered his own question. The Great Emperor Dao Court is indeed powerful, but there are definitely powerful existences restricting them, just like the mysterious existences in the 33rd heaven and the ancient celestial race that disappeared a long time ago. Above the 33 heavens? Zhou Xuanji suddenly thought of Marquis. His original body was in closed-door cultivation there. According to what Marquis had said, there was a very powerful existence watching over them. Could that person be an existence that could resist the Great Emperor Dao Court? He had heard of the ancient immortal clan, a true immortal god. It was acknowledged by the heavenly Dao. Malicious Buddha's mission is to deliver you to the demonic emperor. But Xiandaoya has been plotting against you and will not give up. There will definitely be a battle between the two of them, and that will be your chance. I will use the Tianxia map to teleport him out. As for where he will be teleported to, that will be up to the heavens. Gu Tianxia turned to Zhou Xuanji and said softly. He said it in a very relaxed manner. Zhou Xuanji asked, "They are so powerful. Even if I escape, they will find me." Gu Tianxia replied, "Being able to escape once is one thing. They are not omnipotent. The reason why they can find you is because everyone in the world knows that you are at the divine cliff." Zhou Xuanji came back to his senses. If the demonic emperor and malicious Buddha were that powerful, they would have found him long ago. There would have been no need for them to wait for so many years. Gu Tianxia opened his eyelids suddenly. His eyeballs were like two black holes, and Zhou Xuanji's face twitched in fear. Xiandaoya nurtured me before, but he killed me when I wasn't paying attention. However, I left behind my eyes. If you can find them, you can revive me. I am filled with hatred towards Xiandaoya, so if you can revive me, I will never rest until Xiandaoya is dead. The pressure on you will also decrease. Gu Tianxia stared at Zhou Xuanji and said slowly. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. Why were they still thinking about reviving after dying? He couldn't help but recall the past. Were all the enemies he had killed really dead? Alright, I hope that the next time we meet, I'll be alive to see you, Gu Tianxia said as he waved his hand. Without waiting for Zhou Xuanji's consent, he shattered the virtual world. Boom! Zhou Xuanji woke up as though he had just woken up from a dream. The firelight shone on his face. He found himself lying on the ground, surrounded by trees and a bright moon hanging in the night sky. He turned his head and saw malicious Buddha sitting not far away. His doppelgangers were no longer there. The malicious Buddha noticed that he had woken up, but he did not care. He held a piece of yellow skin in his hand and examined it carefully. Zhou Xuanji did not speak and silently sized up the malicious Buddha. This guy was really ugly. Thinking about emissary Li Qing's tragic death, Zhou Xuanji could not suppress the fury in his heart. One day, he would make the malicious Buddha die a horrible death. You want to kill me? The malicious Buddha asked without even batting an eye. Zhou Xuanji did not reply. Even though he was furious, he was not stupid. Contradicting malicious Buddha now would only make him suffer. Malicious Buddha continued to stare at the yellow skin and said softly, I understand your feelings. In fact, I feel even more pain than you do. Do you know why I turned from a Buddha to a demon? It's because a Buddha can't change anything. He can't save others and he can't save himself either. If he becomes a demon, he will have nothing to fear. That's the strongest state. Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly. What villain doesn't have a reason? However, no reason is enough to stop you from taking revenge on the world. You're a sword cultivator, so if you become a demon, you will definitely be very powerful. I've seen a sword demon before, and that fellow was incredibly powerful. If he was still alive, he would definitely be one of the top 10 existences in the Great Thousand World, the malicious Buddha said as he continued to laugh. It was as if he had opened a chatterbox, and he began to speak endlessly, praising the sword demon. Zhou Xuanji did not want to become a demon. He had a wife and daughter as well as people he cared about, and he did not want to harm them. Looking at Devil Emperor Dugu, even though he usually looked like he had everything under control and was very gentle after ascending, he often became bedeviled. The malicious Buddha picked up the yellow skin and waved it at Zhou Xuanji as he smiled and said, Do you know what this is? Zhou Xuanji said grumpily, Your bottom skin? The malicious Buddha chuckled and said, The skin of the ancient immortal clan. The ancient immortal clan are true immortal gods, and every piece of skin and hair contains the power of heavenly law. I'm researching why they are immortal gods. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, You're so powerful. Could it be that you're inferior to immortal gods? The malicious Buddha loudly laughed, his tone filled with condescension. The ancient immortal clan has already declined. I just want to research the power of heavenly law. Do you believe that someone can stand shoulder to shoulder with heavenly law? His tone became fervent. Stand shoulder to shoulder with heavenly law? Zhou Xuanji casually replied, Of course, heavenly law is just a type of rule. When one is powerful enough to become a rule, that is the heavenly law. If one can surpass the rule, one can surpass heavenly law. However, there are many realms above heavenly law, and they are endless. He had read many xianxia novels in his previous life, and it was not difficult for him to make up a story. One of his favorite xianxia novels was Renwexio. Back then, when he saw the main character reach the saint realm and stand shoulder to shoulder with heavenly law, he felt incredibly delighted. In the end, the saint realm was just the beginning, and it was incredibly awesome. This was especially so when he saw the main character become a supreme heavenly emperor, transcending time and space and creating everything. He was incredibly impressed. Fortunately, that fellow had not transmigrated, or else there were still ways to survive as a storyteller in the other world. Of course, it was impossible to become an immortal because the main characters that this fellow wrote were all very arrogant. Those with personalities would be beaten to death on the path of cultivation. Oh, the heavenly law is a rule? Malicious Buddha's eyes lit up, and he seemed to be lost in thought. He seemed to have thought of something, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Zhou Xuanji saw that there was hope. He immediately started talking nonsense. Tao can be Tao, but it's not a Tao. Heaven is Tao, earth is Tao, Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. The malicious Buddha frowned but did not interrupt him. Zhou Xuanji bragged without thinking, and he felt great about it. How is it? Are you scared now? Malicious Buddha said with a look of disdain. What are you talking about? Are you trying to fool a child? Zhou Xuanji was stunned. The hegemon sword emperor was enlightened by these words, but this guy did not fall for it. He changed the topic and asked, "Where is the demonic emperor?" The malicious Buddha replied, "Somewhere very far away." How far? Far beyond your imagination. How far is that? I told you, you can't imagine it. Then tell me. Malicious Buddha turned to look at Zhou Xuanji with a savage smile and killing intent. Zhou Xuanji kept his mouth shut. He prayed in his heart that Xian Daoya would come quickly. Only then would he be able to leave amidst the chaos. If malicious Buddha found the demonic emperor, Xian Daoya would have no chance of winning. The night deepened. Flames flickered between the two of them, and malicious Buddha turned his attention back to the yellow skin. The night passed. When the first ray of sunlight fell, malicious Buddha still had no intention of getting up. Zhou Xuanji could not help but ask, "Why aren't you leaving?" Malicious Buddha said calmly, "Waiting for Xian Daoya." Zhou Xuanji frowned. This guy knew that Xian Daoya was coming? Chapter 443. Malicious Buddha said that he would wait for Xian Daoya, so he stopped. Zhou Xuanji did not know where he was and how far he was from the demonic emperor. He began to recover his magic energy. Malicious Buddha did not seal his cultivation. It seemed that this guy was really arrogant and was not afraid of him escaping. When it was close to noon, malicious Buddha left with Zhou Xuanji. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji noticed that they did not fly very fast. This guy was still waiting for Xian Daoya. 3 days later, the two landed before a cliff. Malicious Buddha put him down and stood by the cliff without saying a word. Zhou Xuanji sat down and ignored him. An hour later, "Come out," malicious Buddha said. "How long are you going to follow me? Are the people of the great Emperor Tao Court all scoundrels like you?" Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. Finally, a gust of cold wind blew. The sky was cloudless, and there was no one else in sight. TSK. Malicious Buddha, I didn't expect someone like you to become the demonic emperor's lackey. You said that your life is greater than the heavens, and that your strength can surpass saints. What a joke. Xian Daoya's mocking laughter came, and the temperature in the surroundings plummeted. Zhou Xuanji remained calm and waited for the battle to begin. However, Emperor Zhao said that Xian Daoya was not powerful and might be suppressed by malicious Buddha. Soon Xian Daoya appeared on the opposite cliff and looked at malicious Buddha. Their eyes met, and the corner of malicious Buddha's mouth rose. Clones appeared out of nowhere and surrounded Xian Daoya. Zhou Xuanji always felt that these clones were alive, like malicious Buddha's twin brothers. Of course, this was nonsense. How could malicious Buddha's mother give birth to so many at once? Or maybe she was not human. Zhou Xuanji's imagination ran wild and made malicious guesses about malicious Buddha. Malicious Buddha laughed coldly and said, "Xian Daoya, I advise you to leave the great Emperor Dao court. You work so hard for them, but they never help you recover your body. You are not even recognized by the heavenly law. Why do you need to work so hard? You just don't understand, Xiandaoya said calmly. Malicious Buddha pointed at Zhou Xuanji and said with a smile, You want to possess him? Back then you treated Gu Tianxiao like this. But that brat is powerful and you are asking for trouble. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Xiandaoya wants to possess me? He took a closer look and found that Xiandaoya's expression was indeed a bit unnatural. Xiandaoya pulled out a spine from his sleeve. It was white with many black lines. He held the long bone in his hand and waved it lightly. Black cyclones appeared out of thin air around him. Then countless skeletons rose up. There were human bones, demon bones, and even the skeletons of giants the size of mountains. A great battle was about to break out. Zhou Xuanji called out to Gu Tianxia in his mind. Unfortunately, Gu Tianxia did not answer. He was not worried. If Gu Tianxia wanted to live, he could only rely on him. The clones of the malicious Buddha charged towards Xiandaoya. Xiandaoya disappeared into thin air, and the skeleton army that he summoned started fighting against the clones of the malicious Buddha. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out one after another, and the cliff collapsed, sending dust and dirt flying everywhere. Zhou Xuanji quickly retreated far away from the battlefield. The malicious Buddha did not follow him closely, as if he was not worried that he would escape. Xiandaoya, do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're immortal? Today, I will suppress you and let you have a taste of eternity of boredom and loneliness. The malicious Buddha laughed wildly. He raised his arms horizontally, and two black orbs of light shot out from his palms. Lightning coiled around them, shaking the space. A violent gale blew and gathered around the black orbs, forming a powerful gale. Even though Zhou Xuanji was 1,000 meters away, his clothes were still fluttering in the wind. Still not escaping? Zhou Xuanji cried out in his heart. The malicious Buddha was powerful indeed. Just his aura alone made him feel like his soul was about to leave his body. One must know that he was already an 8th revolution golden immortal. It was hard to imagine how powerful the malicious Buddha was. Xiandaoya suddenly appeared above the malicious Buddha's head. With the bone whip in his right hand, he lashed out with great force, causing the air to explode. The malicious Buddha dodged it easily and swung his palms. The two black orbs exploded straight away, giving off a dazzling radiance that caused the heavens and earth to lose their colors. The two of them were engulfed by it. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt dizzy, as though the world was spinning. The next second he lost consciousness. A shaking sensation woke Zhou Xuanji up, and he opened his eyes slowly. He was shocked to find himself lying in a prison cart. His white shirt was torn and covered in blood. His face was also covered in bloodstains. He wanted to move but found that he was powerless, and his magic energy was depleted. We can reach Lujiang City in another 800 miles. The Center God province is really chaotic recently. The Dao Heaven sect lord was severely injured, and the Divine Cliff suffered countless casualties. The Cliff Lord even died suddenly. I heard that it's all because of Zhou Xuanji. Who did Zhou Xuanji offend? This is the bane of Lone Star. Whoever gets close to him will be unlucky. The surrounding soldiers discussed among themselves as they moved forward. Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly and glanced at a beggar girl beside him. The girl was covered in dirt and gave off an indescribable stench. Her hair was a mess, and she was sleeping at the corner of the prison cart. What's going on? Zhou Xuanji felt dizzy, as though his head was going to explode. He began to heal himself. The soldiers noticed that he had woken up and began to tease him. At that moment, a general riding a tiger-patterned horse came near the prison cart and asked, "Tell me your name. Which sect are you from?" This general only had 6 tribulation scattered immortal cultivation. Because Zhou Xuanji was heavily injured and did not have any magic energy in his eyes, he was like a mortal and posed no threat at all. This prison cart was made of special wood and was extremely sturdy. There were restrictions within, and even great tribulation scattered immortals would find it difficult to break through. Zhou Xuanji replied, "I'm called Zhou Minglang from the Heavenly Hall. I was attacked by enemies when I went out to train." Heavenly Hall. The general and soldiers' expressions slightly changed, but they did not panic. The Heavenly Hall was quite far away from here. They were not afraid of the Heavenly Hall. The general warned, I advise you not to think about escaping. The nearby area is filled with demons. If you run around with your current injuries, you will only die miserably. After saying this, he rode to the front of the group. Zhou Xuanji noticed that there were over 1,000 soldiers in the group, and there were close to 100 prison carts holding humans and demons. He wondered where these people wanted to take him. He was not afraid. Even though he did not have magic energy, he still had his legendary sword. He stealthily took out the ultimate grade beast bag and let Bai Suwen out, allowing her to hide in his embrace. Bai Suwen sent a telepathic message. I can't hold it in anymore. Her tone was filled with resentment. Zhou Xuanji had no choice. The divine cliff had been attacked, and he did not have much time to think. He could only forcefully put Bai Suwen into the ultimate grade beast bag, and he did not have the opportunity to take her out again. He comforted her a little before continuing to heal himself. At that moment the beggar girl, who was in the same prison cart as him, woke up. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was healing himself, she was pleasantly surprised before feeling guilty. She said carefully, I'm sorry, I wanted to save you, but I did not expect to encounter people from the Sovereign Demon Sect. Chapter 444. Thank you for saving me. You said that this is the territory of the Sovereign Demon Sect? Can you tell me about it? Zhou Xuanji looked at the beggar girl and thanked her before asking. This girl was kind after all. How could he blame her? At the same time he was shocked in his heart. The Tianxia Maps movement was horrifying. Even someone as powerful as him felt as though his body was about to be torn apart. The beggar girl heaved a sigh of relief and said, This is the south of the Center God Province, near the Cloud Devil Pool. Recently, for some reason, the demon race outside the Center God Province began to invade. The Sovereign Demon Sect is fighting against them, and we will be captured as slaves to dig spirit stones and treasures for them. Zhou Xuanji nodded and began thinking. From today onwards, he would be hunted down by the demonic emperor and the great emperor Dao Court. He would remember what happened to the Divine Cliff and seek revenge in the future. But the most important thing now was to figure out what to do next. His initial goal after ascending was to cultivate hard and reach the true God stage as soon as possible before returning to protect the northern wilderness region. But now he had become a stray dog. The world was so vast, but where should he go? His only advantage was that his fate was unpredictable, so his enemies could not divine him. Forget it. Just like before, he would find a secluded place to cultivate and search for the whereabouts of the 18 divine swords. He sighed. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Whenever he thought about emissary Li Qing and Han Shuzi, he could not control the murderous intent in his heart. Ever since he came to the northern wilderness region, the Divine Cliff was the first faction that treated him well. Tanhua sect did not count. It was only forced by Xian Xianghua. He thought about Xian Xianghua again. He did not know where that old demonic woman was and whether she was safe. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was depressed, the beggar girl blamed herself even more. She came to Zhou Xuanji's side and comforted him softly. I will surely save you. Let me heal you. After that, she stretched out her right hand and pressed on Zhou Xuanji's palm. In that instant, a wave of coolness seeped into Zhou Xuanji's body, making him feel refreshed. He looked at her in astonishment. Because there were too many people around, it was not convenient for him to take out the Holy Light Redemption Sword. He did not expect this girl to know healing techniques. However, this technique's healing ability was not very powerful. It was considered a divine technique for those below the spirit refinement stage. Zhou Xuanji asked, You have such a technique, so why are you in such dire straits? If she opened a clinic, she wouldn't be so poor. The beggar girl whispered, I'm protecting myself. You can call me Little Chan. She sounded a little excited. Judging from Zhou Xuanji's tone, it was evident that he did not reject her. She began to make small calculations. It was difficult for a person to survive alone. She wanted to rope Zhou Xuanji in and make him her subordinate. This way she would have someone to protect her. The more she thought about it, the happier she became. Zhou Xuanji was confused by her passionate attitude, but he did not say much. Then, he shut his mouth and focused on his cultivation. Xiao Chan didn't disturb him. As he cultivated, he paid attention to the conversation of the soldiers. 10 days had passed since the attack on the Divine Cliff, and this matter had shaken the Center God province. Even overlord forces like the Divine Cliff and the Dao Heaven sect had been attacked one after another. If it had been any other force, would they have been flattened in a short period of time? Panic spread throughout the Center God province. All the cultivators were discussing who had attacked the Divine Cliff and the Dao Heaven sect. After Zhou Xuanji heard about the Divine Cliff situation, he felt even worse. The team continued to trek across mountains and rivers. The reason why they didn't fly was because they wanted to capture more slaves along the way. Zhou Xuanji saw the demons as well. Those demons looked like humans but were not. They had the characteristics of other living creatures, and the demonic chi surrounding them was visible to the naked eye. At the same cultivation stage, demons were generally more powerful than humans. Moreover, they were violent and could hardly control their emotions, just like wild beasts. A day later, Zhou Xuanji was prepared to leave. He got up slowly and took out the Holy Light Redemption Sword. He held it in a backhand grip, and the blade cut his arm. He looked down at Xiao Chan and asked, "Do you want to come with me?" Xiao Chan, who was half asleep, rubbed her eyes and mumbled, "What are you thinking about? You should be the one coming with me." Boom! The 9-flame chimera demon sword appeared beside Zhou Xuanji suddenly. A horrifying energy exploded and destroyed the prison carriage. Xiao Chan was so shocked that she lost her sleepiness immediately. She was sent flying away by the 9-flame chimera demon's energy. Fortunately, the sky-dominating divine sword appeared behind her in time and caught her with its blade. Zhou Xuanji stood on the windcutter sword, and numerous legendary swords appeared around him. He ignored the terrified soldiers and flew toward a certain direction on the River of Swords. Xiao Chan was sucked by the sky-dominating divine sword and followed closely behind him. "Stop!" The leading general cried out and charged toward Zhou Xuanji with his saber drawn. The Ghost Emperor Extreme Abyss turned around and slashed. Countless evil ghosts charged out, and the general was so frightened that he turned around and ran. Xiao Chan opened her eyes wide. Seeing those evil ghosts, she was dumbfounded. Could Zhou Xuanji be a demon? Her expression turned into despair. After flying for 6 hours, Zhou Xuanji stopped in a bamboo forest. He began cultivating with the Holy Light Redemption Sword in hand. The Ghost Emperor Extreme Abyss and 9-flame Chimera Demon Sword landed beside him to protect him. He stored the other legendary swords into the Supreme Storage. After Xiao Chan landed, she kept her distance from Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji said without opening his eyes, "You can leave now. Head east, and there's a city 300 miles away." Xiao Chan was stunned and fell into a dilemma. Although Zhou Xuanji did not look like a kind person, if she left Zhou Xuanji, she might be captured by the sovereign demon sect and become a slave again. "Can I stay? I can be your maidservant," she said carefully. Zhou Xuanji said without hesitation, "Impossible. We don't owe each other anything. It's time for you to leave." Xiao Chan's cultivation was too weak, and her healing spells were not enough. She would only be a burden if he kept her by his side. Next, he planned to find a place to continue his closed-door cultivation and break through to 10th Revolution Golden Immortal as soon as possible. Xiao Chan said anxiously, "Bring me along. Although I'm not powerful enough, I know the southern region of the Center God province very well. You will surely need my help in some way." Zhou Xuanji frowned and did not reply immediately. Xiao Chan sat down obediently and did not dare to disturb him. 3 days later, Zhou Xuanji's injuries were completely healed. His soul was not injured, and the injuries on his body did not spread to his inner pellet and astral infant. He left with Xiao Chan. He flew at full speed all the way and finally found a forest with relatively abundant spiritual qi. He used the divine sword to open up a cave, and used a sealing technique to seal the entrance of the cave. He let Bai Suwen out and said, "The two of you stay in the cave and cultivate. Before I come out from my closed-door cultivation, don't go out." Xiao Chan heard him and looked a little bitter. Closed-door cultivation? How long would that take? Zhou Xuanji ignored her and sat down immediately. He took out the Dao Fetus Red Loath Pearl and continued his cultivation. To prevent any accidents, He took out the ancient god sword and placed it beside him. Although the 9 souls did not come out, they could communicate with him spiritually. He told the 9 souls about what happened during this period of time. Emperor Zhao was amazed and said, "How pathetic! Brother, let me revive. If I revive, I will fight for the position of the sovereign demon sect lord. At that time I will help you hide the news so that you can hide in peace. At the same time, I will help you find the whereabouts of the 18 divine swords." Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 445. Hearing Emperor Zhao's suggestion, Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart, "How can I help you revive?" Emperor Zhao fell silent. Saber Monarch Dong Hai sneered. Gu Tianxia left his eyes as a medium, but what about you? The Eternal Emperor is nothing more than this. Emperor Zhao was furious, and he started bickering with Saber Monarch Dong Hai. Zhou Xuanji then asked Sovereign Xian how he died. Venerable Xian hesitated for a while before saying, "I want to know how strong the heavenly Tao is. I flew to the 36th heaven and was destroyed by the heavenly Tao." Zhou Xuanji was stunned, and the other 8 souls also fell silent. What an embarrassing way to die. So you're committing suicide? Emperor Zhao sighed, his tone filled with mockery. In any case, they had no other choice. Venerable Xian was digging his own grave. However, this also proved that Xianzun was very strong. Otherwise, why would he challenge the heavenly path? Tao Lord Xiantian asked, "Your name has Xiantian in it. Have you heard of me?" Sovereign Xian asked, "Who are you?" Tao Lord Xiantian fell silent. Zhou Xuanji conversed with them as he absorbed the Tao Fetus Red Loathe Pearl's spirit qi. Xiao Chan chatted with Bai Suwen. Both of them were girls, so it was easy for them to get along. Lu Wuji's voice sounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. "Your current situation is indeed troublesome, but it is not hopeless. Magistrate Cui is right, you should go and find the 18 divine swords. Although malicious Buddha is powerful, he is still a demon and does not dare to get close to the divine swords. The demonic emperor did not act personally, so there must be a reason. As for the other experts of the great Emperor Tao Court, there are ways to deal with them. There are many people like you, such as Devil Emperor Dugu, Marquis Great Emperor Wuang, and many others. You can think of a way to draw out some of the hidden geniuses or revive us. Our revival will be able to draw the attention of the great Emperor Tao Court and the demonic emperor." Although his words were filled with selfishness, they were indeed reasonable. Zhou Xuanji still had another question. The demonic emperor should be your junior. Why is he so powerful that the malicious Buddha is willing to serve him? Lu Wuji replied. He became a devil. No one knows exactly why. Becoming a demon. Zhou Xuanji suddenly thought of the malicious Buddha's words. Becoming a demon would make one stronger? Why didn't the sovereign demon sect and the demon race dominate the great thousand world? He couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. For the next period of time, malicious Buddha and Xiandaoya did not come again. At first, Zhou Xuanji was a little worried, but he soon calmed down. It seemed like Xiandaoya couldn't calculate his whereabouts and could only rely on asking around. 1.5 years later, Zhou Xuanji turned 100 years old. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 100 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Armageddon Holy Light Divine Shadow Sword, Heavenly Soul Chaotic God Demon Seeking Sword, Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and joy flashed in his eyes. His 100th birthday was indeed incredible, directly giving him a world-destroying godly sword. Information about the 2 swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name: Holy Light Divine Shadow Sword Grade, Armageddon. Description: the Sword of Holy Light. When the sword is drawn, divine shadows will dance between the heavens and earth. It possesses the power to destroy the world and can create extreme illusions in battle. Only golden immortals and above can use it. Sword name: Chaotic God Demon Seeking Sword Level, Heavenly Soul. Description: this sword was forged by the will of the gods and demons. Those who are not mentally strong should not use it. Sword of Holy Light? Could it be a series? Zhou Xuanji thought of the Holy Light Redemption Sword and took it out. A dazzling radiance appeared and illuminated the entire cave. Xiao Chan and Bai Suwen turned around in shock. It was a sword of light. The blade was very wide and it was 1.5 meters long. He could feel the warmth of the sword in his hand. He waved the sword gently, and the sword chi swept out, directly colliding with the wall. A crack appeared, and the whole mountain trembled. Zhou Xuanji quickly stored the sword. Facing Xiao Chan and Bai Suwen's gazes, he closed his eyes straight away and did not explain. Xiao Chan already knew Zhou Xuanji's identity. Even with Zhou Xuanji's warning, Bai Suwen still spilled the beans. Ever since she knew about this, Xiao Chan was dead set on Zhou Xuanji. The Sword Emperor is indeed the Sword Emperor. Even a random sword is so cool, she praised. It was a pity that her flattery was not reciprocated. Zhou Xuanji began to receive Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Sweep. When he finished the inheritance, he became excited. This sword technique could become his most powerful sword technique. More accurately, it would be his most powerful divine ability. He used his soul power to control his swords, so that they could attack the enemies near him. The range was controlled by him, and with the help of the heavenly law's celestial power, each sword would radiate with a celestial radiance. Heavenly law's celestial power. He immediately got up and left to cultivate this divine ability. Xiao Chan and Bai Suwen's eyes brightened and followed him. After staying in this cave for a year and a half, they were almost suffocated. In the forest, Zhou Xuanji took out all his legendary swords and began practicing. Don't go too far away. If you expose yourself, I will abandon you without hesitation because you are seeking death. Zhou Xuanji warned, which frightened Xiao Chan so much that she stuck out her tongue. Bai Suwen, on the other hand, did not care at all. Sword Sect Immortal Cry was a divine ability without any sword moves. After he inherited the Qi circulation technique, and the method to mobilize the heavenly law's celestial power, he quickly learned it. First he controlled 10 swords. After the heavenly law's celestial power was injected into them, each of them glowed with a silver radiance and circled around him at high speed. With a thought, the legendary sword slashed toward a small mountain. With a loud boom, the small mountain was pulverized. Since he mastered the 10,000 Sword Dragon incantation, it was not difficult for him to learn Sword Sect Immortal Cry. However, the heavenly law's celestial power was extremely domineering. It was even more powerful than the world's energy. He could not control the legendary swords precisely. 10 days later, Zhou Xuanji completely mastered Sword Sect Immortal Cry. He captured Xiao Chan and Bai Suwen and returned to the cave to continue cultivating. Half a year later, he successfully broke through to 9th Revolution Golden Immortal. 2 years later, he broke through to 10th Revolution Golden Immortal. The Tao Fetus Red Loathe Pearl was completely absorbed and turned into dust. The further he progressed, the faster he absorbed. He felt that it had something to do with the heavenly law's celestial power. Ever since he learned Sword Sect Immortal Cry, his cultivation grew faster and faster. In 2.5 years, he obtained 3 legendary swords. They were the Tridao Sword, Caged Wolf Sword, and Pompous Sword. All of them were amethyst. Apparently, the Armageddon Legendary Sword and Sword Sect Immortal Cry had used up all his luck. After the breakthrough, Zhou Xuanji felt refreshed and left with Xiao Chan and Bai Suwen. Where are we going next? Xiao Chan asked curiously. She looked back at the cave, which was the place where she stayed for 4 years. In these 4 years, she had maintained the appearance of a beggar. Although she washed her face and body, revealing her delicate and pretty face, Zhou Xuanji did not give her new clothes, which made her quite depressed. Her storage ring had long been taken away by the sovereign demon sect's demonic disciples. Zhou Xuanji looked at the horizon and said, "Search for the 18 divine swords." As a 10th Revolution Golden Immortal, he felt that he was comparable to a Void Extreme Immortal. But compared to the malicious Buddha, he was still far from it. "I know a place. There's an old immortal who has lived for countless years. He lives in seclusion in the mountains. He might know the whereabouts of the 18 divine swords." Xiao Chan said excitedly. Having heard her, Zhou Xuanji took out the truth sword and placed it on her shoulder. The blade grazed her skin lightly. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 446. Xiao Chan was stunned. A slight pain came from her right shoulder, and her eyes turned red immediately as though she was about to cry. "You don't believe me?" she asked, biting her lip lightly. Zhou Xuanji said calmly, "Is what you said true? What is the background of that old immortal?" Xiao Chan felt extremely wronged, which turned into anger. "Of course it's true. What good do I get from harming you? No one knows the background of that old immortal. He saved me when I was in danger and taught me cultivation. He is a man of virtue and will never harm anyone. Zhou Xuanji stored the truth sword and said with a smile, I'm just teasing you. Xiao Chan was still angry. She looked at Zhou Xuanji with grievance and anger in her eyes, as though she was about to cry at any moment. Bai Suwen flew to her shoulder and said with a smile, He's worried that you will be bewitched by powerful enemies with divine abilities. Do you know how powerful the enemies he is facing are? They can kill someone from thousands of miles away. The grand teacher who nurtured him since he was young was the reincarnation of the enemy's soul. That grand teacher raised his mother, which means that he started to scheme from birth. Xiao Chan heard her and opened her eyes wide. She shuddered in fear. She looked at Zhou Xuanji with pity in her eyes. Zhou Xuanji did not explain but asked her to lead the way. He flew on his sword with Xiao Chan in front of him. He held her shoulder while Bai Suwen looked around in his arms. Along the way they often saw battles. The sovereign demon sect and the demons fought everywhere. They captured civilians and made life difficult for them. There were mortals in the Great Thousand World, but their physiques were generally stronger than those in the mortal realm. The time when the demons attacked the Center God Province was very close to the time when Zhou Xuanji's identity was exposed. He had to think about it. 4 days later, they flew out of the sovereign demon sect's territory. In the Center God Province there was only one sovereign power, and that was the Great Heaven God Dynasty. Under the Great Heaven God Dynasty, there were no other empires or kingdoms. It was a great crime to establish a dynasty without permission. The Great Heaven God Dynasty had vast influence. In terms of territory, it was definitely the largest in the Center God Province. However, the mortal realm was not under their control but was controlled by sects and clans. No one knew the name of the old immortal that Xiao Chan mentioned. He was in the forest south of the Great Heaven God Dynasty. The place was filled with miasma, but the demons were generally weak. They were probably afraid of him. Zhou Xuanji walked carefully and avoided contact with any strangers, including demons. Along the way, he sent Bai Suwen to the cities to gather information. After malicious Buddha attacked the Divine Cliff, he did not reappear, and the Divine Cliff and Tao Heaven sect regained their peace. The world continued to spin, but the Divine Cliff was greatly weakened and was suppressed by the surrounding factions. Zhou Xuanji wanted to help but he could not. What was worth mentioning was that Shi Shenzong had not died. He had helped the Divine Cliff before, but he had been encountered by the Hegemon Sword Emperor and taken away. There were too many things to do in the Center God Province, and the northern wilderness region was too small compared to it. The information that Bai Suwen could gather was limited. Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt the need to create an intelligence organization that was hidden in the dark. One day he suddenly stopped, because he sensed a familiar aura. Bai Haoisen. With a flash of inspiration, he immediately followed the aura and rushed over. 100 kilometers away on a hill, Bai Haoisen lay down in satisfaction. There were 6 flirtatious women sitting beside him, laughing and chatting happily. Zhou Xuanji landed on the summit suddenly. He hit his aura with the qi obscuring incantation, but Bai Haoisen could sense Bai Suwen and Xiao Chan's auras. The enchanting fragrance of a young girl. Bai Haoisen looked up in fascination and saw Zhou Xuanji. He was so shocked that he jumped up immediately, causing the women to scream. He looked at Zhou Xuanji warily and said with a low voice, "Brat, why are you here?" He cursed in his heart. His luck was too bad. It was not easy for him to sneak out to have fun without Feng Gyul nagging him. And now, he encountered this little fiend. "Where's Feng Gyul?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. Bai Haoisen curled his lip and said, "He's cultivating with this emperor's revered teacher." "Why? Aren't you afraid that this emperor's revered teacher will discover you? He really wants to deal with you." He glanced at Xiao Chan and Bai Suwen and sighed in his heart. This brat was so lucky, especially that little white snake. He immediately guessed that it was the 9 Heaven Divine Snake. When she transformed, she would definitely be devastatingly beautiful. After the 9 Heaven Divine Snake transformed, she would be handsome and beautiful. Just thinking about it made him excited. Zhou Xuanji's heart trembled. Bai Haoisen's revered teacher? His expression did not change as he said, By Hao Isin, we have no enmity. Why don't we work together? Work together? Bai Hao Isin straightened his back immediately and said proudly, "Why should this emperor work together with you?" Zhou Xuanji said with squinted eyes, "There must be a reason for you to descend to the mortal realm. But you suffered so much in the mortal realm. Evidently, someone is plotting against you. If we work together in secret, we will still be enemies. But secretly, we can exchange information and help each other." Bai Hao Isin heard him and was infuriated. He thought of Xiandaoya. That old bastard. Actually, back at Juedi Cliff, he was already convinced by Zhou Xuanji. He admired Zhou Xuanji's courage and righteousness. It was not bad to work together with this brat. As for his revered teacher, how could he defeat Zhou Xuanji in his current state? Bai Hao Isin looked at the beauties beside him and said, "Wait for this emperor in the forest." The beauties curled their lips and left reluctantly. Zhou Xuanji also sent Xiao Chan and Bai Suan away to show his sincerity. The two walked up to each other and did not put up their guard. Zhou Xuanji spoke first. "You and I are both from the northern wilderness and we get along so well. Let me talk about my current enemies first." He mentioned Xiandaoya, the demonic emperor, and the malicious Buddha. When he heard about Xiandaoya, Bai Hao Isin opened his eyes wide and almost cursed out. That old bastard again. After Zhou Xuanji finished speaking, Bai Hao Isin harumphed and said, "Sure. This emperor wants to deal with Xiandaoya too." Zhou Xuanji told him about his plan again. He also promised to bring in Emperor Zhao, Gu Tianxia, Devil Emperor Dugu, Lu Wuji Marquis, and the others to form a powerful secret faction that could fight against the great Emperor Dao Court. In this faction they would be on equal footing and would not have to risk their lives for each other. They would help each other if they could, but they could not hide any information. Bai Hao Isin was shocked and said in astonishment, "Emperor Zhao, Gu Tianxia, Lu Wuji, Saber Monarch Dong Hai, Demon Lord Ruan, Emperor Hanlin, Emperor Songhai and Ghost Emperor Zhangtian. Aren't they all dead?" Zhou Xuanji smiled mysteriously. "The world also thinks that the malicious Buddha doesn't exist." Bai Hao Isin fell silent. After that, the two promised each other the first information mission. Zhou Xuanji would help Bai Hao Isin keep an eye on Xiandaoya, while he would help Zhou Xuanji investigate the 18 divine swords. After chatting, Zhou Xuanji left. Bai Hao Isin stood where he was. His expression became calm and was no longer as frivolous as before. His eyes sparkled as he mumbled, "Zhou Xuanji, very good. I hope you won't disappoint me." Today's conversation gave him a deeper understanding of Zhou Xuanji. It was too difficult to think of this guy. On the other side, Xiao Chan and Bai Suan asked who Bai Hao Isin was. Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, or else I will silence you." Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 447. After encountering Bai Hao Isin, Zhou Xuanji and the other two continued toward the Old Immortal. A month later, they finally arrived at their destination. The three landed and looked toward the direction where they were looking. The undulating mountain range was shrouded in dense fog. From afar it looked mysterious and beautiful. Xiao Chan said, "Let's walk over quietly. The Old Immortal likes peace and does not like to be disturbed." Zhou Xuanji nodded and followed her with Bai Suan. Half an hour later, the three of them arrived in front of a Taoist temple. This Taoist temple was not big, with vegetables, flowers and fruits planted on both sides. A cat as fat as a pig was lying on the ground, napping, and a strange sandalwood fragrance wafted out from the Taoist temple. Xiao Chan walked to the gate and said respectfully, "Old Immortal, I'm back." She had been with the Old Immortal for decades and had always respected him. "Come in." A benevolent and old voice came. Next, the gate of the Taoist temple opened abruptly, which frightened the fat cat. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow slightly. This voice made his heart shudder. He began to look forward to it. It seemed that this Old Immortal had a profound cultivation. After entering the temple, Zhou Xuanji finally saw the Old Immortal. He wore a white robe and looked like an immortal. He sat on a cattail hassock with his eyes closed and a horsetail whisk in his hand. Looking at him, Zhou Xuanji thought of Taichu Yudao somehow. Xiao Chan giggled. "Old Immortal, I brought two friends here. You won't mind, right? I owe him my life." The Old Immortal opened his eyes and smiled. "It's okay. I'm also interested in the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji, who has shaken the world recently. With this, Zhou Xuanji and Xiao Chan's expressions changed. The old immortal glanced at Bai Suwen and said with a smile, "You received the help of the 9-heaven divine snake right after you ascended. My little friend Xuanji, your luck is much higher than those before you." Zhou Xuanji now believed that this old immortal was not simple. He might not be any weaker than Han Shuzi. He cupped his fist and asked, "Old immortal, you know my identity, but do you know my background?" The old immortal nodded and said, "The 18 divine swords are not easy to find. Only one has seen the light of day in the Center God province. It's controlled by a powerful cultivator who is on par with the malicious Buddha. I advise you to give up." On par with the malicious Buddha? Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart. Where did so many powerful cultivators come from? The old immortal said leisurely, "I understand your predicament. You only need to stay here for 3 years, and this situation will be resolved. From then on, you will be able to fly as high as a bird and roam the world. Although there will not be any danger, at least the demonic emperor and great emperor Dao Court will not cause trouble for you." Xiao Chan and Bai Suwen were pleasantly surprised. Zhou Xuanji was quite curious and asked, "Can old immortal explain? If it could really be solved, then there was no need to rush to find the 18 divine swords." The old immortal shook his head and said, "The vegetables in the garden are ripe. Help me pick them." With that, he closed his eyes and said no more. Zhou Xuanji frowned but did not say anything. He turned around and left. Xiao Chan bowed and left the Taoist temple. The doors of the Taoist temple were closed, as if they were rejecting guests. As Zhou Xuanji cut vegetables, he took out the ancient god sword. He pretended that he was cutting vegetables, but he was actually communicating with the 9 souls. Yo, brother Zhou is getting worse by the day." Emperor Zhao added insult to injury, which made Zhou Xuanji roll his eyes. He repeated the old immortal's words and wanted to see how the 9 souls would guess. Lu Wuji said, "So it's him. Listen to him. No one dares to hurt you here." Emperor Hanlin sighed in amazement. "Your luck. I'm impressed." Zhou Xuanji heard him and quickly asked about the old immortal's identity, but the 9 souls did not reply. He could only stay patiently. After he finished harvesting the vegetables, the old immortal asked Xiao Chan to bring him into the temple. He asked Zhou Xuanji to find a place to cultivate and wait for the 3 years to pass. This place was quite peaceful. Although the spiritual qi was not abundant, it was not bad either. It was suitable for cultivation. He focused on sword sect immortal go sweep. The celestial power of the heavenly law was powerful, but other than using this divine ability, it was difficult for him to activate it directly. It was a strange feeling. He had already grasped the technique, but he could not control it. Time passed quickly. A year later, above the 33rd heaven, the great emperor Steel trembled, and 2 men in black appeared before it. A name appeared on the 10th place, pushing Zhou Xuanji down to the 13th place. Emperor Jundao. Emperor Jundao. 10th on the great emperor Steel. How can it be? Another first-class great emperor. How long has it been since Zhou Xuanji appeared? This is too horrifying. What's going on in this era? The 2 men in black cried out in shock. Shortly after, they disappeared before the great emperor Steel. Within 7 days, Emperor Juandao's name resounded across the world. A genius who was even more overpowered than Zhou Xuanji appeared out of nowhere. At this moment, the entire world was discussing this person. Emperor Jundao? Such a domineering name. Could he have ascended from the mortal realm too? No. He must be a genius nurtured by some overlord-level faction. Yeah, how can there be so many geniuses in the mortal realm? Tsk. Now that Zhou Xuanji is nowhere to be found, what will happen to this Emperor Jundao be? Another first-class great emperor. Such a commotion was just like Zhou Xuanji's, but even more so because Zhou Xuanji was ahead of him. Zhou Xuanji flew on his sword and returned to the old immortal's temple. He had been frowning. Every 2 months, he would go to the nearby cities to gather information. Naturally, he knew about Emperor Juandao's situation. He was not jealous of Emperor Jundao but pondered over the old immortal's words. Could this be the solution he was talking about? Emperor Juandao's ranking was higher than his. How could the great Emperor Dao Court, demonic emperor, and malicious Buddha not pay attention to him. However, the old immortal did not summon him, so he continued to cultivate. If he was too anxious, he would lose face instead. There were still 2 years left of the 3-year deadline, so he continued to wait. Half a year later, Emperor Jundao joined the Great Heaven God dynasty and became the emperor's confidant. He was high-spirited and looked down on all the heroes in the world. He did not even take Zhou Xuanji seriously. He claimed that he would surpass his predecessors and help the Great Heaven God dynasty become the overlord of the Great Thousand World. With this rumor spread all over the world, Zhou Xuanji also heard about this. He was not angry but happy. Continue to be arrogant and do not stop. In the next year, just as the world expected, the Great Heaven God dynasty was attacked continuously. If not for the emperor's power, Emperor Jundao might have followed in Zhou Xuanji's footsteps. The Great Heaven God dynasty had no choice but to be more vigilant, and Emperor Jundao also began to cultivate in seclusion. What's worth mentioning is that the attacks of the demon race are getting stronger and stronger. The sovereign demon sect is starting to feel like they can't hold on anymore. Not only that, the demon race in the north is also getting restless. There was still half a year before the 3 years that the old immortal had mentioned. Zhou Xuanji felt that it was not enough. Monarch Jundao alone was not enough to resolve his crisis. Emperor Jundao? This kid is so arrogant. Seems like he has been spoiled. His master must have a profound background. Emperor Zhao muttered in Zhou Xuanji's mind. The other great being's souls also guessed the same. If he came from the mortal realm and experienced countless hardships, how could he dare to be so arrogant? Calm. Wonderful bookstore calm. Chapter 448. Emperor Zhao, have you thought of a way to revive yourself? Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart as he looked at the fat cat not far away. This guy was lying on his back, basking in the sun. His bulging belly was exposed like a ball, making him want to step on it. Emperor Zhao said disappointedly, "How can I? I am too young. I never thought that I would die." If he were to be revived, he would surely be more arrogant than Emperor Jundao. Zhou Xuanji nodded and did not speak further. He continued to sense the heavenly law's celestial power. A few days ago, he reached 105 years old. 2.5 years passed. He obtained 6 legendary swords. They were the Evil Trust Sword, Saint Thief Sword, White Wall Sword, Phoenix Arching Sword, Shaoxian Sword, and Thorny Fish Sword. The highest was Heavenly Soul, which was not of much help to him. He had a deeper understanding of the heavenly law's celestial power, but he could not refine it as he pleased. As for cultivation, he fell behind. No matter how talented he was, it was too difficult to break through to Void Extreme Immortal through cultivation. Without any special serendipity, he might need to cultivate for thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years to succeed. Which Void Extreme Immortal in the Great Thousand World was not tens of thousands of years old. The Hegemon Sword Emperor was close to 20,000 years old. He only broke through early because of special serendipity, and made a name for himself in the Center God province. Half a year later, if what the old immortal said was true, then he would need to search for the 18 divine swords in Xian Xianghua. Xiao Chan walked over quickly with a Ganoderma in her hand. This Ganoderma should have been nurtured for 10,000 years. It's filled with spiritual qi. Take it. She looked proud, as though she was asking him to praise her. Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly before taking the Ganoderma and examining it carefully. Xiao Chan did not receive any compliments, so she curled her lip and left with a low snort. When she passed by the fat cat, she kicked its stomach. Meow! The fat cat cried out miserably and ran into the forest, twisting its butt. Zhou Xuanji laughed and stored the Ganoderma into the supreme storage before continuing to cultivate. 3 months later, a majestic voice resounded across the Center God province. The Center God province is the center of the Great Thousand World. Order is in chaos, and evil demons roam freely. I decided to lead the immortal gods to regain order in the Center God province. Evil demons shall not disturb us. 100 years later, I will open a preaching hall in the 9th heaven. All living beings in the world can come and listen to my teachings. Boom! The Center God province was in an uproar as countless exclamations sounded. Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating, opened his eyes and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Here it comes. Was this the opportunity that old immortal had mentioned? That person was from the ancient immortal clan? He even had to preach the Tao. Zhou Xuanji immediately took out the ancient god sword and communicated with the 9 souls. The ancient celestial races also have heavenly saints? It shouldn't be. F***ck brat, your luck is too heaven-defying. You actually encountered the arrival of an almighty being. Since he dares to call himself a saint, he must be a heavenly saint. He even subdued an ancient celestial race. This is incredible. Malicious Buddha and Xiandaoya will not dare to enter the Center God province again. What realm is heavenly sage? Interesting. I didn't expect the heavenly saints to really exist. Heavenly saint? Zhou Xuanji felt quite curious and asked Sovereign Xian what a heavenly saint was. However, Sovereign Xian refused to tell him and said that if he leaked information about a heavenly saint, he would be punished by the heavens. After chatting with the 9 souls for a while, he could no longer sit still. He stood up and walked to the front of the Taoist temple. He respectfully asked, "Senior, is this the opportunity you mentioned to break out of this situation?" He suddenly felt as though the clouds had parted and he could see the sun again. It felt so good. The 3-year deadline is not up yet. The demons might be hoping for luck. Let's wait a little longer. The old immortal's voice came from the temple. It was very calm, and no one could tell from his emotions. Zhou Xuanji understood this. How did you know that the heavenly saint was coming? He asked curiously. The old immortal could divine this. Could he be a heavenly saint too? Zhou Xuanji was filled with respect at the thought of this. You know about the heavenly saint. It seems like your sword is not simple indeed. The old immortal said with a faint smile, which made Zhou Xuanji sweat profusely. Since the old immortal was unwilling to speak, Zhou Xuanji did not dare to disturb him. He returned to his original spot and continued to comprehend the heavenly law's celestial power. At this moment, the old immortal appeared behind him suddenly. Looking at the sky, he said softly, "Look at how vast this world is. An immortal lives in the sky. What does that mean?" Zhou Xuanji was shocked. He instinctively wanted to stand up, but a formless force pressed down on him and prevented him from doing so. He calmed himself down and began to ponder about the old immortal's words. The old immortal was definitely not chatting casually. There must be a deeper meaning. Immortals live in the sky. His pupils shrank and his breathing quickened as he asked, "You mean the heavenly law's immortal force needs to be extracted from the sky?" The old immortal lowered his head and smiled amiably at him. "Not only are you talented, but you are also open-minded. Not bad. Being able to comprehend the heavenly law's immortal energy at the Revolution Golden Immortal Realm. Since ancient times, there have not been many people with such talent. You must have learned some kind of divine art. I won't ask who taught it to you, but I hope that you will remember this. The heavenly law's immortal energy is still the heavenly law's immortal energy. Don't be greedy or you will dig your own grave." After that, he turned around and walked into the forest. As he walked, he shook his head and said, "Heaven doesn't see the birth of all living things. My Tao came from the heavens. If we were to talk about who is the leader since ancient times, the heavenly saints, Buddhas, and demons are all conceited." Zhou Xuanji remembered this sentence and leaped up into the clouds. He sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the heavenly law's celestial power. After a while, strands of heavenly law celestial energy descended from the sky and poured into his body, causing him to be wild with joy. He tried to continue flying, and he discovered that the higher he flew, the more heavenly law immortal power he sensed. Soon, an invisible barrier blocked his path. He looked up. The sky was still too high to reach, but he could not go any higher. 3 heavens. 33 heavens. Each heaven had a heavenly law restriction. With Zhou Xuanji's power, he could break through the first heaven. But after some thought, he decided to give up. The 3-month deadline was not over yet. He could not be reckless. He began to extract heavenly law celestial power. His goal was to change the magic energy in the Tianxia map into heavenly law celestial power. Heavenly law celestial power was more powerful than the power of the world. If he could use heavenly law celestial power as his normal battle power, his power would be explosive. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. In the dim world, lightning flashed and thunder roared. A lone peak stood in the middle of a massive lake, and the surrounding lake water surged like raging waves. A group of blood bats flew over and landed on the peak. There was a stone palace here, and an old tree stood in front of it, enduring the wind and rain. Xiao Hongjun walked up to the door of the stone palace and shouted, "Wu Wang, get out here now. The heavenly saint is here, and you still want to wait for your death?" Wu Wang, the peerless demon emperor from the northern wilderness region, 110,000 years ago. He almost led the demon race to rule over the northern wilderness region. "You can leave by yourself. I have my own ways." Great Emperor Wu Wang's indifferent voice came, which infuriated Xiao Hongjun. She came to visit him out of goodwill, but he did not even open the door. She gritted her teeth and said, "The violet demon monarch's heart that you left in the mortal realm has been taken away by someone. It might be Zhou Xuanji. Let's go and take revenge." In the northern wilderness region, there were only a handful of people who had the ability to take the violet demon monarch's heart. The most likely one was Zhou Xuanji. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 449. Knowing that the violet demon monarch's heart had been snatched away, Great Emperor Wu Wang did not get angry. Instead, he remained silent. Xiao Hongjun could not take it anymore and said angrily, "Do you despise me that much? Come out and meet me. Do you want to die?" Emperor Wu Wang remained silent. Xiao Hongjun was so angry that she swung her palm at the door of the stone hall. The door shook violently, but she could not break it open. After venting for a while, Xiao Hongjun left angrily. After a long while, Emperor Wu Wang's voice floated out. "It looks like I really should leave. What a pity that I can't participate in such an exciting era." 3 years had finally passed. Zhou Xuanji absorbed a lot of heavenly law celestial power, and his power grew tremendously. He came before the Taoist temple and asked, "Senior, is the Center God province safer than before? Will the great Emperor Dao Court and demonic Emperor come back?" The old immortal's voice sounded, "If you can break through the barrier with the northern wilderness region, then go ahead and do it. Next will be the era of hundreds of clans competing. It's a rare opportunity to become a saint, so make good use of it." Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and bowed toward the Taoist temple. In a sense, this old immortal could be considered half a master to him. He called Bai Suwen and prepared to leave. Xiao Chan followed up and shouted, "Don't think of leaving me behind." Now she had changed into a clean white dress. Although she was not devastatingly beautiful, her appearance could be considered pretty, especially her temperament, which was youthful and lively like a child. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Isn't it better to stay here? It's dangerous to follow me." Xiao Chan curled her lips and said, "I want to. Old immortal chased me away 30 years ago. If it wasn't for you, how would I have the face to come back?" Zhou Xuanji heard him and could only give up. In the future, she would be a maidservant. Next, Zhou Xuanji prepared to find the divine cliff and help it recover. He then found a mountain to establish Emperor Sword Court space in the Great Thousand World. It was not difficult to find a Dharma formation that connected to the mortal world. There was definitely one in the divine cliff. Now that the heavenly sage was in control of the Tao, it was time for the Emperor Sword Court to ascend. Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt that he was no longer important. If he had come 10 years later, would the heavenly saint have come on time? Would the divine cliff be able to escape this calamity? He shook his head. Everything had its own destiny. There were no ifs. From then on, he would see himself as a member of the divine cliff. As he strengthened the Emperor Sword Court, he would also support the divine cliff. All the way forward, Zhou Xuanji stopped occasionally to inquire about the whereabouts of the 18 divine swords. Unfortunately, to most living beings in the vast thousand world, the 18 holy swords were just a fictional legend. Several years passed. Divine Cliff City had been rebuilt, but the surrounding mist had dissipated a lot. There were not many disciples on the streets, and the whole city was filled with a deathly aura. Inside the Cliffmaster Hall, Yang Yutian and 2 elders were discussing sect matters. "Another mortal realm has been seized?" Yang Yutian gritted his teeth and asked with an ugly expression. This was already the 6th mortal realm that had been seized. All the cultivators from the Divine Cliff who were stationed there had either been killed or chased away. At that very moment, The divine cliff was like a tiger that had fallen to the plains and was being bullied by dogs. A white-haired elder nodded and sighed. There are less than 10 true gods in the divine cliff, and less than 30 void extreme immortals. Each of them is guarding an area, and none of them can come back to support us. The other elder's expression was also ugly. Back then, the 36 envoys had all died in battle. Among the direct disciples, only Yang Yutian had survived. More than half of the core disciples had died, and the rest had been sent to various garrisons in the two realms. The three of them fell into silence, feeling the pressure. They did not want the divine cliff to perish in their hands. At this moment, a disciple shouted from outside the gate, "Cliff Master! Core disciple Zhou Xuanji is back." With this, Yang Yutian and the others were pleasantly surprised. Yang Yutian immediately cried out, "Invite him in!" The two elders chatted excitedly. "Zhou Xuanji is back. The divine cliff has not lost yet. He's a first-class great emperor. Now that the immortal gods are ruling the world, the divine cliff's opportunity is here." Yang Yutian was also excited, but he tried his best to remain calm. The divine cliff was in such dire straits because of Zhou Xuanji. After Zhou Xuanji disappeared, he almost broke down. Fortunately, this brat came back. Soon the gate opened. Zhou Xuanji walked in with Xiao Chan, and Bai Suan was in his arms. Seeing that he came back unscathed, Yang Yutian and the others were completely relieved. Zhou Xuanji spoke first. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault. From today onwards, I will do my best to protect the divine cliff." These words almost made Yang Yutian and the others cry. Yang Yutian walked up quickly and grabbed his hands. "It's good that you are back. It's good that you are back," he said with a trembling voice. The divine cliff was in such dire straits, but Zhou Xuanji was still able to come back. He could not help but feel touched. He suddenly understood Han Shuzi's intention. His revered teacher was really good at judging people. Zhou Xuanji said, "I'm already a 10th Revolution Golden Immortal, and can be considered a Void Extreme Immortal. Tell me, who was the one who bullied the divine cliff recently? As long as it's not a true god, I will kill him." Yang Yutian frowned and said, "Cultivate well. If there's anything you need, we will help you. The divine cliff needs your help, but not now." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "If we don't act now, the divine cliff will only be bullied more and more. Since the calamity has only passed for a few years, we must show our might." All the demons were chased out of the Center God province. Under such circumstances, we should be like our predecessors and show our might. The all-evil yin-yang destruction and the holy light divine shadow sword appeared behind him at the same time, spinning in the air. Two extremely powerful auras exploded out, shaking the Cliff Lord Palace violently. All the disciples in the divine Cliff City felt their hearts tremble. Yang Yutian and the others opened their eyes wide and looked at the two Armageddon legendary swords in disbelief. Such a powerful divine weapon. "Okay, Elder Yuchuan, bring him to the teleportation point of the Wangwei realm. If a true god attacks, I will do it myself," Yang Yutian instructed with a deep voice, and an elder beside him agreed immediately. Zhou Xuanji pointed at Xiao Chan and said, "She's my maidservant. She saved my life before. Arrange for her to stay in my residence." After that, he handed Bai Suan to Xiao Chan before leaving with Elder Yuchuan. Looking at his back, Yang Yutian clenched his fists and his blood boiled. "Revered teacher, the divine cliff will not fall because of this. We will surely soar," he mumbled to himself before arranging a place for Xiao Chan to stay. To the north of the divine cliff, above the boundless fog and layers of clouds, hundreds of powerful cultivators sat in the air, surrounding a long bridge. There was a teleportation gate on the bridge, which was guarded by two Void Extreme Immortals. They were chatting and laughing. "The divine cliff has really fallen. Our sect doesn't even need to send out true gods, and they still don't dare to act. Of course, although Yang Yutian is powerful, he belongs to the younger generation after all. If he were to act against us, the other sects and clans would take the opportunity to act. He has no choice but to compromise." At this moment, more than 10 top-tier factions were watching the divine cliff. Each faction had a true god. They were waiting for Yang Yutian to come alone and kill him. "Come, wonderful book house. Chapter 450. The faction that occupied the Wangwei realm was called the Eight-Fist Sect, and it had a few true gods. Before, they were so insignificant before the Divine Cliff. But now, they worked together with other factions and treated the Divine Cliff as their prey. The two Void Extreme Immortals and hundreds of Golden Immortals dared to occupy this place. This showed how much they despised the Divine Cliff. They were not afraid of Yang Yuqian because many powerful cultivators were waiting in the dark. The Divine Cliff was like a huge cake. First come, first served. Humph! A cold snort came. Zhou Xuanji came over on a river of swords with the all-evil yin-yang destruction in his right hand, and the holy light divine shadow sword in his left. His black robe danced in the wind, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Elder Yuchuan was beside him and looked excited. I can finally fight back. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, all the Eight-Fist Sect cultivators got up and prepared for battle. The two Void Extreme Immortals smiled in disdain. Zhou Xuanji said coldly, "All of you come here and die. Don't touch the portal." With this, the Eight-Fist Sect cultivators took out their enchanted artifacts and looked at Zhou Xuanji furiously. A Void Extreme Immortal laughed in disdain. A 10th Revolution Golden Immortal dares to be so arrogant? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have a senior beside you? After that, he charged toward Zhou Xuanji first, followed by the other cultivators. Just when Elder Yuchuan was about to attack, Zhou Xuanji activated the world-destroying power of the all-evil yin-yang destruction and slashed with the sky-dominating divine sword soul. Boom, the sword flashed, and everyone closed their eyes instinctively. The Void Extreme Immortal opened his eyes wide and slammed his palm. Shortly after, he and the Golden Immortal behind him were turned into ashes. The clouds were destroyed, and the sword chi swept across and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Silence! Elder Yuchuan was dumbfounded. The surviving cultivators from the Eight-Fist Sect were all stunned. Deathly silence. Brat! You are seeking death. The other Void Extreme Immortal from the Eight-Fist Sect roared furiously. He disappeared on the spot and wanted to sneak up on Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji stomped his right foot, and 30 legendary swords soared up. They glowed with silver radiance and revolved around him at high speed. Elder Yuchuan sensed an extremely powerful repulsive force coming toward him. He immediately recognized that it was Zhou Xuanji's power. He did not resist and moved a few hundred meters away from Zhou Xuanji. The Void Extreme Immortal suddenly appeared behind Zhou Xuanji with a snake-like black sword in his hand. He was going to kill Zhou Xuanji with one slash. Poochie! 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 Silver light flashed, and he was instantly pierced by 30 divine swords. He was like a hedgehog and blood sprayed across the sky. Zhou Xuanji did not look back but looked at the cultivators from the Eight-Fist Sect. His gaze scared the cultivators so much that they broke out in cold sweat and retreated one after another. How is this possible? The Void Extreme Immortal of the Eight-Fist Sect was drenched in cold sweat. He had a ferocious look on his face. He wanted to bring down the black sword, but it was a pity that his magic power was being sucked away rapidly. The Heavenly Law's immortal energy was of a higher grade than his magic energy. He was completely defenseless against it. The 30 divine swords moved again and directly minced him into pieces, turning him into a bloody mist. The two Void Extreme Celestials were as weak as mortals in front of him. With the two Armageddon legendary swords and Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Sweep, he could kill enemies of a higher stage. With his cultivation stage, 2 slashes could exhaust the Heavenly Law's immortal energy in his body. But he still had the Tianxia map, which stored abundant Heavenly Law's immortal energy. It was enough for him to fight for a long time. He charged toward the other cultivators from the Eight-Fist Sect and started a massacre. The cultivators were so terrified that they fled in all directions. Elder Yuchuan was stupefied and could not come back to his senses for a long while. Why was a 10th Revolution Golden Immortal so powerful? He could not understand at all. Could this be the heaven-defying power of a first-class great emperor? No wonder those factions were willing to heavily injure the Divine Cliff and Dao Heaven Sect just to kill Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji, you still dare to show up? A loud cry came. A 3,000-meter-tall silhouette appeared in the horizon and charged toward Zhou Xuanji swiftly, stirring up clouds and mist. Heavenly Law, true God. The stage above Void Extreme Immortal. Elder Yuchuan was only a void extreme immortal. If not for the divine cliff being heavily injured, he would not have become an elder. Seeing the true god, his face turned pale with fright. Zhou Xuanji did not panic at all. He activated the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha straightaway. Stepping on the Sword Buddha's head, he flew up swiftly. He laughed proudly and said, "A mere true god dares to kill me? Even the malicious Buddha cannot kill me, let alone you. If you dare to attack me, the existence behind me will not let you off. Neither will the malicious Buddha. The malicious Buddha and the demonic emperor still want to use me. Do you have the right to stand against them?" The true god was so frightened that he stopped in his tracks. His body was glowing with a radiance, and no one could see his expression clearly. But he had to believe Zhou Xuanji's words. Even Han Shuzi died in the hands of the malicious Buddha. How could Zhou Xuanji survive? Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly. "If you don't get lost, you and those scoundrels hiding in the dark will all die." He was filled with a murderous aura and released all of his aura, looking fearless. This made the Eight-Fist Sect's true god even more uncertain. Zhou Xuanji swung his sword. The sky-dominating divine sword Sword Soul and Sword Qi swept out and clashed with the Eight-Fist Sect's true god. The true god exploded instantly without causing any damage. He was shocked in his heart. A heavenly law true god was this powerful? "Zhou Xuanji, you win." The Eight-Fist Sect's true god snorted coldly and left. As for the other Eight-Fist Sect cultivators, they were long gone. The Eight-Fist Sect retreated. At the same time, the true gods hiding in the dark were also shocked. It was not that they were not smart enough, but the malicious Buddha's deterrence was too powerful. Even someone as powerful as Han Shuzi was killed. How could they fight against him? Elder Yuchuan came up to Zhou Xuanji excitedly. He wanted to say something, but Zhou Xuanji gave him a look, and he understood immediately. The two returned to the Cliff Lord Palace and told Yang Yutian about this. Yang Yutian sighed in amazement. A 10th Revolution Golden Immortal can kill 2 Void Extreme Immortals and hundreds of Heavenly Revolution Golden Immortals so easily. This is too ridiculous. Not only that, but you also know how to bully others. I can sense that those true gods have retreated. I don't think the other factions need us to do anything. They will be scared away. Bully others? Zhou Xuanji was speechless. How could he say that? Next, Yang Yutian began gathering the core disciples to conquer the portals to the mortal realm. Zhou Xuanji told him about the northern wilderness region, and Yang Yutian readily agreed. Emperor Sword Court was merely a faction in the northern wilderness region, and it was not a big deal for them to merge with the Divine Cliff. However, the Divine Cliff had been attacked, so they needed to create a new teleportation gate and buy world stones, which would take some time. Zhou Xuanji also asked Yang Yutian about the 18 divine swords in Xianxianghua, and Yang Yutian readily agreed. That day, news of Zhou Xuanji's return spread throughout the Divine Cliff city. At first, the disciples were quite furious, but after hearing that Zhou Xuanji had repelled the various factions, their anger dissipated. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji sensed many hostile gazes. He was not angry. If it were him, he would feel displeased as well. Under Elder Yu Quan's lead, he returned to his original residence, which had yet to be destroyed. Fei Hai stood in front of the gate excitedly. When he saw Zhou Xuanji, he cried tears of joy and said with a trembling voice, "Senior, it's great that you are all right. You're finally back." Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 451. Seeing that Fei Hai was safe and sound, Zhou Xuanji was not pleasantly surprised but felt a little amazed. Several years had passed and the people had changed. He then thought of Han Shuzi and Shi Shenzong. He nodded and said, "Get up. The Divine Cliff is in trouble. You don't have to serve me anymore. Cultivate well and become the backbone of the Divine Cliff." Fei Hai shook his head and said, "I can still serve you and I will not delay my cultivation." Zhou Xuanji did not insist and walked into the residence. The servants in the mansion were still there. It was still the same people. Zhou Xuanji packed up and flew into the sky to continue extracting heavenly law celestial power. When he attacked the true god just now, he didn't manage to inflict any damage to the other party, causing him to feel a sense of crisis once more. He needed to accumulate more heavenly law immortal energy. In the next half a year, Zhou Xuanji did not leave the Divine Cliff City, and news of him returning to the Divine Cliff quickly spread. The demons were chased out, and Emperor Jundao was once again active in the eyes of the world. Now Zhou Xuanji had also returned. Would the two newly advanced first-grade great sovereigns fight? In half a year, the Divine Cliff did not encounter any more attacks. Yang Yutian continued to recruit disciples. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 106 years old. Gacha started. Ding! Congratulations, sword owner. You have obtained Intimidating Spirit Bitter Sword. 9 Sun Spirit Source Crown. Zhou Xuanji, who was high up in the sky, was attracted by the sword spirit's voice. He opened his eyes, and the legendary sword's information appeared before him. Sword name: Ku-Ti Sword Grade. Intimidating Spirit Description: a wooden sword that contains Bodhi materials. Anyone struck by this sword will suffer the pain of being stabbed by thousands of blades and being devoured by hundreds of beasts. Not bad. Zhou Xuanji smiled and took out the 9 Sun Spirit Source Crown. The crown was golden in color and was 10 centimeters tall. 9 golden dragons were engraved on its surface, and they were very small. There were 3 golden needles attached to it, which could be used to tie one's hair. 9 Sun Spirit Source Crown. Not only can it increase the speed at which the host refines his magic power, it can also absorb the power of the sun. When it encounters a fatal attack, it will automatically counterattack the enemy. The sword spirit introduced, and Zhou Xuanji immediately put it on. After wearing the crown, his entire temperament suddenly changed, becoming even more divine and handsome. He continued to refine the heavenly law immortal energy, and found that the rate at which he could refine it had indeed increased by a lot. Not bad. Zhou Xuanji's mood became joyful. At this moment, Yang Yutian transmitted a message to him, telling him to head to the Cliffmaster Hall. He quickly arrived at the entrance of the Cliffmaster Hall and strolled in. Apart from Yang Yutian, his previous direct disciples Wu Qiu and Lan Xiangying were also present. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "You're still alive?" He thought the two of them were already dead. Hearing this, Lan Xiangying coldly harumphed, while Wu Qiu enthusiastically waved at him and revealed a bright smile. Yang Yutian laughed loudly and then closed the door. "I called you here because I have the whereabouts of the divine sword. The location is a little far, so I want junior brother and junior sister to accompany you. I have to watch over the divine cliff. I hope you can understand," Yang Yutian said. Zhou Xuanji heard him and his eyes brightened. He said, "I can go alone. Leave them here to guard the divine cliff." Lan Xiangying curled her lips and said, "Are you afraid that we will snatch them from you?" Wu Qiu shook his head and said with a smile, "That place is an ancient site that the two of us discovered in the past. There are many restrictions inside, and many of our disciples died there. If we bring you there, it will save you a lot of trouble. Besides, don't you need someone to keep watch when you're retrieving the sacred sword?" Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Then I will trouble the two of you. But since you have been there before, why didn't you find the sacred sword? Could it be that something had happened?" Wu Qiu stopped smiling and said, "That ancient site is at the western end of the Center God province. 3 months ago, my informant there sent me a message saying that the Heavenly Hall and the Buddha Ghost sect discovered the ancient site. It was said that they forced the birth of a powerful sword. Even a 9th Revolution Golden Immortal could not control this sword. I guess that the sword might be the divine sword. Now that the immortal gods control the Center God province, evil cultivators are no longer around. Why don't we go and take a look?" Zhou Xuanji was a little disappointed, so it was not accurate information. "Wait, the Buddha Ghost sect is not an evil cultivator?" he asked curiously. Yang Yutian replied, "Although they are ghost cultivators, the Buddha Ghost Emperor made great contributions to protect his descendants. The heavenly law recognizes them, and the immortal gods do not reject them." After that, the 4 of them discussed and decided to depart today. Zhou Xuanji, Wu Qiu, and Lan Xiangying went back to make some arrangements before leaving the Divine Cliff together. Bai Suwen and Xiao Chan wanted to follow but were rejected by Zhou Xuanji. This was a risky trip, and he did not want to bring along 2 burdens. Lan Xiangying flew on a cloud, while Zhou Xuanji sat on the cloud and continued to extract heavenly law celestial power. Wu Qiu cultivated as well. Because he was close, he could sense the powerful ripples of heavenly law celestial power. He opened his eyes and asked in astonishment, "There's something wrong with your magic energy. Why does it feel like an immortal god?" Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and asked, "You've seen an immortal god before?" Wu Qiu nodded and began to tell him about his past. Back then, he was only a ninth tribulation scattered immortal. When he was traveling in the Center God province, he encountered an injured immortal. After saving the immortal, they became friends and spent some time together. He was very familiar with heavenly law celestial power. After that, they parted ways. Until today, Wu Qiu did not know where that immortal was, nor did he know why he was injured. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself and said, "That heavenly saint brought an immortal god to control the Center God province. What's his intention? Could it be related to your immortal friend's injury?" In the Center God province, immortal gods were still an illusory legend. Zhou Xuanji knew that the immortal gods came from the ancient immortal clans. This time, it was all thanks to the heavenly saint and the ancient immortal clans that he was able to escape. However, he always felt that there was a massive conspiracy behind this. If the immortal gods were so kind, they would have appeared long ago. Wu Qiu did not reply. He was also thinking about this. Ever since he witnessed the malicious Buddha's prowess, he had a strong desire for power. This time he not only wanted to help Zhou Xuanji obtain the divine sword, but also to obtain a serendipity for himself. Under the dark clouds, the entire mountain was filled with graves. There were countless of them. Behind a tombstone, a hand suddenly reached out from the soil. It was as dry as firewood and looked eerie. The soil opened up and a skinny man climbed up. His clothes were corroded, and only strips of cloth were left. His hair was dry and his eyes were lifeless. He rolled down from the soil and lay on the ground, panting heavily. He glanced over and saw the words on the tombstone. "My brother Mo." The last 4 words were corroded by the wind and sand, but the 3 words at the bottom were still recognizable. Established by Emperor Xia. The skinny man stood up with difficulty and looked up at the dark clouds in the sky, trembling. Suddenly, he burst out laughing like a madman. "Ha ha ha ha. I'm alive again. All of you wait for your deaths. I'm going to regain control of the Center God province. I'm the true sovereign." He laughed wildly. Strands of black qi floated out from the other tombstones and gathered on his body. His body grew fuller at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 452. The historical site that Wu Qiu was talking about was called the Nether Demon Stream. It was said that a long time ago, the demon race had once occupied the Center God province. The Nether Demon Stream was one of the demon race's territories, but it was destroyed by a powerhouse. It took a long time to travel from the Divine Cliff to the Nether Demon Stream. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji and the others did not encounter any danger. After the heavenly saint spoke, the demons all disappeared. The only strange thing was that the heavenly saints and immortal gods had not appeared yet. If not for the fact that some demon factions had been razed to the ground, the world would have thought that the immortal gods were joking. Zhou Xuanji asked Wu Qiu to help him find out where Xian Xianghua was, and Wu Qiu asked about her. Demonic cultivator? She might have already left the Center God province, Wu Qiu said with a frown. Wu Qiu frowned, which made Zhou Xuanji's heart sink. Lan Xiangying said, "There are no more demonic cultivators in the Center God province." Zhou Xuanji frowned and thought to himself. He was not too worried. Xian Xianghua had lived for over 10,000 years after all, and she was proficient in the celestial devil rebirth technique. She should be able to protect herself. Half a month later, the 3 of them were less than 10,000 kilometers away from the Nether Demon Stream. Lan Xiangying stopped and landed on top of a mountain. Wu Qiu moved his hands, and golden mirrors of light flew out from his sleeves and hovered in front of them. The mirrors reflected the scene of the Nether Demon Stream from a different perspective. The surrounding 10,000 kilometers was a boundless mountain forest. Mountain ranges rose and fell, and the Nether Demon Stream was like a black line that divided the land into 2. It was so deep that they could not see the bottom. They saw many cultivators moving about, and some even flew into the Nether Demon Stream. There were also people fighting. Wu Qiu coldly laughed and said, "It's so lively." Zhou Xuanji asked, "Are there any true gods here?" Wu Qiu shook his head and said, The demonic factions in the Center God Province have all retreated. The true gods of the various factions are busy fighting for territory. How can they have the time to come to the Nether Demon Stream? Zhou Xuanji heard him and felt that it made sense. The serendipity in the Nether Demon Stream was not worth mentioning to true gods. As for that saint's sword, he had not verified whether it was real or not. Since there are no true gods, should we act directly? Zhou Xuanji asked. He could already rival Void Extreme Immortals, and Lan Xiangying and Wu Qiu were both Void Extreme Immortals. With the three of them working together, there was naturally nothing to fear. Wu Qiu raised his hand and said, "Don't be anxious, I think I saw someone from the Tang King clan." Tang King clan. After the northern wilderness region's war god Xiling ascended, he was recognized by the Tang King clan. He even married the Tang King clan's young mistress and married into the Tang King clan. To this day, war god Xiling was still an extremely powerful existence in the Center God Province. He had become a true god long ago, and was the pillar of the Tang King clan. Zhou Xuanji had a deep impression of war god Xiling. Back at Juedi Cliff, he had been killed by war god Xiling's heavenly law puppet. From what he sensed, war god Xiling was not inferior to Lu Wuji at all. Lan Xiangying frowned and said, "The Tang King clan is tyrannical. It is not good to offend them. If the Tang King clan's disciples suffered a loss, the clan's powerhouses would stand up for them. Even the divine cliff at its peak would not dare to provoke the Tang King clan." Zhou Xuanji suddenly looked at a golden mirror of light. In the image, a group of heavenly guards were discussing something by the cliff, and he saw Emperor Yan of Zhou. Emperor Yan of Zhou was silent in the group, and he stood at the back. After ascending from the Mahayana realm and joining the heavenly palace, one could only start from the lowest rank of soldiers. Zhou Xuanji only took a glance and did not pay much attention to it. The fate between the two of them had come to an end. By helping the great Zhou Empire become stronger, he had already done enough for Emperor Yan of Zhou. After that, the three of them decided to enter the Nether Demon Stream from a place where there was no one around. The walls of the Nether Demon Stream were slippery, and it was unknown where the water was coming from. As he flew down, he could feel a gust of cold wind blowing at him. The whistling sound of the wind sounded like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. Wu Qiu transmitted his voice. "Do your best to hide your aura. Do not make a move before we find the holy sword." No one knew exactly how many people were in the Nether Demon Stream, so they had to be cautious. Zhou Xuanji was not too worried. The Tianxia map had already stored a massive amount of heavenly law celestial power. Even if he had to fight against many, he was not afraid. The Nether Demon Stream was not as deep as he had imagined it to be, only about 4,000 zhang deep. The mountain walls were filled with all kinds of crystal stones that gave off a faint glow, allowing them to see the path within 100 meters. They walked in a certain direction, using their inner sight to scan their surroundings. Along the way they saw many corpses. Most of them had fallen to their deaths. There were even cultivators who had died not too long ago. Zhou Xuanji took out the ancient god sword and communicated with the 9 souls in his mind. Nether Demon Stream, what a nostalgic place. Back then I also came here before. Me too. You're all so young. I remember that the Nether Demon Stream was created by a junior from the demon race. We're all remnant souls, don't act cool. There are holy swords here? It's possible that the 18 holy swords have disappeared for countless years, so they might have fallen in a place like this. The 9 souls started to bicker. Some of them had been here before, which made things much more convenient for Zhou Xuanji. Wu Qiu and Lan Xiangying continuously avoided the restrictions, and Zhou Xuanji would occasionally warn them, making them feel quite shocked. "You've been here before?" Wu Qiu could not help but ask. Zhou Xuanji could find restrictions that they did not know about. This was quite embarrassing. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "I just have good eyesight." These words made Wu Qiu feel even more depressed. Soon they encountered a group of cultivators. They immediately hid behind a massive boulder, concealing themselves, and their auras almost disappeared. The Tang King clan is too domineering. Despicable. Is that sword really a holy sword? It feels so strange. The Tang King clan's Tang Juetian has come. Let's leave. Tang Juetian is a second-class great emperor, and now that he is a Void Extreme Immortal, his strength is enough to sweep across the Void Extreme Immortal realm. All of us together are not a match for him. Hearing the cultivators' discussions, Wu Qiu and Lan Xiangying's expressions slightly changed. After the group of cultivators flew away, Wu Qiu gritted his teeth and said, Tang Juetian has also come. This is not good news. Tang Juetian is one of the top geniuses in the Tang King clan. Even if all of us combined, we are not a match for him. Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows and asked, Aren't you all geniuses of the Divine Cliff as well? Why are you so lacking in confidence? Wu Qiu rolled his eyes at him. Lan Xiangying explained, Tang Juetian has a great Emperor Divine weapon, and is extremely powerful. In the Great Thousand World, enchanted artifacts and magic treasures were not divided into many grades, but Great Emperor Divine weapons reigned above most enchanted artifacts and magic treasures. Great Emperor Divine weapons were forged by Heavenly Law Great Emperors using Great Emperor Fate. Once they were formed, they would be incredibly powerful and contain Emperor's might. Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed as he said, I'll go and meet him. He now had 2 Armageddon grade swords. He wanted to see which one was stronger compared to the Great Emperor Divine weapon. After saying this, he prepared to rush out. Wu Qiu held him back and said in a low voice, Right now, the Divine Cliff is not on the same level as the Tang King clan at all. We can't fight them head-on. We need a plan to steal the Saint's sword without anyone knowing. Zhou Xuanji frowned. The strength of their faction was a big problem. He did not want to make more trouble for the Divine Cliff. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 453. In the depths of the Nether Demon Stream, there was a large door at the bottom of a mountain. Even though it was incredibly damaged, the palace inside still existed. The palace was very big and was guarded by 30 Tang King clan disciples. Tang Juetian was standing in front of a stone coffin. He wore a large blue robe and had a cold expression. His gaze was sharp, and he looked like a spear, giving off a powerful aura. Following his gaze, there was a stone sword within the coffin. This stone sword was 1 meter long and 10 or so centimeters wide, and it was elongated like a gourd. There was an eyeball between the hilt and the blade, which looked like a human eye. It was still spinning as if it was looking around, looking incredibly shocking. Tang Juetian muttered, Is it really a saint's sword? A voice sounded in his heart, tempting him to grab the sword. But his heart was as firm as a boulder and did not move. At that moment, a disciple walked 10 steps away and cupped his fists as he called out, Young Master, the great Heaven God dynasty's Lu Tingjun is here. Lu Tingjun. Before Emperor Jundao appeared, he was the #1 genius of the great Heaven God dynasty. He had reached Void Extreme Immortal at 8,000 years old, and he was now over 10,000 years old. Tang Juetian's eyes narrowed as he said, Who would have thought that he would also come? That's good, we haven't decided a victor in our battle last time. He turned and walked towards the door as he said, No one gets close to the stone coffin. That sword is an evil sword and can bewitch people's hearts. If anyone grabs it, their soul will be devoured. Hearing this, the 30 Tang King clan disciples were given a big fright. They were all from the same clan, and they believed that Tang Juetian would not lie to them. After all, Tang Juetian had not touched that sword at all. Soon Tang Juetian left. Not long after he left, Zhou Xuanji and the others came over. Zhou Xuanji and the other 2 came over and looked into the distance. They could see that there were cultivators guarding the door. Wu Qiu said, Lan Xiangying, you go and draw away a wave of enemies. I'll act and draw away another wave. After that, Brother Xuanji can go and take the sword. Lan Xiangying nodded and did not say anything as he quickly raised his sword and rushed out. These Tang King clan disciples were only golden immortals. Even though the weakest was at least 7th revolution, how could they be a match for Lan Xiangying? Lan Xiangying quickly grabbed a female disciple and said with a sneer, Tang King clan is only a so-so. With that, she snatched the female disciple away. Immediately, 8 male disciples roared and chased after her. Stop! Release my cousin. Where did this demoness come from? Does she want to offend the Tang King clan? Damn it! The light underground was dim, and they couldn't see Lan Xiangying's face clearly. After they left, Wu Qiu charged out and used the same method to attract the 7 disciples. There were only 13 disciples left in the palace. Zhou Xuanji put on his iron mask and charged forward with the soft velvety sword. He first absorbed all of the disciples' magic power, then stabbed them with his sword, causing them to fall to the ground powerlessly. In order to avoid falling out with the Tang King clan, he didn't take their lives. The Tang King clan was considered to be on the righteous path, but in the future, if they were to argue, their skills would be inferior and they would not have the face to speak. Soon the 13 Tang King clan disciples powerlessly fell to the ground, looking at Zhou Xuanji furiously. They didn't even have the strength to speak. Zhou Xuanji came up to the stone coffin and glanced at the stone sword. This is the holy sword. Why is it so strange? Zhou Xuanji looked at the eye on the stone sword in confusion. He did not immediately stretch out his hand and instead started to converse with the 9 souls. Lu Wuji said in a low voice, "It shouldn't be a holy sword. I can sense soul ripples from within the sword. Oh, could it be that there was an old demon hiding in the sword that pretended to be a holy sword to take over?" Zhou Xuanji raised the ancient god sword and slashed out. Clang! The stone sword shattered, and the eye's pupils constricted. It no longer spun around and even lost its expression. Zhou Xuanji's expression was calm, but the 9 souls exploded. Emperor Zhao cried out in shock. "My big brother, you killed it just like that? You haven't investigated it clearly yet." The other souls could not understand either. They had come from so far away. Even if it wasn't a holy sword, it was still a gain. Zhou Xuanji said casually, "Apart from holy swords, I don't need any other swords." He now had close to 200 swords and did not need to worry about swords. After the stone sword shattered, there were no abnormal signs. Everything seemed incredibly calm. Zhou Xuanji stared at the eye and thought to himself. He suddenly stretched out his hand and used heavenly law immortal energy to dig out the eye from the air. He directly put the eye into the supreme storage. He had asked the sword spirit before, and if evil things entered the supreme storage, they would be suppressed. Of course, the supreme storage would reject living things. This eye was not alive. After doing all of this, Zhou Xuanji quickly left. He quickly found Wu Qiu and Lan Xiangying. The 2 of them let go of the Tang King clan disciples, and the 3 of them quickly disappeared into the darkness. The Tang King clan disciples understood that this was a ploy to lure them away, so they did not give chase and returned to the palace. When they saw the stone sword shatter, they were all dumbfounded. Zhou Xuanji and the others landed behind a massive boulder. Wu Qiu asked about the situation, and Zhou Xuanji answered truthfully. After hearing that he had destroyed the stone sword with a single strike, Wu Qiu said in pity, "Looks like it's not a holy sword. How could a true holy sword be so weak?" Lan Xiangying nodded. They had come here for nothing. They started to plan their return. Zhou Xuanji said, "I want to challenge Tang Juetian. We'll only fight to determine victory and defeat, not to kill him. That shouldn't give the Tang King clan an excuse to attack, right?" Wu Qiu's eyes widened as he said, "Are you crazy?" Tang Juetian, who had a great emperor divine weapon, was someone that even he could not deal with. Did Zhou Xuanji really want to lose? Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "If the divine cliff wants to rise up, it needs fame. If I defeat Tang Juetian, will more people want to join the divine cliff?" Lan Xiangying rolled her eyes at him and asked, "What if you lose?" Zhou Xuanji said confidently, "I won't lose." He wanted to test his true strength. Wu Qiu and Lan Xiangying could not dissuade him, so they could only allow him to challenge Tang Juetian. The 2 of them did not follow, in case they were recognized by the Tang King clan disciples. Zhou Xuanji took out legendary swords, which formed a river of swords. He stepped on the river and rose into the air, looking incredibly domineering. Seeing this, Wu Qiu and Lan Xiangying looked at each other and could see the shock in each other's eyes. What a powerful aura! On the ground, Tang Juetian was currently fighting with the great heaven god dynasty's Lu Tingjun. The 2 of them had powerful auras and were incredibly fast. They were like 2 rays of light madly clashing in the air, causing powerful gales to blow up the trees in the surrounding 1,000 kilometers. Many cultivators watched from afar. So powerful! Both of them are second-class great emperors. It's said that they fought before, but there was no clear victor. Ever since Emperor Jundao joined the great heaven god dynasty, Lu Tingjun has been overlooked. I never thought that he would be so powerful. Their strength is quite strong even among void extreme immortals. Looks like there's no hope for the Saint's sword now. The Heavenly Palace's people were also watching. Emperor Yen of Zhou looked at this incomparable battle, a look of admiration on his face. If he was this powerful, he would not have to work so hard for the Heavenly Palace. He suddenly thought of his son, Zhou Xuanji. He wondered what that boy's strength was now. His smile became bitter. They were father and son, but there was a gap between them that was even deeper than enemies. Koum. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 454. Tang Juetian continuously struck out with his palms. The wind from his palms was so strong that Lu Tingjun was unable to get close. Lu Tingjun was wearing black armor and a red cloak. He looked valiant and domineering. He held a red tasseled spear in his hand. The spear's blade was wide and rectangular. His expression was resolute. He held the long spear in his right hand and stabbed repeatedly. His left hand formed hand seals and cast different spells. Wind could increase his speed, water and fire could increase his power, and lightning was even more domineering. Tang Juetian didn't even take out his divine weapon, and easily received all of his attacks. Lu Tingjun, my cultivation base has improved, but you haven't. You are no longer a match for me. Tang Juetian laughed proudly, filled with confidence. In the past, he and Lu Tingjun were on the same level, but now he had already left Lu Tingjun behind. Lu Tingjun was indifferent. His eyes were burning, and his aura gradually increased. Right now, he was in a very awkward situation. The favoritism he received from the great Heaven God dynasty had decreased because of Emperor Jundao, and his reputation in the world had also been overshadowed by Emperor Jundao. Now that he was facing Tang Juetian, he was actually unable to gain the upper hand. Bang! An extremely powerful aura came from the horizon. Countless sword shadows turned into a desolate mountain and river, rushing over with unstoppable force. Tang Juetian and Lu Tingjun subconsciously turned around to block. Countless sword shadows collided with them, bursting forth with dazzling light. Everyone looked over and saw Zhou Xuanji walking over on a river of swords. He had changed into white clothes and was not wearing the iron mask. The all-evil yin-yang destruction and the holy light godly shadow sword in his hands caused gusts of wind to swirl around him. The people from the Heavenly Palace were all moved. Zhou Xuanji's face had long since spread throughout the Heavenly Palace, and Emperor Yen of Zhou felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Who are you? Tang Juetian shouted loudly as he frowned. The sight of nearly 200 divine swords was truly spectacular. In the present age, there were not many people who liked to use so many swords. Most importantly, he could tell at a glance that Zhou Xuanji only had 10th Revolution Golden Immortal Cultivation. Divine Cliff, Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji replied. Immediately 50 legendary swords rose up, each giving off a powerful light as they spun around him at high speed. There was no pattern to them at all, and they were as wild as the wind. Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Sweep. With the support of Heavenly Law Immortal Energy, Zhou Xuanji's speed greatly increased, and he quickly came before Tang Juetian and Lu Tingjun. 50 divine swords attacked them fiercely, catching them off guard. Tang Juetian immediately took out his great emperor's divine weapon. It was a large blade that was wrapped in raging flames. The blade took up a third of the entire blade, and there was a dragon's head at the tip of the blade, looking incredibly domineering. He slashed out with his saber, and the saber chi that was like a violent storm deflected more than 20 divine swords. Lu Tingjun was forced into a passive position. This scene frightened the spectators. As soon as Zhou Xuanji appeared, he suppressed Tang Juetian and Lu Tingjun. Some cultivators with high cultivation bases were dumbfounded. A 10th Revolution Golden Immortal was this powerful? As expected of a Grade 1 Great Emperor. It seems like the rumors are true? Too strong. Crossing realms to fight, and 1 against 2. Between him and Emperor Jundao, who is stronger? How does he control so many swords? It feels like every sword's trajectory is different. They are all so strong. The cultivators began to discuss among themselves in shock. Emperor Yen of Zhou's expression was complicated. It had only been a few decades, and Zhou Xuanji had already reached such a level. If he had protected Lady Zhao Xian and her son back then, his current situation would be completely different. Lady Zhao Xian's beautiful face appeared in his mind. He then thought of the great Zhou's empress. In the end, even though he had ascended, he had not left anyone behind. There was only boundless loneliness accompanying him. Zhou Xuanji used Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Sweep and quickly injured Lu Tingjun. However, Tang Juetian was not injured at all. He stared at the Great Emperor's divine weapon in Tang Juetian's hand and inwardly felt quite shocked. He could sense danger coming from that Great Emperor's divine weapon. If he was not careful, that divine weapon could fatally attack him. As for Lu Tingjun, he did not place him in his eyes at all. He did not know how strong Void Extreme Immortals were, but the two people in front of him were at least above average Void Extreme Immortals. It had to be said that Heavenly Law Immortal Energy and Armageddon Greatswords were indeed powerful. He felt much more confident and started to try to condense the 9 sword souls. Using 2 domineering divine abilities at the same time would be a great challenge to his soul's endurance. He had always tried and had succeeded before, but it was not stable enough. In battle, he could always challenge his limits. After each battle, he would become stronger because of this method of challenging his limits. It was just like training. Muscles used up a lot of energy, but after resting they would become stronger. Clang! The 2 Armageddon Greatswords slashed against the saber, giving off countless sparks. Tang Juetian was more powerful than Zhou Xuanji, but Zhou Xuanji had Heavenly Law Immortal Energy, so he was not at a disadvantage at all. Lu Tingjun was blocked by the 20 swords and could not get close to Zhou Xuanji at all. He did not dodge. Under everyone's gazes, he had to gain face for himself and could not bring shame to the great Heaven God dynasty. Tang Juetian started to fight with his full strength. The Great Emperor's divine weapon gave off a domineering aura, forcing Zhou Xuanji back with a saber strike. The 9 sword souls behind Zhou Xuanji continuously slashed out. Sword light flashed, but they were all blocked by Tang Juetian. Zhou Xuanji, you're indeed incredible. But don't think about defeating me. Tang Juetian wildly laughed. He looked very domineering, but he was inwardly panicking. If he was defeated by a 10th Revolution Golden Immortal, he would lose a lot of face. Even if he returned to the clan, the elders would still punish him. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Zhou Xuanji's gaze became serious, and the other legendary swords also joined Sword Sect Immortal Weep. Close to 200 light swords crazily revolved around his body, and as soon as Tang Juetian got close, he was surrounded and attacked. The scene was incomparably spectacular, and the spectators felt their blood boil. Only the people from the Heavenly Palace had mixed feelings. They had watched Zhou Xuanji grow. Once upon a time, Zhou Xuanji was just an ordinary person in their eyes. Now they could only look up. Emperor Yin of Zhou remained silent, his emotions complicated. In the distance, Wu Qiu and Lan Shangying were dumbfounded. How can he be so strong? Wu Qiu gulped and asked with a trembling voice. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be more powerful than him, and not just by a little bit. Lan Shangying didn't reply. She was also feeling very complicated. Back when he had gone to capture Shishanzong, Zhou Xuanji had not been very strong. How long had it been? Was this the talent of a first-class great emperor? Lu Tingjun completely gave up on close combat and cast divine abilities and spells from afar. His attacks were like a vast ocean that flowed endlessly, wave after wave. Zhou Xuanji relied on Sword Sect Immortal Weep to defend against his attacks, and at the same time he resisted Tang Juetian. Tang Juetian and Lu Tingjun did not realize that they had unknowingly teamed up. If it was in the past, they would definitely scoff. However, Zhou Xuanji's name was too great and his aura was too powerful, so they had no choice but to work together. In the spectators' eyes, Zhou Xuanji's aura and image were already superior to the other two. Is that all you have? Zhou Xuanji said as he coldly laughed. The World Full Sword was activated, causing Tang Juetian and Lu Tingjuan's expressions to change. Chapter 455. Ignorant child. Don't be so arrogant. Tang Juetian coldly harumphed, his shoulders trembled, and flames started to burn on the surface of his body, causing his aura to explode. He wildly swung his saber 18 times at Zhou Xuanji. Saber light flashed, each strike stronger than the one before. The sea of clouds was slashed apart, and the ground below directly collapsed. Zhou Xuanji frowned and instinctively used the Holy Light Divine Shadow Sword and all evil yin-yang destruction to block in front of him. There was a loud bang. Zhou Xuanji was sent flying backward. His qi and blood surged up to his throat, and he almost spat it out. He endured the discomfort and swallowed the blood. Tang Juetian charged over once again. 18 blades of madness. It was a peerless saber technique that he had created himself. This saber technique has been recorded in the Tang King clan's library for future generations to learn. This was Tang Juetian's strongest attack. Under his domineering saber qi, Zhou Xuanji was pushed back. Lu Tingjun stopped and frowned as he looked at Tang Juetian. The terrifying might of the Emperor's divine weapon caused his heart to palpitate, and he knew that he really wasn't Tang Juetian's match. On the other hand, although Zhou Xuanji was being suppressed, he had not lost yet. He was still resisting. TSK, the Tang King clan also has such a genius. There's finally no need to find a son-in-law. Haha, Emperor Zhao, aren't you afraid of angering War God Xiling? War God Xiling is indeed powerful. He's probably no weaker than Taichu Yudao now. It's a pity for Taichu Yudao. He could have been even stronger and even fought against the heavenly saints. How is little brother Zhou going to win? The 9 souls chatted happily in Zhou Xuanji's mind without any pressure. Even though it would be very difficult for Zhou Xuanji to defeat Tang Juetian could forget about killing him. There was a lot of heavenly law celestial power in the Tianxia map. It was more than enough to fight against Tang Juetian. Even though Tang Juetian's cultivation was higher than Zhou Xuanji's, using 18 berserk blades of extinction took a great toll on him. Zhou Xuanji immediately unleashed Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. A 30,000-meter tall golden Buddha rose from the ground, its surface giving off a faint silver light. Its 1,000 hands stretched out, directly swinging their swords towards Tang Juetian. The Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha, formed from heavenly law celestial power, was incredibly powerful. Tang Juetian was instantly suppressed and could only passively defend. Damn it! What is this? Tang Juetian's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. Lu Tingjuan's entire body was trembling, and he felt powerless. Too strong. Zhou Xuanji stood at the top of the Buddha's head and looked down at Tang Juetian. Seeing Tang Juetian bitterly struggling, he felt quite delighted. It was this feeling of power. Previously, when he faced malicious Buddha and Xiandaoya, he felt immense pressure and even doubted himself. Now it felt so good. Tang Juetian, on the other hand, felt extremely sullen. Being suppressed by a 10th Revolution Golden Immortal, even Zhou Xuanji felt quite sullen. After all, he was also a genius. Between geniuses, there was no such thing as submission. The ground collapsed in succession, trees were swept away, and mountains were shattered. Everything was like a scene of the end of the world, and it forced the other spectators to dodge. Wu Qiu became excited and said excitedly, "Amazing! He might really win." At this moment he had already forgotten about everything else and only hoped that Zhou Xuanji could win. If they could defeat both Tang Juetian and Lu Tingjun at the same time, the Divine Cliff's prestige would definitely soar. In the future, many people might join the Divine Cliff because of Zhou Xuanji. For the Divine Cliff, which had suffered great losses, it was of utmost importance. In the distance, an old beggar lay on a cliff as he watched the battle. It was Di Guanlong's teacher. Back when he had met Zhou Xuanji, he had wanted to take Zhou Xuanji as his disciple. He looked quite satisfied and continuously nodded as he smiled and said, "Not bad, not bad. No wonder the demonic emperor and great emperor Dao Court want him. Now that they don't dare to enter the Center God province, this boy is mine. A first-class great emperor. Even though I have a first-class great emperor disciple, I haven't nurtured one in a long time." The smile on his face became vulgar, and he almost drooled. Tang Juetian quickly adapted to the 1,000-hand sword Buddha's attacks. He began to fly up and prepare to counterattack. Zhou Xuanji frowned. This boy was so difficult to deal with. Use the World Overlord technique to absorb heavenly law celestial energy and circulate emperors might to gain the acknowledgement of the heavenly law. A chuckle sounded into Zhou Xuanji's ears, causing his expression to change. Who was talking? He did not have time to think and immediately did as he was told. The emperor's might of a first-class great emperor exploded out, causing Tang Juetian to feel some pressure. However, with his cultivation he could still endure it. Traces of formless heavenly law celestial energy descended and entered Zhou Xuanji's body, causing the heavenly law celestial energy in his body to become more and more powerful. Zhou Xuanji seemed to come into contact with something. The pressure on Tang Juetian increased, and he was once again suppressed. The thousand-hand sword Buddha did not have any sword techniques, and it just randomly slashed out, making it so that Tang Juetian could not find any openings and could only randomly defend. Zhou Xuanji sank into a mysterious state. He felt as if his soul had come to the heavens, and he ignored everything else in the world. Tang Juetian wanted to pull away and fight, but Zhou Xuanji instinctively used universal attraction, making it impossible for him to escape. Lu Tingjun was completely reduced to a spectator. He sighed, looking quite dispirited. Boom! Tang Juetian finally could not hold on any longer and was blasted down, falling into the ruins. Zhou Xuanji came back to his senses, and seeing that Tang Juetian had been defeated, he came back to his senses. That feeling just then, he felt quite excited. He had never thought that the world Buddha art and emperors might could help him cultivate. As Tang Juetian was defeated, the heavens and earth gradually calmed down. Zhou Xuanji did not follow up with another attack. This was a challenge, not a battle to the death. He looked at Lu Tingjun, using his eyes to ask him if he wanted to continue. Lu Tingjun cupped his fists towards him before turning and leaving. He was willing to concede defeat. The spectators all felt incredibly excited. Heavens! Is a 10th Revolution Golden Immortal really this powerful? Too powerful. No wonder the divine cliff was destroyed because of him. Tang Juetian was defeated just like that. He won in a very domineering manner without any tricks. He didn't kill Tang Juetian, that's admirable. The cultivators were all convinced by Zhou Xuanji, and the heavenly palace's people stealthily left. Emperor Yan of Zhou did not stay. He did not have the face to face Zhou Xuanji. After the dust settled, Tang Juetian, who was lying in the ruins, breathed raggedly. He did not even have the strength to stand up. Swish! The Holy Light Redemption Sword descended and stabbed into his shoulder, causing him to become furious. In the next second, his expression froze. He could sense that his injuries were recovering. This sword Zhou Xuanji descended and stopped in the air, less than 30 meters away from him. You're very strong, Zhou Xuanji praised, causing Tang Juetian's mood to become better. However, you're not as strong as me. Tang Juetian coughed and blood flowed out of his mouth. After healing Tang Juetian for a while, Zhou Xuanji took his sword and left. Tang Juetian sat up and looked at him with a complicated expression. News of today's battle would definitely spread throughout the Center God province. However, he wholeheartedly accepted his loss. This boy was so strong. Zhou Xuanji put away his sword and flew towards Wu Qiu and Zhou Xuanji. However, on the way he suddenly disappeared. He opened his eyes again. He found that he had appeared in a forest, and he instinctively became wary. He looked ahead and saw an old beggar lying under a tree, looking somewhat familiar. Chapter 456. What do you want? Zhou Xuanji asked in a low voice, his gaze locked onto the old beggar. Hearing this, the old beggar lay on the grass, scratched his butt and said with a smile, "Of course I want to take you as my disciple. Have you forgotten our last meeting?" Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly. "I'm not interested." Although the old beggar was very strong, he didn't like having an elder above him. The old beggar stood up and said seriously, "I can help you surpass the malicious Buddha and the demonic emperor." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and said, "I can anyway." The old beggar was so angry that he stood up with his hands on his hips and scolded, "You are becoming stronger, but so are they. When can you catch up with them?" Zhou Xuanji fell silent. He understood the logic, but he did not want to take him as his teacher. Moreover, this person didn't look like a decent person, and he looked even more unreliable than Daoya old man. If he wanted to be apprenticed to someone like the old immortal, it should be someone who was unfathomable and calm. The old beggar seemed to see the doubt in his heart. He rolled his eyes and suddenly had an idea. "Do you think I'm unreliable? Let me tell you, Taichu Yudao is just a junior in front of me. Back then, if it wasn't for me, the demonic emperor would have died a long time ago. Malicious Buddha once knelt before me." The old beggar started boasting, and Zhou Xuanji almost believed him. He could not help but say, "Just say that you are the heavenly saint who appeared out of nowhere." The old beggar was silent. He suddenly showed a sad expression. Zhou Xuanji's heart skipped a beat, and he said unpleasantly, "Don't tell me that I found out." The old beggar shook his head and said, "I am not him, but he was once of the same generation as me. Do you believe me?" Zhou Xuanji looked at him deeply and asked, "Since you want to take me in so much, why didn't you protect the divine cliff back then? I don't need a master now." He had many ways to become stronger, so why would he need another master? "I was busy back then. Didn't you see that I brought your senior brother Di Guanlong with me? That brat doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He first challenged Han Shuzi, then Taichu Yudao. He's now challenging experts all over the world." The old beggar sighed with a very sad tone. But Zhou Xuanji could only hear the aura of arrogance. Zhou Xuanji's heart began to waver. He said hesitantly, "How do I know if you have other motives? Xian Daoya even said that he wanted to be my backer." The old beggar was so angry that he laughed. He walked around him and said, "Kid, you're scared, aren't you? You don't even dare to grasp the opportunity when it's in your hands. Do you know how many people are crying and begging me to be their teacher? There's one in the great Emperor Dao court who is my disciple, and he beat Xian Daoya up. One of my crazy apprentices obtained one of the holy swords you sought. Next time I'll help you get it back. Di Guanlong is very strong, right? Among my subordinates he's the weakest. No, you're the weakest." Zhou Xuanji was so scared that he hesitated. The old beggar continued to praise his disciple. Zhou Xuanji suddenly took out the ancient god sword. He pretended to be on guard, but he was actually communicating with the 9 souls. How could it be him? "Get away from him!" Demon Lord Ryuan exclaimed. "This is a heavenly opportunity. Quickly take him as your master." Emperor Songhai said excitedly. The 2 souls' words clashed, causing Zhou Xuanji to feel quite stunned. Lu Wuji followed and said, "This person's name cannot be directly said in the Great Thousand World, or you will incur the wrath of the heavens. Even though he's unreliable, his ability to teach disciples is unparalleled." Emperor Zhao said, "You're praising him like that. Could it be that you're also his disciple?" Lu Wuji did not reply. Hearing the soul's words, Zhou Xuanji came to a conclusion in his heart. The old beggar was truly strong, and he was not boasting. He said, "How about this, you teach me and I'll repay you in the future. As for taking you as my master," the old beggar glared at him and shouted, "How can you skip the ceremony of taking me as your master?" A massive might descended, causing Zhou Xuanji's expression to fall. His right leg weakened and he half knelt down. He looked at the old beggar in terror. What a terrifying might! He was unable to resist at all. However, the old beggar left him a trace of dignity and did not make him kneel down. "From today onwards you are my disciple. As long as you don't seek death and provoke the old monsters above the 33rd heaven, anyone who is more senior than you will not be able to harm you. Of course, if an opponent from this era defeats you or wants to kill you, I will not act," the old beggar said in high spirits. He raised his head and puffed out his chest as he domineeringly waved his hand and said, "To become my disciple, you must defeat everyone in your generation. Otherwise, your death will not be regretted. Di Guanlong has already walked on this path. You're next." Zhou Xuanji stood up and asked, "So according to what you're saying, in the future, we disciples will have to kill each other to decide who is the most powerful?" He felt that there was a conspiracy. The old beggar rolled his eyes and said grumpily, "I'll nurture you all and then have you all die. Do you have nothing better to do?" Zhou Xuanji felt completely at ease. The old beggar said, "I'll mark you first so that you won't be killed by the senior apprentice brothers." After saying this, he walked over to Zhou Xuanji and slapped his palm against Zhou Xuanji's chest. In the next second, a picture of a phoenix spreading its wings appeared on Zhou Xuanji's face. "Eh? Why is there a palm print on your body? Wait!" The old beggar cried out in shock. Zhou Xuanji felt quite confused. "Wait!" Zhou Xuanji looked furious and roared. "Back then, the person who ambushed me in the Yinyang boundary was you? Back then, he had almost been killed." The old beggar's expression was strange as he said awkwardly, "So that boy was you. What a coincidence." Zhou Xuanji grabbed his neck and said furiously, "You almost killed me. Why are you still pretending? Is your memory that bad?" The old beggar smiled awkwardly and did not know how to explain. He faked a cough and said, "In the future, when you senior apprentice brothers meet, the mark will appear. All right, you can go back now." After saying this, he turned and left. Zhou Xuanji felt quite startled. "Oi! You're not going to teach me anything?" He held back his anger and reminded the old beggar. The old beggar waved his hand without looking back and said, "Didn't I teach you a little before? I'll go and get some treasures for you. Wait for me at the divine cliff." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. He did not know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. He did not think too much about it and left to search for Wu Qiu and Zhou Xuanji. In a pale white space, 16 shadows appeared one after another. They were of different shapes and sizes, and they circled around each other. Revered teacher took in another disciple. A tall and sturdy black figure said. The other shadows also spoke. Could it be that Emperor Jundao? It could also be Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji? It's best not to. I still want to send my disciple to challenge him. If it's Zhou Xuanji, it will be fun. Tsk, that old man still dares to run around. Isn't he afraid of being hunted down by the immortal gods? The shadows started chatting. Some were gloating, some were furious, and some were disdainful. There were all kinds of attitudes. The only female shadow said, "That old unscrupulous man wanted to take Zhou Xuanji as his disciple before. Why did he wait until now? Is he hiding something from us?" With this, all the shadows fell silent. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 457. After parting with the old beggar, Zhou Xuanji quickly found Wu Qiu and Lan Shangying. The two of them curiously asked him where he had gone, and he did not hide it. In any case, he didn't know the old beggar's name. Lan Shangying muttered, "That person is Di Guanlong's master. He probably has an extraordinary status." Wu Qiu felt envious, but he was very rational. He said, "It's best not to spread this matter. Recently Di Guanlong has been challenging people everywhere, and the world is in an uproar. Who knows how many enemies he has provoked? Those people can't beat him, and they might come to make trouble for you." Zhou Xuanji nodded. In actuality, he really wanted some trouble to see if the old beggar was boasting. But he quickly threw this thought to the back of his mind. "I can't surf." The three of them returned home. Even though he had not found the Saint Sword this time, Zhou Xuanji had defeated Tang Juetian and Lu Tingjun, bringing glory to the Divine Cliff. Both of them were from Overlord-class forces. Together with Zhou Xuanji's powerful backer, the Divine Cliff's future became bright again. In the next half a month, news of Zhou Xuanji defeating Tang Juetian and Lu Tingjun quickly spread throughout the Center God province. Zhou Xuanji was a first-class great emperor to begin with. This time he was a genius who defeated two Void Extreme Immortals, and many people started to promote him. Who was stronger between Zhou Xuanji and Emperor Jundao? If the two first-grade great sovereigns were to fight, both sides would definitely suffer. This was a scene that the other righteous sects would be happy to see. As righteous sects, they could not make trouble for Zhou Xuanji and Emperor Jundao for no reason. He could only incite public opinion and plot against the world. Within the mountain peaks, Baihao Yisan and Fengqiu were currently cultivating, and there were 300 meters between them. The muscular man suddenly descended and stood in front of Baihao Yisan, causing the ground to tremble. Baihao Yisan did not open his eyes and asked, "What is it?" Seeing him, the muscular man was infuriated. He kicked Zhou Xuanji and cursed, "From today onwards, you don't need to target Zhou Xuanji anymore." Baihao Yisan crawled up from the ground. He was first furious, then delighted. He asked in surprise, "Why?" Previously, the muscular man forced him to cultivate and mention Zhou Xuanji frequently. Otherwise, now that Baihao Yisan had formed an alliance with Zhou Xuanji, he would hate Zhou Xuanji to death. "Because he became your martial uncle," the burly man said angrily and disappeared on the spot. Baihao Yisan was stunned. What the hell? Not too far away, Fengqiu's eyes widened as he pounded the ground in anger. How hateful! I should have grabbed hold of Zhou Xuanji back then. When Zhou Xuanji and the others returned to the Divine Cliff, It had already been 2 months since the battle at the Nether Demon Stream. Before they had returned, the news of the battle had already arrived. Walking in the Divine Cliff City, the disciples on the way looked at Zhou Xuanji with gazes filled with worship and fanaticism. He's Zhou Xuanji, so handsome. As expected of a first-grade great sovereign. His bearing is truly admirable. Keep bragging. Although he's powerful, you guys are too exaggerated. I have a feeling that the Divine Cliff will reach new heights under his leadership. Since ancient times, has the Divine Cliff ever had a first-grade great sovereign? The disciples whispered to each other. Their attitude was completely different from when Zhou Xuanji left. Zhou Xuanji used his power to prove that it was a wise decision for the Divine Cliff to protect him. It was already strange for a 10th Revolution Golden Immortal to defeat a Void Extreme Immortal. Not to mention that his opponent was one of the strongest Void Extreme Immortals, a second-grade Great Emperor. And it was 1 against 2. This achievement was enough to dispel any doubts. At least, Emperor Jundao had never performed so spectacularly. Zhou Xuanji and the others returned to the Cliff Lord Palace and reported the situation. Yang Yutian was very happy and praised Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji no longer had the spirit of a genius. Instead, he looked mediocre and oily. He was transforming into a true Cliff Lord. But his power and demeanor had not reached that level yet. The 3 of them returned to their respective residences. Wu Qiu and Lan Xiangying did not tell anyone about Zhou Xuanji becoming their teacher. Zhou Xuanji did not try to guess their intentions. Trust was necessary sometimes. The human heart was complicated, but not everyone's heart was ugly. After returning to his residence, Zhou Xuanji greeted Xiao Chan and Bai Suwen before leaping into the sky and began cultivating. He used World Overlord and Emperor's might to absorb the heavenly law's celestial power. This method could greatly increase his cultivation speed. Half a year passed quickly. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 107 years old. Gacha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained Glorious Gold Lofty Great Wall Sword. Celestial Shaking Kunhong Sacrificial Sword, Hidden Sprout. Above the clouds, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. A Celestial Shaking Legendary Sword was not bad. Hidden Sprout was a seedling of hidden grass. This grass was very useful and was worth planting in large quantities. Zhou Xuanji did not take out his legendary sword, and instead sensed the surging heavenly law immortal energy within his body. Ever since he had obtained this new cultivation method, his cultivation had been improving. However, he was still very far from Void Extreme Immortal. He continued to cultivate. He had now reached 107 years old. If it was on Earth, he might have already been buried in the ground. However, in the Great Thousand World he was still a child. 3 days later, the Divine Cliff welcomed an esteemed guest. It was Bai Suwen's father, Bai Yanqiong. Bai Yanqiong was a true god of the 9 Heaven Divine Snake Clan, and was extremely powerful. In the current Divine Cliff there was no one who could compare to Bai Yanqiong. Under Yang Yutian's guidance, he came to Zhou Xuanji's residence. Seeing Bai Yanqiong, Bai Suwen shot into his embrace like an arrow. Bai Yanqiong was tall and had a head of white hair. He looked incredibly domineering and mighty, but seeing his daughter, he gave a kind smile. Xiao Chan walked out and looked at Bai Yanqiong curiously. Yang Yutian smiled and asked, "Where's Xuanji? Senior Bai still wants to see him." Xiao Chan pointed at the sky and said, "He's still cultivating." Yang Yutian felt quite surprised. He could not sense Zhou Xuanji's aura. Was this boy's cultivation that ridiculous? Bai Yanqiong looked over and gave a deep smile as he said, "Good boy." A ray of sword light suddenly descended. It was Zhou Xuanji. He stood in front of Xiao Chan and nodded to Yang Yutian before looking at Bai Yanqiong and saying, "Your daughter is very kind. She helped me ascend a lot." Facing Bai Yanqiong, he was neither servile nor overbearing, but his words were very sincere. Even though he had not needed Bai Suwen's help back then, her kindness had moved him. Bai Yanqiong smiled and said, "Of course my daughter is good. I'll have to trouble you to take care of her in the future." Zhou Xuanji nodded and was immediately stunned. What was this? Bai Suwen was incredibly excited and quickly flew over to Zhou Xuanji's shoulder. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, "She hasn't taken human form yet. Are you willing to let her continue to follow me?" Bai Yanqiong replied, When the two of you ascended, you already formed a bloodline contract. This is the 9 Heaven Divine Snake's innate divine ability. She will support your karmic luck and so will you. From today onwards the two of you will be connected. You will prosper and you will suffer. Zhou Xuanji fell into chaos. Hee. Then I'll stay by little Xuanji's side. Daddy, in the future not only do you have to protect me but you also have to protect him. Bai Suwen said as she spat out her tongue. Chapter 458. Bai Yinxiong wanted to talk to Zhou Xuanji alone. So the two of them left Divine Cliff City and came to a dense fog, landing on a mountain peak. They stood side by side looking into the distance. They were silent for a while. Bai Yinxiong broke the silence and laughed loudly. Not bad. When I sensed that someone had formed a bloodline contract with my daughter, I was furious. However, when I learned that it was you, I was pleasantly surprised. Even in the current 9 Heaven Divine Snake clan, there wasn't a single first-grade Great Emperor. He did not feel any pressure handing Bai Suwen over to Zhou Xuanji, and the elders in his clan would not say anything. Zhou Xuanji did not know what to say. Why did it feel like he was marrying off his daughter? He did not have that kind of feelings for Bai Suwen. He only treated her as a pet. Of course he couldn't say this out loud. He changed the topic and asked, "Where is the 9 Heaven Divine Snake clan? I rarely hear about your deeds in the Center God Province." The 9 Heaven Divine Snake clan had always been a legend of the Center God Province, and could even be said to be a legend of the Great Thousand Domains. Bai Yinxiong smiled and said, "Above the 10th heaven, if you have the chance, you can come to my race as a guest. Your fame has already spread throughout the race, and many people wish to meet you." Zhou Xuanji nodded calmly, feeling pleased in his heart. He had already reached the level where everyone in the world knew of him. The immortal God has already created the divine palace in the 9th layer of heaven. Soon, the various forces in the Center God Province will be summoned by the immortal God. Also, you must attend the Heavenly Saint's sermon. If possible, it would be best if you could get an official position in the Divine Palace. Bai Yinxiong glanced at him and reminded him meaningfully. Divine Palace? Zhou Xuanji thought about it. Previously, he was still wondering why the immortals and gods did not appear. It turned out that they were busy building the divine palaces. He didn't know if this so-called divine palace was similar to the heavenly court in Chinese mythology. Following this, Bai Yinxiong and Zhou Xuanji chatted about everything, occasionally discussing the heroes of the world. During this period, Zhou Xuanji brought up the 18 divine swords. Bai Yinxiong immediately agreed, promising to help him find the 18 holy swords. 2 hours later, the two of them finally returned to the mansion. Bai Yinxiong said a few words to Bai Suwen before leaving. Zhou Xuanji stood in front of the gate and thought to himself, "Great ups and downs? Your luck changed?" Before, he had been suppressed by the great Emperor Dao Court and the demonic emperor to the point that he had been unable to breathe. After the birth of the Heavenly Saint, he had a powerful backer and was favored by the 9 Heaven Divine Snake clan. Now, he could finally be like the geniuses of the other major forces and display his brilliance without fear. He could even secretly take the northern wilderness region under the control of the Divine Cliff. He began to miss his wife and daughter, especially Jiang Shui. This was the first time he had not seen her for such a long time. This girl must be thinking of him too. He smiled faintly and leaped into the sea of clouds to continue cultivating. In the past 6 months, he had discovered a way to cultivate without being discovered by others. It was very dangerous to absorb the celestial power of the heavenly law in the sky. He used the celestial power of the heavenly law to wrap himself up and hide his figure and aura, becoming one with heaven and earth. Even Yang Yutian, who was a true god, did not notice his existence due to his carelessness. If he could use this state in battle, it would definitely become a killing technique. However, in order to enter this state, one needed time to calm their mind and focus. Trying to achieve it in battle was tantamount to courting death. Above the mysterious tribulation crater, the Tao Heaven sect was like before, like an eternal kingdom in the sky. A figure stood on a cliff at the edge of the mysterious tribulation crater, looking up at the Tao Heaven sect. He was wearing a black robe with python patterns on it, and had a dragon crown on his head. His figure was tall and straight, and his eyes were cold and filled with veins of blood. Looking at the sky, he gave a cruel smile. Taichu Yudao, I didn't think you'd already become so old. You've let down your cultivation. You've let down your cultivation, he muttered to himself as he walked towards the sky. A towering killing intent exploded out like a blood-red tornado, sweeping up dust and sand and scattering the sea of clouds. A massacre was about to unfold. The second month after Bai Yinqiong left, Zhou Xuanji returned to his residence to rest, and Fei Hai came to find him. Senior, Shi Shenzong has already won the 100 Swords Martial Gathering and obtained the Heaven and Earth Sword Embryo. Sword Sovereign Gu greatly praises him and even asked Shi Shenzong to stay and receive his teachings, Fei Hai said excitedly. Even though Shi Shenzong was not at the Divine Cliff, he believed that Shi Shenzong would come back. The Hegemon Sword Emperor could not keep the Sword Saint. Zhou Xuanji knew about the 100 Swords Martial Gathering, and Sword Sovereign Gu was the most powerful sword cultivator in the Center God Province. The Heaven and Earth Sword Embryo could be used to forge a Rui legendary sword, which could only be used by him. He was not interested in the Heaven and Earth Sword Embryo. After all, he had the Supreme Legendary Sword System. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "It's not bad for him to have this opportunity. However, it's impossible for him to catch up to me." Fei Hai nodded. He did not doubt this at all. "Do you know where Xian Xianghua is?" Zhou Xuanji asked. After ascending for so long, he had not received any news about Xian Xianghua. The more time passed, the more worried he became. Fei Hai shook his head, and Zhou Xuanji could only give up. That day, a piece of news spread to the Divine Cliff City, causing the entire city to explode. The Dao Heaven sect had been slaughtered. Taichu Yudao had died in a seated posture in a Daoist temple, his body petrified. When Zhou Xuanji heard about this, he felt quite confused. In his eyes, Taichu Yudao was an incredibly powerful existence, and he had once been the most powerful expert in the Center God Province. He had died just like that? He quickly came to the Cliff Lord's palace. Yang Yutian, a group of elders, and core disciples were all there with serious expressions. The Divine Cliff had a good relationship with the Dao Heaven sect, and they had both been attacked by malicious Buddha. Now that the Dao Heaven sect had been slaughtered, would the Divine Cliff follow in their footsteps? Yang Yutian's expression was the most unsightly. As the Cliff Lord, he felt the greatest pressure. Seeing Zhou Xuanji come in, the tense atmosphere did not ease. Zhou Xuanji asked, "How long has it been since the Dao Heaven sect was slaughtered?" Wu Qiu replied, "Half a month." Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, "Why did it take so long for news to spread?" Wu Qiu explained that no one from the Dao Heaven sect had survived, and it was only discovered when a cultivator visited the Dao Heaven sect. In other words, this battle did not cause too much of a commotion. The Dao Heaven sect's enemy was unimaginably powerful. The palace fell into deathly silence and no one spoke. Don't think about it. After Han Shuzi died, no one in the Divine Cliff is worth him attacking. Just focus on developing. The Divine Cliff is only a second-rate faction now. A condescending laugh sounded throughout the palace, causing everyone's expressions to fall. Zhou Xuanji's expression became strange. Cheap teacher? The old beggar appeared beside him and put his hand on his shoulder as he chuckled and said, "Disciple, did you miss your teacher?" Disciple? Everyone stared with wide eyes and strange expressions. Zhou Xuanji sighed and introduced the old beggar to everyone. Hearing that the old beggar was Di Guanlong's teacher, everyone became excited. Yang Yutian hurriedly asked, "Senior, who was the person who destroyed the Dao Heaven sect?" The Dao Heaven sect was one of the top existences in the Center God Province, and it had been destroyed just like that. This was simply too shocking. The old beggar shrugged and smiled as he said, "That person disappeared 500,000 years ago and died 150,000 years ago. He was buried by his sworn brother, Emperor Xia." Chapter 459. That person was once the most outstanding genius of the Center God Province. He was in the same situation as this disciple of mine, being suppressed by various forces and suffering unspeakably. Fortunately, he persevered and rose in the end. He naturally wanted revenge. Back then, Taichu Yudao had suppressed him. Everyone in the hall widened their eyes. They had not expected Taichu Yudao to have such a past. In their impression, Taichu Yudao was unfathomable, kind, and benevolent. He had actually suppressed geniuses before. They could not help but look at Zhou Xuanji, feeling a chill in their hearts. Fortunately, Zhou Xuanji was one of them. Zhou Xuanji felt quite speechless. Why are you looking at me? It's not like I slaughtered the Dao Heaven sect. Yang Yutian asked. In other words, our divine cliff is not in danger? The old beggar nodded before pulling Zhou Xuanji and preparing to leave. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "What's that person's name? Why haven't you told me?" The old beggar whispered, "Mo Jiuqing Xue, he is also my disciple." Zhou Xuanji's face twitched. The others heard it too, and their expressions became strange. The terrifying expert who slaughtered the entire Dao Heaven sect was his disciple? Adding on Di Guanlong and Zhou Xuanji, just how many disciples did that fellow have? The two of them quickly left the Cliffmaster Hall. The pressure on the others also disappeared instantly. Elder Yuquan smiled and said, "Our divine cliff has benefited from Brother Zhou's master." Yang Yutian's emotions surged, and he began to look forward to a beautiful future. The other side. Zhou Xuanji and the old beggar left the divine cliff city and came to a forest in the distance. Tell me about Mo Jiuqing first. How powerful is he? Isn't he afraid of angering the immortal gods by doing this? Zhou Xuanji asked out of curiosity. He had mixed feelings. He had a good impression of Taichu Yudao. Taichu Yudao had even protected him. The old beggar shook his head and said, "I don't know how strong he is. That guy has already betrayed me. He is blinded by hatred, but you don't have to be afraid. He won't harm his fellow disciples. As for whether the immortal gods will find trouble with him, let them." He was not worried about Mo Jiuqing at all. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. He wondered how many disciples this guy had. The old beggar smiled and said, "From today onwards, I will teach you a divine ability. I will only leave after you have learned it. What I will teach you in the future will depend on my mood." Divine ability? What divine ability? Zhou Xuanji asked. The old beggar raised his finger and touched his forehead. Boom! A huge wave of memories surged into his mind, and it felt like the supreme legendary sword system's divine ability. After a while, he opened his eyes, a look of amazement on his face. The old beggar sat under a tree not far away, crossed his legs and said with a smug smile, "Am I very strong?" Zhou Xuanji nodded and took a deep breath. This thaumaturgy was called Evil Spirit Retribution. When he used this divine ability on his enemies, all the attacks he made within the time limit would suddenly descend on the enemy after a period of time. This divine ability was simply terrifying. It didn't make any sense. He looked up at the old beggar and asked curiously, "Did you create this magical power? How did you create it?" There was no cultivation method for evil spirit retribution. Just now, when the old beggar gave him the inherited memory, he also passed him a strange energy. This kind of energy fused with his soul, allowing him to comprehend this divine ability directly. However, it would take a long time to familiarize himself with this ability. Nonsense, how can you imagine my creativity? Don't ask, I'm just that strong. The old beggar said proudly with a smile that deserved a beating. Zhou Xuanji asked further, "Do all your disciples know evil spirit retribution? What if he became enemies with other disciples one day?" This divine ability was too ridiculous and impossible to defend against. The old beggar shook his head and said, "Other than you, only one person knows it. It's a pity that that guy disappointed me too much. He's probably thinking about killing me every day now." Zhou Xuanji was speechless. Thinking about killing you? How did you teach your disciples? He remembered that Di Guanlong was also very impatient with the old beggar. But it was true. This guy's character was too jumpy and annoying. After that, Zhou Xuanji began practicing evil spirit retribution. In the beginning, he could only cast it for half a second, and the explosive time was 3 seconds later. It was far from enough. According to the inherited memory, if he reached great accomplishment, he would be able to control time as he pleased. He could even cast the divine ability in advance and attack the air for 2 hours. After that, he would look for an enemy and attack again, unleashing the attack that he had used for 2 hours. Most importantly, this attack would definitely hit the enemy, and the enemy could not dodge it and could only block it head-on. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. If he could reach great accomplishment with evil spirit retribution, his strength would greatly increase. When that time came, he could use the furious ape sword to store up energy for 100 years, and use evil spirit retribution against an enemy. When the sword chi shot out, even if the enemy blocked it, after a while the 100 years of sword chi would appear again. He could not understand how a divine ability like this could exist. The old beggar gave a pleased smile and said, "I've created many powerful divine abilities. Evil spirit retribution isn't the most powerful. Treat me well in the future, and I'll consider whether or not to teach it to you." Zhou Xuanji ignored him and focused on cultivating. 3 months after the Dao Heaven sect was destroyed, the Tang King clan was attacked by Mo Jiuqing. War God Xiling and many of the Tang King clan's ancestors attacked, and in the end, more than half of the clan was killed. War God Xiling was heavily injured, and that battle shook the heavens and the earth. If it wasn't for the immortal gods, the Tang King clan might have been massacred. This news once again shook the world. Mo Jiuqing's name also spread, and all sorts of things about him were dug up. He had been a top-tier expert 500,000 years ago. Before that, he had been the #1 genius and a first-class great emperor. He had been suppressed by various factions, and he had become the disciple of a mysterious teacher. He had risen up, and he had fought with the heroes of the world before mysteriously disappearing. From then on, his name had become taboo, and the various factions had tried to cover up this shameful past. This made everyone think of Zhou Xuanji. How similar was Zhou Xuanji's experience to Mo Jiuqing's? In just an instant, while everyone feared Mo Jiuqing, a storm of discussion erupted. If a genius was suppressed by the heroes of the world, what would they do? This sort of thing was not uncommon, but Mo Jiuqing was simply too terrifying. In less than half a year, he had destroyed 2 overlord-level factions. Within a mountain range, Bai Hao Yisan and Feng Qiu sat in front of the well-built man, dumbfounded. "Revered teacher, you have such a ridiculously powerful junior apprentice brother?" Bai Hao Yisan asked excitedly. Mo Jiuqing's performance had completely shocked him. Feng Qiu was also shocked. However, he felt even more unwillingness and regret. After all, Zhou Xuanji was from the same sect as Mo Jiuqing. The well-built man coldly harumphed and said, "I don't have a junior apprentice brother like him. He's blinded by hatred and is not worthy of being called an expert." Bai Hao Yisan said disdainfully, "Only those who are deeply in love can contend for the great Tao." His eyes burned with passion, and he suddenly wanted to see Mo Jiuqing. Having such a person as his martial uncle was simply too awesome. However, thinking about how Zhou Xuanji was also his martial uncle, his mood instantly plummeted. Chapter 460. Cultivate well. Don't be too happy. Mo Jiuqing's recklessness might draw the wrath of the immortal gods for us, the muscular man said as he stared at Bai Hao Yisan. The muscular man glared at Bai Hao Yisan. He loved and hated this disciple in front of him. Bai Hao Yisan was his most talented disciple, but he had a bad temper and was always sloppy. Although Bai Hao Yisan had already become a true god before he descended, to him, true god was not the end. But now, this brat was only a revolution golden immortal. Every time the muscular man saw him, he wanted to beat him to death. "Revered teacher, don't worry. I will become more powerful soon," Bai Hao Yisan said unconcernedly. Bai Hao Yisan said unconcernedly. In his heart, cultivation was never the most important thing. No matter how hard he cultivated, he would always meet someone more powerful. Feng Qiu sensed the murderous aura and quickly pulled Bai Hao Yisan, signaling him to shut up. Bai Hao Yisan looked up and saw that the muscular man's face had already turned into a demon, and his murderous aura soared into the sky. He immediately shut his mouth, but his thoughts were on Mo Jiuqing. The storm of revenge that Mo Jiuqing stirred up made it difficult for the Center God Province to calm down. After the Dao Heaven sect and the Tang King clan, who would be the next faction? Previously, the immortal gods saving the Tang King clan caused a huge commotion. The immortal gods finally appeared. The Center God Province would welcome the era of immortal gods. But none of this had anything to do with Zhou Xuanji. He was still practicing evil spirit retribution in the forest near the Divine Cliff. The old beggar would occasionally sneak into the Divine Cliff city to steal good wine and food. Yang Yuqian knew that they were in the forest, so he ordered that no disciple should come close so that they would not disturb Zhou Xuanji and his disciple. Half a year later, Zhou Xuanji had great attainments in evil spirit retribution. He could cast it for 3 breaths of time, and the explosive effect was 10 breaths later. Seemed right, but it was enough to kill the enemy. The old beggar was very satisfied. He shook the wine flask and said with a smile, "I like to teach geniuses. I took in an idiot before and he reduced my lifespan." "How is that person now?" Zhou Xuanji asked casually. He often heard the old beggar mention his other disciples, and each one was more powerful than the other, which made him suspicious. He's not in the Center God province anymore. He went to another place to be a Buddha. The old beggar replied casually. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji suddenly stopped and turned to look at him. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Is it 9th Nether Buddha?" He had heard of the 9th Nether Buddha in the Nether Realm. He was the strongest expert in the Nether Realm. The old beggar rolled his eyes at him and said snappily, "9th Nether Buddha? That's one of the supreme figures of creation, so how could he possibly be my disciple?" The reason why the Netherworld has always been able to maintain peace and order without anyone disturbing it is precisely because of his strength. Your senior brother is still far from the 9th Nether Buddha, but if he were to be placed in the Center God province, he would be invincible. Zhou Xuanji heard him and asked with squinted eyes, "You mean that the Center God province is not the most powerful province in the Great Thousand World?" The Center God province was big enough in his eyes, but he did not know how big the boundless universe was. That's only natural. The Center God province is only located in the center of the Great Thousand World. In terms of strength, it can't be considered the peak. Many ancient experts are hiding in the wider world to concentrate on their cultivation. If all of them were to enter the Center God province, the structure of the Center God province would definitely be reshuffled. The old beggar said gloomily. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji had even more questions to ask. He immediately waved his hand and said, "Stop asking and focus on your cultivation. I'm bored out of my mind here. I want to go out and play quickly. Don't delay me." Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly and continued to cultivate evil spirit retribution. With the swine-culling sword in his hand, he hacked at a giant boulder. He did not use any magic energy and controlled his strength to prevent the boulder from shattering. A month later, the old beggar felt that he had mastered it, so he decided to leave. "This bead is for you. This bead is not simple. I can't tell you what it is for now. You must carry it with you at all times and don't put it in your storage bag." The old beggar opened his right hand, and a red bead the size of a thumb appeared in his hand. It looked like a glass ball. Zhou Xuanji took the bead. Before he could ask, the old beggar disappeared into thin air and left. He looked at the red bead for a while but could not figure out what it was. So, he took out a special string and hung the bead around his neck. He did not continue to cultivate evil spirit retribution. The current evil spirit retribution was enough for him. He had to continue to increase his cultivation. Cultivation was the most important thing. After returning to his residence, he saw Xiao Chan and Bai Suwen cultivating together. Fei Hai was nowhere to be found, and the other servants were busy with their own tasks. He did not disturb anyone but went back to his room to pack up. After that, he flew into the sky and began to extract heavenly law celestial energy. 3 days later, a piece of news came to the Divine Cliff. Mo Joching massacred the 8 Desolate Spirit Sect. The 8 Desolate Spirit Sect was one of the Overlord-level factions. It was located in the west of the Center God province and controlled 23 mortal realms. It was extremely powerful. But this time, before the immortal gods could descend, the 8 Desolate Spirit Sect was massacred. No one survived. Mo Joching only left a line of words in blood on the stone steel of the 8 Desolate Spirit Sect's gate. 10,000 years of blood feud, one more eliminated. The world was in an uproar. Countless people were terrified. Most of the people from the Tang King clan, Dao Heaven Sect, and 8 Desolate Spirit Sect did not participate in suppressing Mo Joching back then, but they were all massacred. If this continued, would the entire Center God province be massacred by Mo Joching? The Divine Cliff was the most relaxed. Yang Yuqian had already informed his disciples that the Divine Cliff had a benefactor helping them. That benefactor was Mo Joching's apprentice brother, so he would not be implicated. Of course, this must not be spread out. Zhou Xuanji did not know about Mo Joching's latest news. He was still cultivating on the clouds. This day, he opened his eyes suddenly and took out the spirit communication heart. Marquis's voice came. This is bad. A true god discovered the northern wilderness region. He has already entered the upper realm. If he sends the location of the northern wilderness region back to the upper realm, the northern wilderness region will surely be destroyed. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji frowned and said with a deep voice, I will return now. He stood up and thought for a while before slamming down with his palm and activating 9 Hell Flame Extinction. He wanted to seek help from the Divine Cliff, but Yang Yutian was the only true god left in the Divine Cliff City. If he left and something happened to the Divine Cliff, Zhou Xuanji could not bear the responsibility. He quickly entered the Yin-Yang boundary, northern wilderness region, in a world of ice and snow. Demon Emperor Dugu stood on the peak of a snowy mountain and looked down. Through the drifting snow, he saw a silhouette radiating a dazzling radiance that even the snow could not conceal. That person wore silver-white armor and looked majestic. He was 30 meters tall, and his eyes were filled with a powerful radiance that no one could see his pupils. He was like an unparalleled war god. Just by standing still, he gave off an aura of invincibility that could withstand the collapse of the world. Demon Emperor Dugu gritted his teeth and said, Lu Jingfeng, why are you here? He felt as though he was facing a great enemy. He knew how terrifying this person was. Lu Jingfeng turned to look into the distance and said calmly, Massacring the northern wilderness humans and capturing Dark North Monarch Tao. Chapter 461. Hearing Lu Jingfeng's words, a murderous intent flashed in Demon Emperor Dugu's eyes. Their eyes met, and they could see through each other's thoughts. If you try to stop me, I will destroy your soul, Lu Jingfeng said indifferently. He raised his right hand slowly, and a beam of light shot out from his palm and formed a blade of light. He walked up to the peak and stared at Devil Emperor Dugu. He found Devil Emperor Dugu the moment he arrived in the northern wilderness region. He was shocked that he was still alive, so he did not start a massacre but went to find Devil Emperor Dugu first. There were too many powerful cultivators in the northern wilderness region, and it had many secrets. It was not easy for the northern wilderness region to survive under the suppression of so many factions. Does the Xian court have a feud with the northern wilderness region? Why do you want to be used? Devil Emperor Dugu did not panic at all and said casually. Strands of demonic chi flowed out from his body and formed a demonic cloud, stopping the snow. Lu Jingfeng stared at him and said, It's not a feud. I just dislike the demonic emperor. I'll give you a chance. Acknowledge me as your master, and I will spare your life. Devil Emperor Dugu's talent was astounding. Back then, he was famous in the Center God province. The Xian court wanted to rope him in, but they did not have the chance. Now that the Xian court was chased out of the Center God province by the heavenly saint, Lu Jingfeng traveled around. Coincidentally, he discovered the northern wilderness region. He quickly made a decision to massacre the northern wilderness humans. Then he would support a new race to regain control of the northern wilderness region and plan for the future. You're so confident that you can kill me? Even Han Shuzi could not kill me. Who do you think you are? Devil Emperor Dugu said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he swooped down towards Lu Jingfeng. Zhou Xuanji came to the netherworld and realized that he was not in Magistrate Chui's territory. He frowned. He could not descend to the mortal realm because his cultivation would be suppressed by the power of heavenly law. No one in the Divine Cliff could help him resist the power of heavenly law. He could only enter the netherworld directly and descend into the northern wilderness region. He could not pass through other mortal realms along the way. Without much hesitation, he moved quickly. The netherworld was mostly similar. It was filled with eerie chi and never saw sunlight. Not long after, he caught a ghost messenger. The truth sword was useful against ghost soldiers too. He asked how far this place was from Magistrate Chui's territory. The answer was a relief to him. The owner of this netherworld was Judge Zhao, who was Judge Chui's neighbor. The relationship between them was not bad, at least there was no enmity between them. He didn't go straight to Magistrate Zhao, but let the ghost messengers lead the way. He wanted to immediately go to the underworld where Magistrate Chui was. The ghost messenger was forced to bring him to the edge of the Yellow Springs. Drive in this direction, and you'll reach Judge Chui's underworld region. It had always been pierced by the truth sword, so it could only speak the truth. Zhou Xuanji asked, "How do I cross the river? Can we fly there directly?" There were too many legends about the Yellow Springs, so he had to be cautious. The ghost messenger said with a trembling voice, "Either you ride the Een boat to cross the river, or you fly over. But if you accidentally fall into the river, even if you're a true god, your soul will definitely scatter." Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, "Are there any restrictions on the Yellow Spring? How far is it?" The emissary replied, "There aren't any restrictions, but it's very far. As for how far, I don't know, but even an Anitya Hellguard would be able to fly." Having heard it, Zhou Xuanji immediately threw it down and flew away on his sword. He didn't have the time to look for more boats. No matter how fast the ship of the Netherworld was, it was still not as fast as he could fly on his own. Even though he used the truth sword, he was still a little uneasy. But when he thought of his wife and daughter, his heart became strong and fearless. He flew at full speed. After flying for 6 hours, he finally reached the shore. He headed straight for the Judge Palace. At the same time, in the Judge Palace, Judge Chui chased out all the ghost messengers and was alone. He frowned and fell into deep thought. He sighed faintly. "Zhou Xuanji, oh Zhou Xuanji, I still underestimated you. There are too many people fighting for you. How long can I protect you?" Zhou Xuanji's potential was worthy of his protection, but there were even more powerful beings fighting for him. He was now in a passive position. After a long while, Zhou Xuanji rushed into the Judge Palace hurriedly and said urgently, "Judge Chui, the Northern Wilderness region is in trouble. Send me back quickly." Judge Chui did not look surprised but looked at him calmly. The Northern Wilderness region was found by Lu Jingfeng from the Xian court. Not to mention how powerful the Xian court is, there will be more powerful factions searching for the Northern Wilderness region in the future. How long can you protect them? Judge Chui asked slowly as he locked his gaze on Zhou Xuanji's eyes. Zhou Xuanji's heart sank. "Someone threatened you?" he asked. "Xian court? What did it have to do with Xian Daoya?" Xian Daoya had been to the Northern Wilderness region before, so it was not difficult for him to find the Northern Wilderness region. To prevent the demonic emperor from becoming more powerful, he indeed had the motive to massacre the Northern Wilderness humans. Judge Chui sighed and said, "Zhou Xuanji, I value your potential and endured unimaginable pressure for you. Don't let me down." After that, he stood up and prepared to bring Zhou Xuanji back to the Northern Wilderness region. Zhou Xuanji was silent and looked at Judge Chui with a complicated expression. Judge Chui's support for him was equivalent to saving his life. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to repay him, but only hoped that Zhou Xuanji would help him after he became more powerful. Judge Chui seemed to have an ulterior motive, but it was nothing compared to what Zhou Xuanji had done. "I will not promise anything. You are no longer just a friend in my heart," Zhou Xuanji said softly. Judge Chui heard him and smiled. The two walked out of the Judge Palace side by side. They were silent along the way. They came to a cliff. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "This is the second time you are sending me off." Judge Chui shook his head and said with a smile, "Now I don't want to persuade you anymore. Follow your heart and hope that you will always be as determined as you are now. I also hope that I can send you off for the third time, the fourth time, or even more." He waved his right hand. Just when Zhou Xuanji was about to speak, he was swept away by a powerful force and disappeared into the billowing clouds. Zhou Xuanji's vision darkened, and he felt that the world was spinning. He did not lose consciousness. He was no longer the same as before after all. Northern Wilderness region. "I'm back." At Skyfall, Jiang Shui sat under a tree at the top of the mountain and was knitting clothes. She looked so beautiful against the starry sky. Zhou Xiaoxian appeared beside her and squatted down. "Mother, you are knitting again. These clothes are useless to father. Why do you need to knit one every year?" she said with a pout. Jiang Shui smiled and said, "I want to remember his age." She watched Zhou Xuanji grow up. Since he was 2 years old, she would knit clothes for Zhou Xuanji every year. She wanted to maintain this habit. Zhou Xiaoxian pouted. She sighed when she thought of her father. She often went out to train. The geniuses and influential people she met were even older than her father. When those geniuses were still competing in the Northern Wilderness region, Her father had already ascended. While she was proud, she also felt a sense of pressure. She did not want to embarrass Zhou Xuanji. Who said it's useless? I like the clothes your mother knitted for me. Zhou Xuanji's voice came suddenly, which made Jiang Shui and Zhou Xiaoxian open their eyes wide. Chapter 462. Zhou Xuanji appeared beside Jiang Shui and stroked her hair with a gentle look in his eyes. Jiang Shui looked up in surprise and immediately leaped into his arms. You're finally back. She mumbled softly as a smile appeared on her face. Zhou Xuanji hugged her tightly and said, This time, I will bring you along. Her body trembled slightly, and her smile became even more blissful. Zhou Xiaoxian was a little jealous and cried out, Oi, father, aren't you going to greet me? She sounded like she was complaining, but there was a tinge of excitement in her voice. Zhou Xuanji had been away for so many years, and his image in her heart grew. Somehow, when she saw her father again, she felt that he was giving off a divine aura that made him seem superior. Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and said, Why aren't you married yet? Zhou Xuanji almost laughed out loud when he heard this. Are you still my father? You want me to marry so badly? Humph, if I don't surpass you, I won't marry. Zhou Xuanji looked at her in astonishment and said, You want to be a single dog forever. Zhou Xiaoxian was so angry that she wanted to grab him but was stopped by Jiang Shui. Don't mess with your father. He's mine. Go back and cultivate first. Don't disturb our time alone. Jiang Shui pinched her face and snorted. Zhou Xiaoxian was heartbroken. She stomped her foot and snorted coldly before leaving furiously. Only Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui were left on the summit. The two sat under the tree and hugged each other tightly. Zhou Xuanji first asked Jiang Shui how she spent all these years. Jiang Shui replied with a smile that she had never left Skyfall and had been cultivating every day. With the help of the colorful celestial fruit, she had already reached Great Realization Level 1. After that, Zhou Xuanji told her about his experiences. Jiang Shui's heart tightened as she listened. Even though he spoke casually, she could feel the pressure. How nervous was he when he was being hunted by malicious Buddha and Xian Daoya? She did not dare to imagine. She also learned about Daoya old man's identity from that. Should we tell Grand Teacher about this? Although he was formed from a split of Xian Daoya's soul, I believe he will not harm you. He had no choice. We should help him escape his suffering. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He never hated Daoya old man. He sighed and said, Don't worry about him for now. A true god has arrived in the northern wilderness region. Jiang Shui glared at him and grabbed his collar tightly. She said uneasily, You're going again. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and said, After this battle, I will build a portal on Skyfall that connects to the Divine Cliff. In the future, when people from the northern wilderness region ascend, they can enter the Divine Cliff directly. Jiang Shui was still very worried, because Zhou Xuanji told her about the stage above Great Tribulation Scattered Immortal. After all, the Void Extreme Immortal stage was between a 10th Revolution Golden Immortal and a true god. The two of them chatted a bit more before Zhou Xuanji gathered all of Emperor Sword Court's higher-ups. Knowing that Zhou Xuanji had returned, everyone was very excited. Zhao Tsongjian Lin Chang'e and the little black snake pestered Zhou Xuanji, asking him to tell them about the upper realm. Zhou Xuanji stared at them, and everyone quietened down. He told Xiao Jinghong about the teleportation gate and asked Xiao Jinghong to handle it personally. Soon after, he spoke of the crisis of the true gods, which moved everyone. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion came from outside the hall, causing them to turn their heads in shock. A massive aura weighed down on their hearts, and their scalps even felt numb. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and mumbled, I didn't expect someone to fight against a true god. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. There was someone who was as powerful as a true god in the northern wilderness region? They thought that Zhou Xuanji was already the most powerful cultivator. They did not expect someone even more powerful. Zhou Xuanji got up and said, Guard Skyfall and wait for my return. After that, he flew out of the palace like a gust of wind and disappeared into the horizon. Jiang Shui put her palms together and placed them before her chest, praying for Zhou Xuanji. On a grassy plain that had turned into ruins, Devil Emperor Dugu and Marquis stood up with great difficulty. Both of them were covered in injuries and looked extremely pathetic. Marquis spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed, If I were here, I would have killed you with a slap. Lu Jingfeng levitated in the air with his blade of light and looked down at them. Devil Emperor Dugu looked up. His face was hideous, and his eyes were blood-red like a demon god. He tried his best to channel his demonic qi, which shook the ground violently. You can't defeat me at all. Why are you still fighting? Trying to buy time? Are you waiting for Zhou Xuanji to come back? Lu Jingfeng looked down at them and asked coldly. I'm waiting too. Someone wants him dead. Devil Emperor Dugu and Marquis were not surprised. They continued to look at him viciously. He is already here. It's time for you to die. After Lu Jingfeng spoke, he slashed down with his blade. Marquis could not dodge in time and turned into ashes on the spot. The horrifying impact sent Devil Emperor Dugu flying away. Far away, Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat were also watching the battle. The two tribulation executives looked at everything in silence and could do nothing. Devil Emperor Dugu charged out from the billowing dust and charged toward Lu Jingfeng fearlessly. Almost instantly, he came up to Lu Jingfeng and slammed with his palms. The demonic qi around him transformed into ferocious beast heads that bit at Lu Jingfeng with unstoppable force. Lu Jingfeng snorted coldly, and the beast's heads exploded immediately. Devil Emperor Dugu flew backward while vomiting blood. Boom! Lu Jingfeng stomped on Devil Emperor Dugu's chest and sent him crashing into the ground. The ruins collapsed under the immense force and formed a horrifying crater with a diameter of 100 miles. The mountains far away shook violently, and a hurricane swept up the forest. Even the clouds in the sky were dispelled. The power of a true god was far beyond the mortal realm. Devil Emperor Dugu grabbed onto Lu Jingfeng's leg and struggled with all his might. Lu Jingfeng looked down at him from above and said, Devil Emperor Dugu, I'll give you one last chance. Acknowledge me as your master, and I will spare your life. Devil Emperor Dugu gritted his teeth and said, I'll be a devil again, but I will never be a slave. Lu Jingfeng frowned. He slashed down with his blade and was about to decapitate Devil Emperor Dugu. Swoosh! An air-piercing sound came. The 9-flame chimera demon sword turned into a stream of sword light and collided with Lu Jingfeng's blade of light. Lu Jingfeng and Devil Emperor Dugu turned around and saw Zhou Xuanji coming over on a river of swords. If you want to fight, fight me. Zhou Xuanji's cold voice came. He held the Holy Light Divine Shadow Sword in his left hand and the all-evil yin-yang destruction in his right hand. Seeing him, Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat became excited. Zhou Xuanji really came. Lu Jingfeng glanced sideways at Zhou Xuanji and said, Zhou Xuanji, I've heard of you. A first-class great emperor and a 10th revolution golden immortal, who could kill void extreme immortals. But do you really think you are qualified to challenge a true god? He slowly rose up. He was not in a hurry to kill Devil Emperor Dugu, and he turned his attention to Zhou Xuanji. Do you know how many almighties want you dead? Lu Jingfeng asked with a murderous aura. Countless golden weapons appeared around him. There were sabers, swords, clubs, and halberds. All of them were pointed at Zhou Xuanji. Thunderclouds suddenly gathered, and the might of heaven was vast and mighty. Zhou Xuanji activated the primordial chaos sword shadow too. Countless sword shadows formed into a primordial world of magnificent mountains and rivers, each occupying one side of the sky with Lu Jingfeng. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 463. There are many people who want to kill me. I don't have time to care about how many there are. Zhou Xuanji replied coldly as he approached Lu Jingfeng on the River of Swords. This was his first time challenging a true god. His heart was filled with excitement. Lu Jingfeng smiled. His smile was filled with killing intent. The number of golden light divine weapons around him reached tens of millions, and they covered the sky and earth. Their might gathered together, causing the earth to tremble. Devil Emperor Dugu and the two tribulation executives looked at him in horror. What a powerful aura! It felt as if the northern wilderness region would shatter at any moment under this pressure. Millions of golden weapons suddenly charged toward Zhou Xuanji. They moved like lightning, and the heavens and earth changed color. The primordial chaos sword shadow followed, tearing apart the sky. It was like the beginning of the primordial world, exploding with all kinds of phenomena. Zhou Xuanji and Lu Jingfeng moved at the same time. Facing a true god, Zhou Xuanji directly used nearly 200 swords and unleashed Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Sweep. 200 beams of silver light circled around Zhou Xuanji's body and charged at him recklessly. They were so fast that it looked like a gigantic silver orb enveloping Zhou Xuanji. The divine weapons and sword shadows that filled the sky clashed together, forming countless explosions that shook the heavens and earth. The terrifying pressure caused the entire northern wilderness region to fall into a calamity. The various city walls of the 5 empires collapsed. Countless lakes and rivers churned and the forests swayed. Avalanches occurred on the snowy mountains one after another, and the white impact swept through everything. Especially in the sea, monstrous waves suddenly rose, wreaking havoc on the seaside. The arrival of the calamity was beyond the expectations of all living beings in the world. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji and Lu Jingfeng began fighting amidst the explosions. Zhou Xuanji held both swords in his hands and attacked fiercely. He activated the Sword Soul from time to time, while the Sword Sect Immortal Cry around him continued to attack. But it was a pity that they could not hurt Lu Jingfeng. Lu Jingfeng had many divine abilities and was as fast as a phantom. He moved about continuously and attacked Zhou Xuanji from different directions. With the power of 2 Armageddon legendary swords and the Heavenly Law's celestial energy, Zhou Xuanji could barely fight Lu Jingfeng. Immortal energy. Could it be that this fellow obtained the inheritance of the immortal god? Lu Jingfeng was secretly shocked, and killing intent surged in his heart. Zhou Xuanji felt even more pressure. The difference in their realms was too great. Even with the support of 2 powerful forces, he felt that his body would explode at any moment. It was almost impossible to defeat Lu Jingfeng. Devil Emperor Dugu flew into the air and looked at Zhou Xuanji in shock. This kid. How could he be so strong? How long has it been? His heart was filled with terror. Zhou Xuanji's talent and serendipity far exceeded his imagination. It was so strong that even he was a little afraid. The 2 tribulation executives were simply excited. As long as Zhou Xuanji defeated Lu Jingfeng, the northern wilderness region would survive another crisis. However, good times don't last long. Boom! Lu Jingfeng slashed down Zhou Xuanji with one slash. His body penetrated through the ground and fell tens of thousands of meters deep. There were rocks all around him and there was no light. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and felt that his internal organs were already shattered. The real god power was really too strong. Lu Jingfeng suddenly rushed in front of him, grabbed his neck with his left hand, and flung him up. Zhou Xuanji lost control of his body and flew out from the ground. He crashed through the thunderclouds and was corroded by countless lightning bolts. I don't believe it. Zhou Xuanji activated the Emperor's Wei Thousand Hand Sword Buddha. The 10,000-meter-tall golden Buddha landed steadily on the ground and slashed at Lu Jingfeng with its 1,000 hands. The power of an ant dares to fight against a god. Lu Jingfeng's cold laughter could be heard. A beam of golden light burst through the surface of the earth and slashed the golden Buddha in half. Peerlessly domineering, Zhou Xuanji's body turned golden, and a 9-sword purple Tai Chi diagram appeared on his forehead. He activated World Overlord and gathered the power of the heavens and earth. Pain could be seen on his face. His body had reached its limit and could not take it any longer. But he had to give it his all. If he lost, Zhang Shui, Zhou Shaoxian, Xiao Jinghong, Daoya Old Man, and the others would not be able to escape death. Millions of Emperor Sword Court disciples would die in agony. Go to hell. Zhou Xuanji tossed out the all-evil yin-yang destruction. A black radiance flashed, and the sword penetrated Lu Jingfeng's chest instantly. Void instant kill. Lu Jingfeng was not surprised but smiled mockingly. His body turned illusory, and he appeared behind Zhou Xuanji. His hand blade landed on the back of Zhou Xuanji's neck and knocked him down again. Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat were in despair. It's over. It's over. There's no escape. Dao Seeker sat paralyzed in the ruins. He was dispirited. Zhou Xuanji, you still want to fight? Lu Jingfeng stood high above like the radiant sun. His voice resounded across the northern wilderness region. Only then did the world understand that a powerful enemy was coming. The Sword Emperor who ascended had returned to fight for them. From what Lu Jingfeng said, Zhou Xuanji was at a disadvantage. The billowing dust was dispersed by the sword qi. Zhou Xuanji got up. The Holy Light Redemption sword pierced into his back to heal him. He twisted his neck, and blood flowed from his mouth uncontrollably. Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep was still going on, but to a powerful true god it was useless. The difference in cultivation stage prevented the legendary swords from keeping up with Lu Jingfeng's speed. He stared fixedly at Lu Jingfeng. His eyes were filled with ferocity without fear. He charged up into the sky again, but he was struck down by Lu Jingfeng in less than 2 breaths' time. Devil Emperor Dugu understood that Zhou Xuanji could not defeat Lu Jingfeng. Zhou Xuanji was already very surprising to him. He gritted his teeth, took out a skull, and raised it above his head. Demon God of the Abyss, your people beg you to descend and eliminate the enemy for me. His hoarse roar attracted Zhou Xuanji, Lu Jingfeng, and the 2 tribulation executives to look at him. Boom! A beam of black light shot out from the skull and pierced through the clouds. A black hole formed by a black cyclone appeared. Lu Jingfeng's expression changed slightly. He came up to Devil Emperor Dugu in one step and decapitated him. Blood splattered all over the ground. The skull shattered suddenly and dissipated with the wind. Lu Jingfeng looked up at the black hole, and his face turned dark. A horrifying demonic might descended, including Zhou Xuanji. All living beings in the world felt uneasy. It was as though they were facing death. A pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the black hole. They looked extremely evil. It was as though a gigantic evil god was looking down at the mortal world from the sky. Just the eyes alone were so big. It was unimaginable how big his body was. Demon Ancestor, Lu Jingfeng said with gritted teeth with an unsightly expression. He did not expect Devil Emperor Dugu to be related to the Demon Ancestor. No wonder this fellow was able to escape from Han Shuzi's grasp. Whoosh! At this moment, a horrifying suction force exploded. Countless rocks flew up. Zhou Xuanji and the others quickly lowered their bodies so that they would not be sucked away. Far away, countless humans, demons, and beasts were sucked toward the black hole. Help! What's that? Why is it like this? Who can save me? Ah! It's over. All sorts of cries and screams could be heard. Zhou Xuanji wanted to save them, but he was too severely injured to do so. Lu Jingfeng made his move. He swung his saber wildly at the black hole. Countless saber chi sliced the mortals along the way into a rain of blood. The saber chi entered the black hole and disappeared without causing any sound or damage. Chapter 464. The demon ancestor devoured the mortal spirits and stared at Lu Jingfeng with his blood-red eyes. Anyone who was stared at by him would feel their hair stand on end. Lu Jingfeng was drenched in cold sweat. He was panicking and didn't know what to do. If he stayed in the northern wilderness region, he would have to face the demonic lord. If he left the northern wilderness region, the demonic ancestor would be even more dangerous to him, as there was no longer the power of the heavenly law to obstruct him. It was a dead end with no solution. Zhou Xuanji tried his best to heal himself. He stared into the demonic ancestor's eyes while guarding against Lu Jingfeng. All the divine swords gathered around him, and the voices of the 9 souls resounded in his mind. Demon Ancestor, why is he here? Were you asleep just now? That Dugu brat summoned it. No wonder Devil Emperor Dugu rose to power so quickly. He has the Demon Ancestor behind him. What a joke. He said that he would never yield. Isn't that yielding to the Demon Ancestor's tyranny? To think that the Demon Ancestor would still be alive. The discussions of the 9 souls shocked Zhou Xuanji. They all knew the Devil Ancestor, which meant that the Devil Ancestor had existed for a long time, even longer than the experts he knew. Just the 2 words Devil Ancestor were enough to make one's imagination roam. What does he want? Zhou Xuanji asked with gritted teeth. The demonic ancestor did not attack but continued to devour mortals. Could it be that he wanted to devour all living beings in the northern wilderness region? What was the difference between this and slaughtering the humans of the northern wilderness? He raised his hands. The all-evil yin-yang destruction and the holy light divine shadow sword flew into his hands. Stop right there. If you go, you will definitely die. Lu Wuji shouted. This was the first time he had ever been so serious. Seeing more and more mortal souls being swept up, Zhou Xuanji could not remain calm. He could feel that the suction force was becoming stronger. If this continued, the common people would be in trouble and Emperor Sword Court would not be spared. His eyes became determined, and all the divine swords vibrated violently. Dragon-shaped sword chi wrapped around the blades, and dragon roars sounded. Boom! Lu Jingfeng, who was far away, was the first to charge into the sky. He held the light saber in his hand, roared furiously, and slashed with his saber. The 1,000-feet-long saber chi rose like a crescent moon, smashing into the black hole with unstoppable force. Unfortunately, it didn't cause any damage. Lu Jingfeng didn't stop. As he charged towards the black hole, he swung his saber crazily. Countless saber auras slashed out continuously. At this moment he was like a demon, hysterical and reckless. The true god's aura caused the land of the northern wilderness region to shatter, and the waves along the coast crashed onto the mainland. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and leaped up toward the demon ancestor. Roar! A domineering dragon's roar resounded throughout the entire northern wilderness region. Zhou Xuanji and all of his legendary swords transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon. It was thousands of meters long and shone with a golden radiance. The ancestral dragon roared as it charged out, creating a powerful gale that swept away the clouds. Lu Jingfeng charged into the black hole with the 5-clawed golden dragon. The two tribulation executives raised their necks and watched the battle nervously. Will it work? Dao Seeker muttered to himself, and his tone was filled with anxiety. A world-shaking explosion came from the sky. Next, they saw Zhou Xuanji and Lu Jingfeng falling from the sky, covered in blood. As a result, the suction force dissipated, and the mortal spirits that had been swept into the air fell to the ground. Most of the mortal spirits fell to their deaths because their cultivation levels were insufficient. Zhou Xuanji and Lu Jingfeng used to be enemies, but now they had become brothers in the same boat. The two fell into the ruins, and no one knew if they were dead or alive. Northern Wilderness Region, the tiny mortal realm. An indifferent and dignified voice rang out. It was like a giant deity from the 9th heaven was evaluating the mortal world. None of the living beings could feel a shred of anger, only endless fear. Before such a mighty aura, all the mortal spirits were so fragile. On Skyfall, Xiao Jinghong and the group of elders levitated in the sky. Millions of Emperor Sword Court disciples were scattered around Skyfall. When Xiao Jinghong drew his sword, all the disciples followed suit. Clang, the sound of millions of swords being drawn gathered together. It was so crisp that it could tear apart all noise. Everyone was trembling, but they did not give up. All of them looked up at the sky with gritted teeth. At this moment, everyone looked up and could see the demon ancestor's blood-red eyes. It was even bigger than the sun, like a peerless demon god that was unparalleled in the world. Zhou Xuanji felt that all the bones in his body were broken. He had no energy to stand up. Facing the demon ancestor, he did not even have the chance to use evil spirit retribution. He opened his eyes with great difficulty, and all he saw was darkness. Darkness of despair. Buried deep underground, he could not see what was happening outside. Emperor Zhao's voice came. Forget it. Can't you escape by yourself? If you continue to waste time like this, you will only die here. Facing Lu Jingfeng, Zhou Xuanji had no chance of winning. Moreover, the demon ancestor was countless times more powerful than Lu Jingfeng. Zhou Xuanji desperately channeled the heavenly law's celestial power in the Tianxia map, and used it to heal his body. Even in the Center God province, no one can stop the demon ancestor. Sovereign Xian sighed. He suddenly felt that he should not have died. Now he was really aggrieved. Zhou Xuanji did not reply to them. He got up with great difficulty, and the heavenly law's celestial power burst out to help him get out of the ground. Not far away, Lu Jingfeng knelt on the ground and panted heavily. He looked like an arrow at the end of its flight, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the demon ancestor. Too powerful. He had never met such a powerful being before. Boom! A beam of demonic chi shot down from the black hole and smashed into the ground, shaking the entire northern wilderness region. Countless roars came from the beam of demonic chi, as though the resentful demons from hell were about to charge out. Dao Seeker's expression changed drastically. He knelt on the ground with a loud thud, as though he had lost his soul. The man in the woven rush raincoat clenched his fists as his body trembled. Shortly after, countless resentful demons flew out from the beam of demonic chi and charged in all directions. Zhou Xuanji activated the primordial chaos sword shadow. Millions of sword shadows slayed tens of thousands of demons. But there were just too many demons in the beam of light. They charged out continuously, like a swarm of ants coming out of a hole. There was an uncountable number of them. Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji could not help but feel despair. There was really nothing he could do. His legs were trembling, and the bones in his legs were shattered. But he still stood up with the heavenly law's celestial power. His face turned hideous. Since he was going to die anyway, he chose to die in battle. At this moment, the red bead on his neck beamed with a brilliant radiance that illuminated the heavens and the earth. Lu Jingfeng and the two tribulation executives turned around in shock. A silhouette appeared before Zhou Xuanji. He stood tall and straight. His black robe danced in the wind, and his white hair danced freely. After the powerful radiance dissipated, he was completely exposed under the sky. His face was cold and his eyes were cold. His feet were bare, and his black robe was riddled with holes. He looked pathetic, but his aura was extremely powerful. He was Emperor Xia's sworn brother, Emo Jiuqing. So, it's the demon ancestor. Interesting. Emo Jiuqing stared into the demon ancestor's eyes and said with a smile. After that, he walked up into the air, as though there was a shapeless stairway under his feet that led him to the top of the sky. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Who are you? He could not help but ask. Instinctively, he gripped the red bead on his neck tightly. He felt complicated. He did not expect to use the treasure that the old beggar gave him so soon.